Facing a pack of menacing wolves, the blonde-haired man stands his ground. Looking down at the fallen people before him, he makes a silent, resolute vow to himself. This time, he will live. Lying helpless on the forest floor, Noba gazes up with a look of pure desperation. With tears in her eyes and sweat on her brow, she clings to the hope of living her life properly. Even as the threat of the wolves looms over them, Theo stands tall, his back to the viewer as he confronts the pack of Rumi. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, he declares his resolve to leave behind evidence that he lived in this world, refusing to let his journey end here. In the pouring rain, the chaotic scene of a car accident unfolds. Bystanders rush toward the vehicle, shouting for an ambulance as they spot the trapped driver. Amidst the wreckage, an ID card belonging to Minoru Kido lies on the ground. Inside the car, Minoru Kido, severely injured and fading, struggles to process the grim reality that his life is about to end. Lying helpless on the cold, rainy pavement, Yuna stares up at the sky, his mind filled with regret. He laments a life spent without true purpose, lacking deep connections, family, or meaningful memories. As his consciousness fades, he clings to a final, desperate thought about what might await him in the afterlife. The atmosphere is filled with parental concern as the family discusses Lai's desire to explore the forest. Despite his young age of 10, Lais is eager to forage, but his parent, an elf with pointed ears, remains deeply worried about the inherent dangers of the forest. The parent insists that Lai should wait until he is at least 30 years old, highlighting the different perspective on time and maturity held by their kind. Lise looks directly at his parents with a determined expression, trying to convince them that he will be safe. He insists that the muscle wolves that usually forest are not a threat at this time of year. However, his parents, still worried about his young age, struggle to accept his reasoning and remain reluctant to let him go. Lizzie enthusiastically tells his parents that living in the forest, eating and napping, has become incredibly easy for him. Observing his son's rapid development, Rin remarks that Lizzie is growing much faster than his peers, noting that even Mr. Piercer's child did not learn to speak until the age of 10. Contemplates his existence, recalling his former life as Minoru Kido and the tragic accident that ended it. He views his current life as an elf as a divine second chance and is determined to live it without regrets. As he reflects on the 10 years that have passed since his reincarnation, he acknowledges his unusually fast growth, which has left his parents astonished as they witness him standing and reading at such a young age. The story delves into the tranquil existence of the elf village, which is safely tucked away around the ancient Yggdrasil tree and shielded by an invisible barrier. Because of their incredibly long lifespans, the elves have a very loose concept of time, often finding little urgency in their daily lives. Rin and other villagers live out their 1,000-year lifespans in this protected environment, rarely ever venturing into the outside world. Lais tries to continue his explanation to his parents, but his words are interrupted by the presence of an elderly elf nearby. The elder watches the interaction with a chuckle, noting that Clean's child is remarkably energetic, contrasting with the typically relaxed pace of the village. As Liza's parents attempt to apologize for his behavior, the village patriarch intervenes, dismissing their concerns. He turns his attention to Lai, expressing amazement at how a child who only learned to speak 5 years ago is already fixated on the world beyond their village. While Lai reacts with excitement, the patriarch looks at him with a stern gaze, warning him that the path he wishes to take will be a precipitous one. Standing alongside his mother, Rin, youngly listens intently as the village patriarch, Eri, delivers a grim warning. Eri explains that in his 600 years of leadership, he has seen that the outside world is fraught with danger, particularly for those who associate with humans, often leading to an untimely demise for any elf who dares to leave their sanctuary. Eri presses lies on his unusual intelligence and asks if he still intends to leave the safety of the forest. Lies acknowledges his parents and the village with gratitude, but his internal monologue reveals that his desire to see the world outweighs the comfort of his 1,000-year lifespan. Lai stands with a determined expression, refusing to accept a life limited to the village. He voices his inner ambition to venture out, learn new things, and encounter different people, driven by a deep-seated need to prove his existence in the wider world. He declares his desire to live without regrets, a sentiment that finally convinces his parents to stop holding him back. Seeing the boy's intense resolve, the patriarch Ari also relents, giving his permission for Lee to leave. As he pats Lies on the head, Ari reflects on the rarity of this moment, noting that it has been hundreds of years since the last elf, Lee Browley, chose to leave their secluded home. Lies' face lights up with pure joy as his dream of leaving the village finally becomes a reality. Seeing his determination, the patriarch Ari sternly but kindly issues one final challenge, telling Lies Klein that he must first pass an exit examination before he can set out on his journey. Patriarch Ari sternly informs Lies that to survive the dangers of the outside world, he must first master the peak of elven recovery magic. He sets a strict condition. Lies must pass his examination with 100 years to earn permission to leave. Though the time frame sounds daunting, quickly reflects on his daunting, realizing that a century is merely a tenth of his life. With renewed determination, Lies eagerly accepts the challenge, ready to begin his training. Patriarch Ari looks at Lies with a serious expression, making it clear that the challenge he has set is not a simple task. He stresses that the exam requires absolute focus and sincerity, warning Lies that it is something that cannot be forgotten or approached half-heartedly. Time flows forward as 10 years pass in the forest. Lies, fully committed to his goal, stands with his arms outstretched, channeling his energy to manifest recovery magic with the incantation ardor. Patriarch Ari stares in utter disbelief as he realizes the ancient progenitor tree has been fully restored. He is overwhelmed by the fact that Lai has achieved the pinnacle of elven recovery magic in merely a decade, far exceeding his expectations for the exit examination. Overwhelmed by Lai's display of power, Patriarch Ari demands to know how he achieved such a feat. Lai's calmly explains that he has been training his magic since he was a young child. He reveals that he is now 22 and had been preparing for his departure from the forest long before he officially asked for the Patriarch's permission. Lies continues his explanation, revealing that his rapid progress was no accident. He had spent years studying human magic manuals found in the forest's library, which taught him that a human's magical potential is shaped by effort and the frequency of magic usage before the age of 20. Applying this logic to himself, Lai spent his youth repeatedly casting recovery magic until he was completely exhausted, pushing his limits to expand his total power. As he reflects on the human lifespan of 60 years versus his own, he begins to ponder the immense possibilities of an elf practicing these techniques over a much longer period. Lies confidently suggests that his magic power could potentially keep increasing until he reaches the age of 300, a stark contrast to the human limitation he's sweating. Struggles Tauf Ari, visibly shaken, the peak of recovery magic, with 80 years of the exam period still remaining. Undeterred, Lies continues to explain his findings from the magic manuals, noting how species like elves least dwarf to their nature. As magic uniquely suited to their nature, Lies turns his attention to the possibility of expanding his magical repertoire beyond recovery magic. He asks Patriarch Ari if the library contains manuals for other disciplines, noting that most of the existing texts are strictly limited to recovery. Despite the scarcity of information, Lies remains confident that through diligent study and training, he can theoretically master other types of magic. Lies smiles with unwavering determination. As he explains his plan to Patriarch Ari, he declares that he intends to make the most of the 80 years remaining until his exam by learning as much as he possibly can, including other types of magic. Patriarch Ari, visibly shaken and overwhelmed by Liza's ambition, can only stare in disbelief at the young elf's bold resolve. Patriarch Ari hands Lee the key to the forest's forbidden library, marveling at the boy's intense passion for magic in an era where demons are long gone. While Ari cautions that studying magic without a natural aptitude could take 100 years or more, Lizzie remains undaunted. He gratefully has absolute intention to master every type of magic, leaving the elderly patriarch to worry about his reckless ambition. Time flows steadily for the young elf. 10 years have slipped by since Lyses began his rigorous training, and he has now reached the age of 30. As he approaches the library, he remains eager to continue his research, fully aware that the time for his next appointment is drawing near. 10 years have passed in a blur of intense study. Lai sits amidst a sea of books, having fulfilled his ambitious goal of mastering every type of magic available to him. Patriarch Ari, observing the young elf's incredible progress, notes with a mix of awe and exhaustion that Lies has utilized the library's forbidden knowledge to its fullest extent, even taking on the duty of maintaining the archives. Li Si reflects on the long-standing pledge between the elves and the House of Garlanda, which serves as their primary connection to the outside world. Having turned ancient tree products into capital to fund his research, he successfully negotiated a deal with family head Grillet Garlanda to facilitate his quest for new magic manuals. As he prepares for his departure, Lise is approached by an acquaintance who expresses his inability to keep up with Lise's intense training, yet encourages him, noting that Lise is truly capable of achieving greatness in the long history of the elves. Lise watches as a carriage approaches, prompting him to reflect on his past agreement with Grillet Garlanda. He recalls a previous conversation where someone expressed a desire for him to meet a childhood friend, while Lise himself contemplates how much Grillet Garlanda's demeanor might have shifted since their last encounter years ago. Lizzie waves enthusiastically as he approaches Grillet Garlanda, greeting him with a friendly smile. While Lizzie casually asks about the magic manuals Grillet might have brought, Grillet stands frozen in disbelief. Overcome by the reality of meeting an elf, Grillet tearfully realizes that the stories his father once told him were true. Lies is taken aback when a man approaches him, introducing himself as Gallius Garlanda, the heir to Grillet Garlanda. The man speaks with great reverence, claiming it is his first time meeting Lies. Lies, visibly bewildered, recalls that he had just met Grillet Garlanda only a few days prior, making the heir's claim of a lifelong admiration and unfamiliarity with him seem strange. Lies, visibly confused by the encounter, asks Gallius Garlanda if Grillet Garlanda is his father. Gallius confirms this, noting that his father had often spoken to him about Lies. Gallius Garlanda explains to Lies that while his father had intended to come, he has grown frail with age and can no longer make the journey. As the eldest son, Gallius has taken his place, hoping it is acceptable to Lies. Lies, struck by the realization of how much time has passed, starts to ask Gallius about when his father last visited the elves. Gallius Garlanda explains that it has been 22 years since his father's last visit. Noting that his parents were married shortly before that time, Lies is visibly shaken by the news, realizing that his perspective as an elf has caused him to completely lose track of the decades that have slipped by in the human world. Contemplating the rapid passage of human life, Lies shares a startling truth with Gallius Garlanda. He has long sought to surpass human years and is now 93 years old. Gallius is visibly stunned by this information, particularly when Lai mentions he only has 7 years left before he departs the forest. Despite the shock, Lai remains calm and asks Gallius to convey his regards to Grillet Garlanda, expressing his desire to meet the old man. That Lai continues to speak with a composed demeanor, suggesting to Gallius Garlanda that he might pay a visit to his family should he ever choose to leave the forest. Gallius Garlanda remains visibly shocked and speechless at the casual nature of Lai's long-term perspective. Gallius Garlanda excitedly accepts Lai's offer, expressing his certainty that his father will be delighted by the news. After shaking hands, Gallius departs the forest in his carriage. Lais watches him leave, calmly contemplating his own path forward, confident that he will be able to visit Grillet Garlanda again as soon as he successfully overcomes the Patriarch's trial. Surrounded by a scattered array of books, Lai stands with his hands on his hips, feeling optimistic about his studies. He remarks that with these resources, he will not be bored during the final years he has left to spend in the forest before his next journey begins. Surrounded by a vast collection of books, Lee begins to read through them, finding stories of heroes and demon kings that feel like mere nursery tales. As he contemplates the history of the world and the perspective of humans, he stumbles upon a tattered, ancient-looking book. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is a manual for movement magic. Despite its poor condition, Lizzie is intrigued and hopeful that he can manage to read at least some of its contents. Lai sits quietly surrounded by his collection of books, his mind deep in thought about the history of magic. He contemplates how long ago, extinct demi-humans and demons utilized a vast variety of powerful spells that were distinct from the 4 basic types of magic he already knows. As he examines the old damaged manual, he realizes that these ancient techniques often required special conditions to be invoked, with some taking years of dedicated study to truly comprehend. Lys's eyes light up with excitement as he holds the ancient manual, finding genuine joy in the challenge of deciphering its forgotten secrets. With a determined smile, he decides to test his understanding, eager to see if he can successfully invoke the unique magic he has just studied. Lise decides to start small, choosing to test the ancient magic by attempting to move just a short distance near his house. He focuses on the manual, chants the incantation Byzandal, and successfully activates the movement magic, watching as a magical circle manifests around him. As the magic takes effect, Lise watches in disbelief as the spell manifests successfully. He is overwhelmed by the realization that he managed to master the complex ancient chant on his very first attempt, feeling the surge of magical energy surrounding him. Lise arrives at his destination, but the environment is not what he expected. As he opens his eyes and wonders about his location, the sound of growling fills the air. Suddenly, a wild beast lunges toward him with a deafening roar, its presence marked by the unsettling scent of blood. Lise materializes in a flash of light, finding himself in the middle of a forest clearing, surrounded by a group of suspicious armed men. The sudden appearance catches the group off guard, and one of them aggressively demands to know where he came from and if he is associated with the guild. Lai, still reeling from the disorienting effects of his ancient magic, can only stare back in utter confusion. Lizzie surveys the chaotic scene, realizing his ancient magic has successfully bypassed the barrier. As he takes in the sight of Cian facing off against a pack of snarling Rumi, he questions his location, The men, caught off guard by his sudden arrival, are stunned to see a young boy standing in the middle of their life-or-death struggle. Liza's attention is suddenly drawn away from the roomie and the armed men as he spots a human girl lying injured on the ground. Realizing she is still clinging to life, he is struck by the gravity of this unexpected encounter in the middle of the conflict. Liza processes the reality of his situation, acknowledging that his attempt to practice movement magic has gone awry. He finds himself in an unfamiliar territory, caught between the immediate threat of a growling Mika and a group of armed humans who are demanding to know his origins. The young elf remains calm, observing the chaotic scene as he realizes he has finally stepped outside the protective barrier of his home. The scene shifts to focus on the immediate threat, a pack of Rumi, vicious magic beasts, prowling over the fallen humans who lie motionless on the ground. The atmosphere is heavy with tension as the beasts loom over their targets, ready to strike. Liza stares in horror at the scene before him. Upon seeing the fallen Yunas, he realizes with a jolt that they are just children. He questions whether the Rumi, which he refers to as muscle wolves, are responsible for this devastating attack. Liza's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Amidst the carnage, he detects a faint sign of life and shouts out, desperate to save the survivor before it is too late. Lee stands confidently in the forest, focusing his magic into a swirling orb above his finger. As he continues his long journey to master the arcane arts, his legend begins to unfold. The Scion find themselves in a desperate situation, lamenting their terrible luck as they are pursued by both the guild and the ferocious Rumi. They worry that their merchandise has been ruined, but their conversation is cut short by a terrifying roar from a nearby Rumi, forcing them to focus on the immediate threat to their lives. Panic sets in among Scion and his men as they realize the danger posed by the Rumi is too great to handle. Desperate to survive, they shout for a retreat and scramble to escape, completely unaware of Liza, who stands calmly in the background, observing the unfolding confrontation. Liza watches the fleeing group with a cold resolve. Despite their previous attempts to use him as bait, he decides that he will not allow their schemes to proceed any further. With a focused gaze, he channels his magic, manifesting a dark orb in his hand before casting a shadow spell to summon a black whip that strikes at Scion and his men. The shadow spell manifests as a viscous, sticky substance that completely binds Scion and his cohorts, leaving them panicked and unable to escape. As they struggle in vain against the magical restraint, Liza remains calm and focused. He shifts his gaze toward the injured survivor, determined to provide the help she desperately needs. Facing the immediate threat of a charging Rumi beast, Liza remains calm and focused. He activates a hardening spell, channeling magic into his arm to prepare for the impact and defend himself against the creature's ferocious assault. With his arm reinforced by magic, Liza lunges forward and lands a direct, powerful strike on the Rumi beast. The impact of his beast fist sends the creature reeling, effectively ending its assault. Nearby, Yuna watches the scene unfold, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Liza stands in a combat stance, reflecting on his successful use of the Beastman's strengthening magic. He confidently calls out for the next opponent. Nearby, Scion and his group, still trapped by the shadow spell, stare in disbelief at Liza's pointed ears. They are shocked to encounter a legendary elf, especially one capable of combat magic instead of just recovery spells. Liza propels himself forward with a sudden burst of speed, his movement creating a powerful shockwave as he prepares to engage in the next phase of the battle. Liza arrives at Yuna's side, observing her critical state with concern. Realizing that she is still clinging to life, he decides to intervene immediately. With a calm and reassuring expression, he tells Yuna that everything will be all right and prepares to channel his magic to heal her wounds and restore her energy. Liza channels his magic, unleashing the conflux spell, grand fire and recovery magic known as Dragon's Healing Breath over Yuna. As intense flames erupt around her, Scion and his men panic, fearing he is harming her. However, their fear turns to confusion as they witness Yuna absorbing the flames, indicating that the healing process is underway. The intense flames from the dragon's healing breath subside, leaving Yuna sitting on the ground, now fully conscious and appearing much healthier than before. She looks around with a dazed expression, while in the background, Liza remains kneeling, maintaining his focus to complete the recovery process. Liza turns his attention to Yuna, noticing a mysterious collar around her neck. He realizes that the collar is enchanted with sealing magic, which is the reason she has been unable to speak. Meanwhile, the onlookers watch in complete shock, unable to comprehend how Liza managed to heal such severe wounds in an instant. Liza carefully inspects the restrictive collar around Yuna's neck, noting its lethal trap mechanism. Understanding the cruel nature of the slave tool, he looks at Yuna with a gentle smile. He tells her that he understands the situation now and urges her to stay strong, assuring her that she can trust him to help her. Focuses his energy on the collar around Yuna's neck. He calmly explains his strategy to her, stating that he will first remove the existing spell by channeling more magic power into the collar than it currently holds, while simultaneously using destruction magic to dismantle it without triggering an explosion. Lise executes his plan with precision, casting the Devil's Thread destruction spell to detach the dangerous collar from Yuna. As the collar is ripped away, he immediately throws it into the distance, where it safely explodes away from them. Seeing Yuna safe and finally free from the magical restraint, Lizzie turns to her with a gentle smile, praising her for her endurance throughout the ordeal. Lai stands calmly before the group of Cyan, who are still tightly bound by his magic. The men are visibly shaken, whispering in disbelief about his ability to forcibly destroy a magic seal. One of them desperately tries to justify their presence, claiming they were only trying to protect the children, but were unfortunately ambushed by magic beasts. They beg Lise to release them from his binding spell, hoping he will show them mercy. Lise looks down at the group of Cyan with a cold, skeptical expression, questioning their claim that they were merely trying to help. As the bound men look up in shock and terror, Lise calmly reveals his true identity, telling them that they might have already realized it, but he is an elf. Lise confronts the Cyan group, bluntly stating that he heard their true intentions to steal everything. He emphasizes that his elven ears are not sharp for no reason, leaving the captured men terrified as they realize he is a genuine elf. One of the men curses in defeat, while the others stare in disbelief at the revelation. Lise holds up 3 fingers, calmly informing the captured Cyan members that he has 3 questions for them. He demands to know who they are, why they were being chased, and why they brought children into such a perilous forest. He adds a chilling ultimatum. If they answer honestly, he might spare their lives. Faced with his overwhelming magical presence, the Cyan members are visibly shaken and frantically agree to confess everything. The Cyan members scramble to answer Lise's questions, revealing that they are merely hired slave traders who were betrayed by someone at the guild and are now on the run from pursuers. As they explain their desperate situation and the cold reality of parents selling their own children, Lise listens with a stoic expression. He recalls a past warning to avoid getting involved with humans, noting with a sense of weary realization that the flaws of humanity in this world are no different from those he has seen before. Sternly warns the captured Cyan members to remember his words, describing humans as ferocious and sneaky beings. He reflects on the Patriarch's advice to avoid getting too involved with them, as the Cyan members desperately demand to be released after answering his questions. Lai calmly tells them that they will forget they ever met him, preparing to erase their memories. Lise casts his magic, Memory Burial, to alter the memories of the Cyan members he captured. As the spell takes effect, the men fall into a dazed, unconscious state. Satisfied with the result, Lise decides to leave them where they are for the time being, turning his attention away from the group. Having secured the safety of the children, Lise faces the young girl who is among the captives. She looks at him with curiosity, asking if he is an elf. Lise smiles gently, confirming his heritage as Clean's child and introducing himself as Lise. Lise examines the Rhea, and notices a distinct cross-shaped scar on her chest, suspecting it to be a magical brand used to identify slaves. He speaks to her with a heavy heart, expressing relief that she is conscious but feeling immense sorrow for his inability to save the other children who were captured alongside her. Lise looks on with a heavy heart, his expression filled with sorrow and regret. He blames his own perceived weakness, convinced that, if he had been stronger, he could have prevented the tragedy and saved the other children who were taken. Rhea looks up at Lise with determination, her eyes reflecting the awe she felt after seeing his display of power. She reaches out to grab his sleeve, earnestly asking him to teach her how to become strong so she can protect herself. Rhea looks up at Lais, her expression filled with determination as she makes a desperate plea, asking him to take her with him on his journey. Lise contemplates Rhea's earnest desire to become strong, noting the hidden resolve in her request. He admits that while he was warned against getting involved with humans, he could not simply abandon her. However, Lise ultimately decides that he cannot take her with him, stating that he is no longer human and cannot help her right now, leaving Rhea shocked by his refusal. Lai gazes at Rhea, his mind heavy with the realization of their disparate existences. He reflects on his reincarnation as an elf, noting how his percept time has shifted compared to his former human life. To him, waiting 7 years to leave for the outside world is a trivial matter, but he recognizes that for a human like Rhea, such a commitment would be vastly different. Ultimately, he decides he cannot allow her to accompany him, choosing to spare her from the weight of his long, elven life. Lise gazes at Rhea, his heart heavy with the realization of their disparate paths. Though he knows he cannot bring her along on his journey, he finds himself unable to dismiss her earnest desire to grow stronger. He accepts that while their time together must end, The impact of her resolve will stay with him forever, etched into his memories as he continues his long life. Lizzie crouches in the forest, deciding to leave the remaining tasks to the guild. As he waits, he acknowledges that 7 years still remain before he can begin his journey into the outside world. He looks ahead with a focused gaze, reflecting on the nature of determination and how it persists over time. Lies peacefully beneath the shade of a tree, his eyes closed as he contemplates the passage of time. He whispers to himself, convinced that their paths are destined to cross once more in the future. Deep within the quiet of the library, Lies sits amidst stacks of books, his mind occupied by the stories he has gathered. He reflects on the rumors of an extraordinary girl who achieved great military feats and became known as the Nameless Woman, wondering about the truth behind the tales he has overheard. Time flows differently for an elf, and a full century has now elapsed. Ari meets with a hooded figure in a quiet, secluded spot to talk about Lias. The mentor notes that while they had intended to train the boy for 100 years, Lias's resolve remains as strong as ever, showing no signs of wavering despite the long passage of time. Continuing their conversation, Ari and Eden contemplate the consequences of lies, venturing beyond the protection of Yggdrasil. Eden expresses deep concern, arguing that elves are meant to live safely within their village. He uses a stark analogy, suggesting that for an elf to leave for the outside world would be as perilous as a baby mouse wandering onto a battlefield. Eden, shrouded in a hood, pauses to deliver a grim warning about the consequences of Lizzie venturing beyond the protection of the elven village. The long-awaited day has finally arrived for Lys. Standing with unwavering resolve, he declares that his century of training has led to this the exam that will grant him passage to the outside world. As he prepares to demonstrate his growth, Eden looks on, noting the intensity of the situation as the fire of the test begins. Lys sits with a basket of fruit, his expression reflecting a firm resolve. As he embarks on the next stage of his journey, he acknowledges the necessity of leaving his tranquil life behind to master his magic and fulfill his destiny. The intense examination that Lys has spent a century preparing for has finally come to an end. As the dust settles, a voice calls out to him, questioning his status after the ordeal. Standing amidst the quiet of the ancient forest, Lys faces his mentor, Eden. The Eden observes the young elf, noting that even after 100 years of rigorous preparation, Lys's determination to venture into the outside world has not wavered. Lys firmly confirms his resolve, ready to move forward with his journey. While Lysy remains alert, trying to locate the source of a voice he hears in the forest, Eden is addressed by an unseen figure as Patriarch. The mysterious speaker observes Lys's preparation for his journey. Eden, looking thoughtful, remarks that Lysy has grown significantly, admitting that the young elf is no longer inferior to him in any way, which he finds both impressive and troublesome. As Lys stands by, the unseen observer remarks on his incredible potential, noting that Lys must be a true genius to have secured Eden's permission to leave the forest after such a short time. The voice further comments that Lys's achievements are beyond words, suggesting that through his recent trials, the young elf will finally grasp the true extent of his own remarkable power. The conversation between Lys and Eden is abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a Rahab Lowry. Lys is visibly shocked, wondering where she could have possibly come from. The newcomer introduces herself as Rahab Lowry, casually mentioning that she is just under 6 centuries old, and inviting them to address her however they please. The forest atmosphere shifts as Lai recognizes the name Rahab Lowry. He is visibly shocked, recalling the stories of a mysterious elf who appears to cure ill humans in exchange for rare fruits, and who gathered countless books from the outside world centuries ago. As Lys enthusiastically praises her status as a veteran, Rahab remains composed, questioning if that is truly how people speak of her while acknowledging the value of the fruits mentioned in the legends. Lizzie is taken aback to discover that the legendary Rahab Lowry is a woman, though he quickly realizes this means she is a wealth of knowledge about the outside world. Rahab immediately sets the terms for a test, telling Lys that his examination is simple. He must survive her relentless magical assaults until she exhausts her own mana. She dismissively adds that she does not care if he resorts to recovery magic to stay alive, leaving Lizzie stunned by the intensity of her challenge. As the challenge is set, Lys readies himself for the daunting test. He acknowledges his own extensive background, mentioning that he has spent 3 centuries training, and politely asks Rahab Lowry not to be too harsh on him as the duel begins. Determined to pass the test and finally embark on his journey, Lysy stands firm. As he contemplates the significance of the exam, Rahab Lowry suddenly conjures a massive glowing magic circle around him. Caught by surprise, Lysy can only utter a confused sound as the magical pressure begins to manifest. The examination begins with overwhelming intensity. Rahab Lowry unleashes a devastating earthen spear attack, striking the ground with immense force. Lizzie's caught completely guard, stunned not only by the sheer power of the magic, but by the fact that Rahab Lowry managed to cast it instantly without any incantation. As the earth erupts, Liz struggles to comprehend how she could execute such a high-level spell in such a short amount of time. Lizzie is pushed to his limits as Rahab Lowry's magic exerts overwhelming pressure on him. He realizes with shock that she had already prepared her next move before he could even react. Struggling to maintain his defense, Lizzie cries out in frustration, protesting that the sudden and intense nature of her attack is unfair. Amidst the intense magical assault that has Liz on the defensive, Rahab Lowry starts to speak, her words cutting through the tension as she begins to explain the nature of humans. Rahab Lowry stands before Lai, her back turned as she continues to critique the nature of humans, labeling them as savage, sly, and cowardly. She explains that in the outside world, talent alone is insufficient for survival, demonstrating how she seamlessly prepares follow-up spells the moment her staff emits magic. Rahab Lowry maintains her intense magical pressure, showing Liz that raw talent is insufficient for survival. As she continues her assault, she insists that he must at least learn the harsh realities of the world if he intends to leave. As Rahab Lowry continues her test, Liz manages to conjure a defensive earth magic spell, Varlang effectively blocking her assault. Rahab Lowry is visibly taken aback, noting that she had underestimated the young elf, having assumed his magical abilities were limited to recovery magic. Liz stands his ground, confidently pointing out that his spell is on par with her own earthen spear. Rahab Lowry stares at Liz, noting that his fighting style feels almost human. Liz smiles and casually reveals that he was indeed human in his original world. As he continues the battle, he channels wind magic, surprising Rahab Lowry by casting the grand magic spell Sylph while hovering in the air. Liz stands his ground, channeling the powerful wind magic he unleashed. Rahab Lowry watches him intently, her expression composed as she contemplates the effectiveness of his technique and whether she could easily strike him down from his current position. Liz narrowly dodges a barrage of magical projectiles, grunting in frustration as he realizes the difficulty of countering Rahab Lowry's chantless magic. While he struggles to keep up, Rahab Lowry maintains her composure, relentlessly firing spells at him and mocking his inability to replicate her technique. She warns him that his evasion will not last forever, while Liz desperately tries to refocus on the battle, despite his growing exhaustion. Amidst the ongoing test, Liz leaps away from a magical explosion triggered by Rahab Lowry. Rahab Lowry maintains her composure, suddenly asking Liz why he desires to venture into the outside world. Flustered by the sudden question in the heat of battle, Liz retorts that she is asking at such an inconvenient time, but he proceeds to answer, revealing that his perspective is shaped by the long life of an elf. As the conversation continues, Liz shares his perspective on his elven heritage with Rahab Lowry. He describes his home village as an incredibly peaceful place, yet reveals that for him, the last 100 years since his reincarnation have been defined by a relentless pursuit of magic. He explains that he has remained steadfast in his dedication to his craft, refusing to be discouraged by his past failures. As the magical test continues, Liz pauses to clarify his true purpose to Rahab Lowry. He explains that all his years of training and his departure from the peaceful elven village were merely preparation for a greater goal, to ensure that he leaves a meaningful trace of his existence in this world. Rahab Lowry remains quiet, observing him with a stoic expression as she processes his words. Liz clenches his fist as he confesses his deep-seated motivations to Rahab Lowry. He reveals that in his former life he lived without dedication or meaningful connections, leaving him filled with regret. Now, as an elf, he is determined to truly experience the world and be remembered by others, contrasting his past emptiness with his current journey. As he stands before Rahab Lowry, Liz continues to pour out his heart. He expresses his deep-seated desire to live life to the fullest, determined to enjoy the world more than anyone else, contrasting this with the regrets of his previous existence. With a determined expression, Liz tells Rahab Lowry that this is how he truly feels. He explains that in order to realize his dream of living fully and leaving a trace of his existence, he felt compelled to leave the elven village and venture into the outside world. Rahab Lowry watches him intently, absorbing his words. After listening to Liz's heartfelt explanation, Rahab Lowry remains contemplative. She shifts the focus of their interaction, looking at him with a steady gaze as she asks him to explain his motivations for leaving his home to venture into the outside world. Rahab Lowry answers Liz's question with a candid smile. Holding up a small fruit, she explains that her primary reason for venturing into the outside world was simply to experience and eat a wide variety of tasty fruits, a stark contrast to the grand ambitions Liz had previously described. Liz is visibly shocked, his eyes wide as he repeats the information about a mysterious figure who heals the sick only to be paid in fruit. He exclaims in disbelief, "Wait, what?" While Rahab Lowry looks on, seemingly unfazed by his confusion. Lizzie stares in disbelief at Rahab Lowry, struggling to comprehend her explanation. Rahab Lowry explains that while she enjoyed the local cuckoo fruits for 50 years, she eventually grew tired of them and set out to find new varieties. She admits that she simply tried her hardest to find better fruit, and 300 years passed by in the process. Liz is left stunned, shouting in shock that she dedicated 3 centuries of her life to such a trivial goal. Rahab Lowry maintains her calm, composed demeanor as she addresses Lias. She suggests that his 300 years of training were not in vain, contrasting his preparation with the fate of his former comrades who ventured out prematurely and were ultimately overwhelmed by the harsh realities of the outside world. Rahab Lowry elaborates on her journey, explaining that by mastering the magic of humans over the past few centuries, she gained the ability to travel safely and sample fruits from across the lands. She admits that she eventually found the outside world to be surprisingly enjoyable. However, she pauses mid-thought, noting that the quality of the fruits she has been eating lately has mysteriously declined, a remark that leaves Liz puzzled. Rahab Lowry notes that they have spent enough time talking and signals that it is time to resume the examination. She turns her attention to Lias, announcing that the final part is about to begin. As she raises her staff, she declares her intention to use all of her power, leaving Liz watching in anticipation. Rahab Lowry demonstrates her immense power, casting multiple elemental spells simultaneously, including a wind-based attack. Liz watches in shock, realizing that her mastery goes far beyond simple chantless magic. Determined not to be left behind, Liz quickly prepares to defend and retaliate, channeling his own energy into a hardening spell to empower himself for the incoming clash. Determined to break through Rahab Lowry's magical assault, Lee lunges forward with incredible speed. He channels his energy into a powerful strike, shouting the name of his technique, Beast Fist. Rahab Lowry stands her ground, observing his aggressive move with a focused expression as the clash between them intensifies. Liz closes the distance with explosive speed, driving his fist forward in a decisive strike. The force of his Beast Fist technique impacts the area right in front of Rahab Lowry, creating a powerful gust of wind as the battle reaches a critical moment. Rahab Lowry calmly inspects the fragments of the material Liz managed to destroy during his attack. She notes that the object was a magic stone crafted by humans, capable of casting spells automatically with only a small infusion of magic power. Liz looks on, surprised and intrigued by the nature of the artifact she was using. Liz looks at Rahab Lowry with a mix of realization and curiosity, asking if the magic she demonstrated was not her own power, but rather channeled through the stone. Rahab Lowry holds up a fragment of the shattered magic stone, describing it as a magic tool, and expressing her genuine surprise at the capability of humans to craft such sophisticated items. Liz reflects on the revelation that Rahab Lowry's impressive display of magic was just a deception, noting that she is actually limited to recovery magic. Rahab Lowry explains that her goal was to crush the dreams of those who could not see through her petty tricks, but since Liz managed to avoid her attacks, she smiles and tells him that he has passed the examination. Overwhelmed with relief and emotion after passing the examination, Liz thanks Rahab Lowry. In a rare display of kindness, Rahab Lowry reaches out to pat Liz on the head, comforting him with a gentle there, and praising him for trying his absolute hardest. Rahab Lowry observes Liz with a cryptic remark, suggesting that if he had been born earlier, he would be powerful enough to be the calamitous demon king. Liz, caught off guard, can only respond with confusion. As the scene shifts, Liz walks through a busy town, reflecting on the century of relentless training he has endured, and acknowledging that he has finally achieved his goal. After concluding the examination with Pazzi, Rahab Lowry finds herself in a bustling marketplace. She approaches a fruit stall and catches the attention of the vendor. With a calm demeanor, she politely requests to purchase the entire stock of fruits displayed at the stand, leaving the vendor surprised by her large order. At the marketplace, Aden is visibly stunned, questioning why Rahab Lowry is once again spending such a large sum of money on fruit. Rahab Lowry quietly explains that she heard elves have a fondness for fruit. Caught off guard by her response, Aden quickly brushes it off before agreeing to fulfill her request and sell her the entire stock. Rahab Lowry stands before Thiko, her expression intense as she declares that she has been waiting for this moment of their reunion for a very long time. Thiko, caught off guard by her sudden appearance and cryptic words, can only think to himself that he has no idea what is happening. The atmosphere shifts to a serene tower setting. Rin and her partner are seen handling a bowl of fruit, seemingly preparing for a meal. Suddenly, the quiet is broken as a voice calls out Dad and Mom, suggesting a familial reunion or a moment of domestic connection. Lice walks through the forest alongside Airy when a voice suddenly calls out his name, causing him to look toward the source of the sound. Lais excitedly tells his parents that he has successfully passed the patriarch's test. His parents are deeply impressed, noting that it is incredible for someone only 100 years old to achieve such a feat. As Lais reflects on the unique elven perception of time, his mother suggests that he should take a break and come home for a while, casually proposing that 10 years would be a fine duration for his rest. Lais smiles as he informs his parents that he has already made up his mind to set off on his journey again tomorrow, showing his dedication to his path, despite their offer of a rest. Lais's parents urge him not to rush his life, reminding him that at 100 years old, he is still considered a child by elven standards. Lais counters by explaining that his senior Rahab Lowry gave him her approval for his recent exam. Upon hearing the name, Lais's father recognizes her, noting that she is like a little sister to him. Lais's father reminisces about the past, recalling how he first met Rahab Lowry in the forest, while she was busy studying recovery magic. He places a supportive hand on Lais's shoulder, affirming that if a mentor as capable as Rahab has acknowledged Lais's skills, he has full confidence in his son's growth as well. Seeing Lais's unwavering resolve, Rin and his partner share a look of concern. They realize that despite their worries, there is no stopping him from heading back out into the world. Lai stands his ground with a determined look, confirming his resolve to his parents with a firm yes. Surprised by his son's unwavering commitment, Rin calls out for him to wait a moment, turning away to attend to something as he tells Lais to hold on for a bit. Lais's mother smiles warmly, determined to fulfill her role as a parent before her son sets off for distant lands. Lais, slightly taken aback, watches her as she prepares to do something special for him. Meanwhile, the Ari looks on, observing the tender family moment. As Lais sits and listens, his mother removes a hair accessory and offers it to him. She explains that it is a special charm given to her by the divine tree Ligdrasil when she and Lais's father were married, and she wants him to have it to keep him safe as he sets out on his travel. Lais looks on in astonishment as his mother bestows the precious charm upon him. Overwhelmed by the weight of the gift, he realizes its immense value, while his mother gently explains that the influence of the divine tree will remain with him, acting as a guardian throughout his upcoming journey. Lais attempts to comfort his mother, reminding her that he is already 100 years old, but she interrupts him with a heavy heart. She insists that he make a promise to her, her expression filled with the emotional weight of a mother fearing for her son's safety as he prepares to venture out into the world. Overcome with emotion, Lais's mother wraps her arms around him in a tight, tearful embrace. She insists that it would be absolutely terrible if he were to meet his end before them, underscoring the deep fear and love she feels as he prepares to embark on his long journey. Lais gives his mother his word, promising to return safely. As he steps away, his father, Rin, calls out to him, revealing a massive stash of supplies. Rin explains that he had anticipated Lais's eventual departure and has been diligently saving up provisions for years, offering his son enough food and gear to last him a decade on the road. As his parents worry about the impracticality of carrying such a massive amount of supplies, Lizzie smiles and reveals his mastery of storage magic. With a chant of Samadas, he manifests a magical portal, effortlessly showing them that he has a way to transport everything he needs for his journey. Lais proudly demonstrates his storage magic to his parents, explaining that by manipulating subspace, he can keep his supplies perfectly preserved without any risk of spoilage. His parents are left in awe of his mastery over such complex ancient magic. As the excitement settles, the story shifts to the next day, marking the beginning of Lais's long-awaited journey. The morning of his departure has finally arrived. Lais turns back one last time, raising his hand to wave a cheerful farewell to his parents, Rin and his partner, who stand on the path watching him go with a bright smile. He calls out a final goodbye before stepping forward into his new adventure. Lais walks away from his parents, who watch him leave with a mix of sadness and hope, comforted by the knowledge that their long elven lives will eventually bring them together again. As he travels, Lais contemplates his path, deciding to head toward the House of Garland. He feels a tinge of disappointment, realizing he likely missed his chance to see Rahab Lowry before she departed. As Lais continues his journey, his thoughts turn toward the House of Garland. He remembers a promise he made 7 years ago to their heir, Gallius, and reflects on the passing of others due to illness. With a determined look, he decides that he would like to see Grillet Garlanda again. Lais walks forward, realizing he has finally reached the boundary, where Yggdrasil's protective barrier ends. He pauses, appreciating the clear and beautiful weather, feeling it is the perfect day to begin his journey. However, his peaceful moment is interrupted when he spots a group of Rumi watching him from the shadow. Lais is caught off guard when a sudden burst of fire magic erupts nearby. Before he can react to the Rumi pack, a skilled female warrior dashes past him, unleashing a powerful attack named Phalanx to intercept the creatures. Lais stands frozen, his eyes wide with shock as he witnesses the incredible display of power. With just one swift swing of her blade, Sai has decimated the pack of Rumi that had been threatening him. He can hardly believe that a single warrior could neutralize all those magic beasts so easily. Lise remains frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock as he processes the incredible feat he just witnessed. In the foreground, Sia stands composed, her presence radiating a calm intensity that leaves Lise completely speechless. The battlefield is quiet, and the contrast between the powerful warrior and the young traveler highlights the vast difference in their combat abilities. After effortlessly dispatching the Rumi pack, the mysterious warrior Sia turns her attention toward Lise. With a look of profound longing and intensity, she reveals that she has been waiting for this moment for 7 years. Lise, completely bewildered by the sudden encounter and the unexpected title of Lord Elf being directed at him, can only respond with a confused expression. Sia presses on with her revelation, her eyes fixed on Lise as she confirms his identity. She points to a specific cross-shaped wound on his chest, a detail that serves as undeniable proof of their shared history, leaving Lise completely taken aback by her sudden and intense familiarity. Lee stands in disbelief as Sia confirms that she has dedicated her life to the promise they made 7 years ago. Flashbacks reveal that Lizzie had once saved her from death and attempted to seal her memories of him with magic. Yet Sia has remained steadfast in her devotion. Lee struggles to process how she could have remembered his words after all this time, while Sia stands before him, resolute and ready to prove the strength she has gained for this very moment. Lisi is left speechless and deeply moved, realizing that Sia's commitment goes far beyond his expectations. Sia, standing before him with a sense of purpose, offers him the items she has been keeping for him, hoping he will accept them. Caught in the emotional weight of the moment, Lisi asks for permission to look inside the container, trying to process the depth of her 7-year-long promise. Following Sia's encouragement, Lizzie opens the massive box he was given. To his surprise, the container is filled to the brim with fresh fruit, leaving him to wonder about the nature of her thoughtful gift. Sai beams with excitement as she details her efforts to collect exotic fruits from the farthest corners of the world. Hoping to please Lise with her gift, she urges him to try anything that catches his eye. Meanwhile, Lise looks on, feeling slightly bewildered by her intense dedication and wondering if the mysterious Rahab Lowry is the one who spread the rumor that all elves share such a specific love for fruit. Lise, stunned by the sheer volume of the gift, asks Sia how much it cost to gather such a vast collection of fruits. Sia candidly admits that she spent every coin she earned from her bounty hunting work to make it happen, leaving Lise speechless at her level of dedication. Lise is shocked to learn that Sia spent all her bounty hunting earnings on the fruit collection. Seeing her dejected expression, he quickly reassures her that it is more than enough. Internally, Lee wonders if Sia is all right, feeling that both of them are somewhat naive about the ways of the world, though he is at least relieved that he has subspace storage to handle the massive amount of items. So looks at Lise with hopeful eyes, asking if she can accompany him on his journey wherever he goes. Lise, caught off guard by her sudden request, ponders the possibility, murmuring to himself as he considers his next move. She eagerly explains to Lise that her experience as an adventurer would make her a valuable guide, especially when it comes to negotiating with humans. Lise acknowledges the validity of her points, noting that since he has just left his village, he is indeed lacking in information. He reflects on the fact that being an elf is rare in these lands, and having a human companion would be quite reassuring for his journey. He looks at Sia, contemplating whether her presence would cause any complications. Confidently tells Lise that she has been waiting for this opportunity, and that he has nothing to worry about regarding her joining him. Lise, slightly surprised, asks if that is truly the case, to which Sia enthusiastically confirms. She then reveals her heartfelt motivation, explaining that she wants to become stronger and hopes to learn from Lise's power for as long as she lives. Lise is taken aback by the weight of Sia's commitment. He quickly calculates that for a human, as long as you live likely means another 40 years, leaving him stunned by the prospect of such a long-term partnership. Lise reflects on the significance of the 40 years Sia intends to spend by his side. Accepting her earnest request, he turns to her and formally introduces himself as Lise Klein, entrusting himself to her care as they prepare to begin their journey together. He then kindly asks for her name. After Laz introduces himself, he turns to his new companion to ask for her name. Sia looks hesitant and slightly pained as she struggles to answer, eventually confessing to Lazi that she does not actually have a name. Lizy looks visibly stunned as his companion explains that she is referred to as anonymous by the guild members. The name strikes a chord with him, as he recalls that rumors about such a figure had even reached his own village, leaving him momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Sia looks at Lise with earnest eyes, asking him to give her a name. Lise is stunned, his mind racing as he connects the dots, the rumors he heard in his village about an elusive, powerful adventurer who defeated magic beasts in an instant were clearly about her. Overwhelmed by the realization that he is standing before the legendary Anonymous, Lise stares at her in disbelief, repeating the word name. As the weight of the situation sinks in, C looks at Lise with deep emotion, confessing that she has spent the last 7 years waiting for this specific encounter. She explains that ever since Lise rescued her, she felt as if she had finally been born into the world, and because of that profound impact, she earnestly asks him to be the one to give her a name. Lise looks at Saya, deeply moved by her confession. He reflects on how, to a human girl, 7 years is a significant portion of her life, and he is humbled that she views their brief past encounter as such a life-defining moment. As he processes her intense dedication, his mind drifts toward his mother. Deep in thought, Lise remembers a quiet moment from his past with his mother. He asks her why she chose the name Minoru for him. Ryan gently explains that as he lives his life, she wants him to bear more fruit than those around him and ultimately exceed them, setting a high expectation for his long journey ahead. Lise dwells on the name Minori, recalling his mother's sincere desire for him to grow and surpass others. As he contemplates the meaning behind the name, he softly repeats it, wondering about the weight of her wish. Sai watches him quietly, a faint smile appearing on her face as she processes his words. C beams with happiness, telling Lizzie that the name he has chosen for her is truly wonderful. Touched by her devotion, Lisi contemplates his own journey. He reflects on his previous life, feeling that he had ultimately accomplished nothing. But now he finds himself moved by the fact that C had been waiting for him, uncertain if he would ever return, all while continuing to train herself. Lizzie watches Sia, deeply impressed by the sheer drive she has shown through her years of training. He muses that with such determination, she is capable of achieving something truly remarkable. As he looks toward the horizon, he begins to consider his own path forward. As they continue their journey, Sai enthusiastically takes the lead, eager to prove her usefulness to Lise. While they discuss heading to the house of Garlanda, Lise candidly admits that he is completely lost. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark, swirling magical anomaly labeled Sematus, hinting at a new development in their path. As Lise decides to snack on a small fruit while waiting, he suddenly notices a strange tingling sensation. Sai, eager to be helpful, announces that she has figured out their route, suggesting they travel through the forest first. Lise, intrigued by her initiative, prepares to follow her lead. Sa beams with excitement, confirming their departure with a cheerful yes, Lord Lise. Lise, smiling back, calls her out as Minori, and they both look forward to the journey ahead, ready to grow and bear fruit through their upcoming experiences. As the journey begins, takes the lead with a display of magical energy. Her expression full of determination, Lee follows closely behind, ready to face whatever the road ahead holds as they set out to master his magic. Lee Si and Sia arrive at a local trading post to exchange their hunted monster parts for coin. As they conduct their business, the locals recognize Sia, noting her fame in the area. The conversation shifts to their destination, the Garalanda frontier, where they discuss the region's recent economic boom. It is revealed that the area has thrived under the leadership of Grillet Garlanda, who took over 7 years ago, significantly increasing the demand for magical beast hunting. 3 weeks have passed since Lise departed from the land of the elves. As they continue their trek, Saya excitedly points out the path ahead, noting that they will soon reach Fort Kukir within the Garalanda frontier. Lise, still adjusting to the vastness of the outside world, feels grateful for Saya's presence, realizing just how much her guidance has helped him navigate his new life. Emerging from the dense woods, Lise and Sia survey the landscape as they approach their destination. Sia explains the strategic defense of the region, noting that the feudal lord of Garalanda maintains magical beasts along the borderlands to protect the empire from the sacred forest. Looking at the map, they confirm their position near Fort Kukure, marking their arrival at the border. Lizzie and Sai continue their journey toward the fortress, but the atmosphere grows grim as they encounter more casualties. Sai calls out to Lizzie, who is distracted while eating. To point out the unsettling trend, she begins to discuss the reputation of the feudal lord Gallius as they navigate the increasingly dangerous surroundings. While continuing their conversation about the feudal lord's struggle to contain the rising threat of magical beasts, Lizzie casually asks Saya if she wants to try his apple. His innocent offer catches Saya completely off guard, leaving her flustered and blushing at the thought of sharing food that has touched his lips. Sai, still flustered, takes a bite of the apple and insists that she doesn't taste anything wrong with it, even claiming it tastes better after Lise has touched it. Lise, seemingly oblivious to her embarrassment, remains concerned about the declining quality of the fruit. He decides to investigate further and casts an observation magic spell, chanting Gronosis to uncover the truth behind the apple's flavor. Lisa's magical analysis reveals the composition of the apple, displaying data that confirms the presence of one miasma. Stunned by this discovery, he stares in disbelief while Sia, unaware of the magical contamination, continues to remark on how delicious the fruit was. His face partially obscured by his hood, solemnly confirms the presence of miasma in the fruit he shared. C, standing nearby, is visibly distressed and overwhelmed by the sudden realization, her expression shifting to one of shock and concern as the gravity of the situation sinks in, is visibly shaken as he processes the discovery of miasma within the apple. He reflects on the impossibility of the situation, noting that demons should have been eradicated from the world long ago. As he gazes down at the sprawling landscape of Fort Kakure, he struggles to reconcile the presence of this demonic residue with the current reality. Liza and Saya arrive at the entrance of Fort Kakure only to be met with hostility from the gate guard. The guard mocks their request to see Lord Gallius, claiming that as a noble competitor in the Yule Empire, Gallius is far too important to meet with strangers. He arrogantly boasts about his five years of service, insulting perfect memory for faces. As the guard continues his tirade, loses her temper, unable to tolerate the disrespect shown toward Liza and begins to growl in fury. Just as the Rirei attempts to block their entry, Lord Gallius emerges and joyfully recognizes Liza, calling him by the name Reese's. The tension instantly shifts as Liza greets Gallius, noting that it has been 7 years since they last met. While the guard looks on in disbelief, Liza and Gallius acknowledge a promise they made in the past, confirming their close bond. The narrative transitions to a view of a large, ornate building. While a voice mentions Grillet Garlanda, the scene then shifts to the forest, where Liza contemplates the necessity of passing a test in order to depart from the woods. As they continue their conversation, Grillet Garlanda suggests that Liza should visit their village once he successfully leaves the forest. Liza finds the idea of a hidden elven village intriguing and reveals that he has a particular favor to ask of him. Liza and Grillet Garlanda share a moment of mutual concern, with Grillet urging Liza to escape the forest safely. Liza solemnly promises to survive until he leaves. Meanwhile, Sai is stunned to learn that Liza's history in the region goes even deeper than she realized, as he reveals he was also acquainted with the previous feudal lord, though he humbly dismisses his own combat prowess. As the conversation continues, Liza shares with Saya that Grillet Garlanda holds a special place in his history, as the first human he ever spoke to. When asked about the nature of their relationship, Liza recalls his father, a man once known as the god of war for his immense combat prowess. Looking at Grillet Garlanda, Liza smiles and simply defines their bond as friendship, though he adds a thoughtful maybe to his reflection. As they walk together, Grillet Garlanda reminisces about the stories his father told him regarding Liza's, specifically recalling how they celebrated with local beer after leaving the forest and swore to create a better world. Liza smiles, admitting that he was genuinely worried about what he would do if the promise had been forgotten. Liza listens intently as Grillet Garlanda clarifies that his father remained committed to their past pledge. Grillet chuckles, noting that his father's dedication might make him seem like a bad person in hindsight, before somberly revealing that his father is now in a vegetative state. Liza and Sia stare in disbelief as they look upon the bedridden man. Grillet Garlanda stands beside them, calmly revealing the tragic reality that his father has been in this vegetative state for the past 5 years. Standing beside his father's bed, Grillet Garlanda speaks with a somber tone. He tells Liza that despite the doctors having given up on his father's recovery, he is certain that his father would be happy to have Liza visit him in this state. Liza leans in to greet the Grillet's father, offering a casual, heartfelt long time, no see as if speaking to an old friend. Beside him, Grillet Garlanda reflects on his father's past, explaining that the man was a formidable warrior for 20 years, before being discovered severely injured on the battlefield 5 years ago. Grillet reveals the tragic aftermath, noting that his father has remained unconscious and steadily declining ever since, forcing Grillet to take up the mantle of the feudal lord. Grillet Garlanda speaks with a sense of duty, explaining to Liza that he must now rely on the strength of the people to safeguard their territory. He recalls his father's legacy, noting how he had successfully defended them from dangerous pirate raids and relentless magical beast attacks in the past. Grillet Garlanda shares the weight of his father's legacy, explaining how he fought to protect the land alone even while injured, until he eventually disappeared from the front lines. Liza listens intently, realizing that the legendary reputation of Gallius masked a tragic decline in health. As they observe the bedridden man, Liza notices a mysterious bruise, raising questions about the true nature of his condition. Liza suddenly leans in to inspect the unconscious Ivan, prompting a startled reaction from Sia. As Liza focuses on the suspicious bruise on the former lord's body, She calls out to Grillet Garlanda, demanding to know if he has any information regarding the mark, hinting that there is more to Ivan's illness than a simple injury. Grillet Garlanda recounts how the most powerful white magician in the land was unable to treat Ivan, as even the highest level of healing magic proved ineffective against the strange bruises. Realizing that conventional magic is failing, Lies takes action. He casts observation magic and performs a spell called Gronesis to analyze the source of the affliction. To his alarm, the magical scan reveals a staggering 91 miasma content surrounding the bedridden man. Lies' observation magic reveals the terrifying truth behind Ivan's condition. He realizes that the bruise is actually a manifestation of miasma, and the concentration is a staggering 91. Lies concludes that the white mages failed because their healing magic was simply rejected by Ivan's body, which is overwhelmed by such an extreme level of miasma. Lies turns his attention back to Grillet Garlanda, his expression serious as he asks if the highest level of healing magic has truly been attempted on Ivan's condition. Grillet Garlanda, looking visibly shaken and uncertain, confirms that they have indeed tried everything. As he presses the issue, asking Grillet Garlanda if he has truly exhausted all options, and insists that they must go further by employing ultimate recovery magic. Grillet Garlanda is stunned by the suggestion, struggling to process the idea as he laughs nervously, dismissing the notion of using such powerful magic as a mere joke. Standing firm against the skepticism of Grillet Garlanda, Lies turns his back to the group, his posture radiating a quiet, seasoned authority. He declares that he has not spent the last 100 years in idleness, signaling his intent to proceed with the forbidden-level healing magic despite the risks. Grillet Garlanda looks on in disbelief, as Lies maintains his composure. Sai tells him to listen carefully, revealing that his determination stems from his deep bond with Ivan. He smiles, stating that he traveled a great distance to visit his friend, and cannot simply leave without at least speaking to him, signaling his resolve to proceed with the ultimate recovery magic. Lies delivers a sobering truth to Grillet Garlanda, explaining that Ivan's condition is so severe that he would likely only have 2 years left even if he were to wake up. As Grillet Garlanda processes this grim prognosis, Lies shifts the focus to the emotional weight of the situation, asking if he truly wants to revive his father. Lies then shares a personal sentiment about his own father, expressing his regret over never having the chance to say thanks or leave it to me. Grillet Garlanda speaks with deep emotion, reflecting on how his father, Ivan, had always shouldered his burdens and fought alone for their family. He struggles with the weight of his father's past sacrifices, feeling that he had been unable to contribute anything in return. Grillet Garlanda, overwhelmed by the prospect of seeing his father again, tearfully tells Lies that he has hundreds of things he still needs to say to him. Lies, resolute and focused, simply replies that he understands. He immediately channels his magic, manifesting a massive, intricate glowing circle around them to begin the ultimate recovery process. As Lies begins the incantation for the ultimate recovery magic, known as Rebarrel, the air fills with intense magical energy. Grillet Garlanda and Saya watch in disbelief, recalling the legends that claim this pinnacle of recovery magic was something humans could only theoretically reach after decades of trial and error. The sheer power of the spell begins to manifest, leaving them both breathless. As Lies focuses on saving Eve, the air erupts with the overwhelming energy of the Rebarrel spell as Icy stands at the center of the magical surge. The intensity of the recovery magic begins to penetrate Ivan's weakened state, and suddenly his hand twitches, signaling that the legendary technique is successfully beginning to restore him. The powerful magic of the Rebarrel spell successfully bridges the gap between life and death. Ivan's eyes flutter open, his gaze focusing as he weakly whispers, "Master?" While Lee stands nearby, maintaining the intense magical flow to ensure the revival process continues. Lee's, having successfully cast the Rebarrel spell, speaks gently to Ivan, confirming he has kept his promise to return. Ivan looks back at him, fully alert. Nearby, Grillet Garlanda is overcome with emotion, sobbing as he calls out to his father, witnessing the miracle he had desperately prayed for. The room is filled with raw emotion as Grillet Garlanda holds his father's hand, weeping at the miracle of Ivan's recovery. Watching the scene contemplates the immense dedication behind his craft, noting that while his 100 years of study have culminated in this moment, he has only been able to extend Ivan's life by 2 years. Despite the limitation, he finds himself overwhelmed by the reality of the life he has restored. Ivan looks at Lies with deep appreciation, acknowledging that his master kept his promise to return. He remarks on the surreal feeling of waking up to find Lai there and seeing how much his son, referred to as Gallius, has matured. Lies responds with a light-hearted chuckle, acknowledging the weight of the situation, before steering the conversation toward the events of that fateful day, and a question he has for Grillet Garlanda. As the conversation turns to the past, Ivan attempts to recount the fateful day at Fort Kukura. He explains to Lise that while he is certain they were under attack by a magical beast, his memory remains hazy and incomplete, describing a sensation of his mind going fuzzy during the event. Lise analyzes Evan's fragmented memories, theorizing that the fuzziness he felt during the attack at Fort Kuker was actually a form of memory alteration magic used by an enemy. As Evan processes this unsettling revelation, Lise shifts the conversation to a more ominous topic, asking Evan if he truly believes that demons exist. Lise calmly informs Ivan that his body is saturated with a high concentration of miasma, asserting that such a substance can only originate from demons. Stunned by the revelation, Ivan asks his master what he should do. Lise proposes that they start by addressing the fuzz in his mind and asks for permission to directly examine Ivan's memories. Ivan, visibly anxious about the procedure, nervously pleads with Lise to be gentle. Lise leans over the bed, placing his hands on Ivan's face with a focused expression. He calmly tells Ivan that it is time to start the procedure, preparing to delve into his memories, to uncover the truth behind the attack at Fort Kukur. As Lassie begins to probe Ivan's memories, the magical interference is laid bare. Within the depths of Ivan's mind, a dark truth emerges. The fuzz was no accident, but a deliberate act of memory alteration magic. The vision shifts to reveal shadowy demonic figures, dismissively referring to humans as mere obstacles to their ongoing invasion. They coldly conclude that despite previous resistance, this time the humans have finally run out of luck. As Lise delves deeper into the corrupted memories, he uncovers the chilling truth behind the attack on Fort Kuker. The demonic entities are revealed to be orchestrating a calculated scheme, using the fort as bait to draw out humans while they search for a specific individual with the brave factor. Their ultimate goal is the resurrection of the demon lord, and they intend to systematically eliminate any opposition that stands in their way. Lise pulls back from Ivan's mind, his expression serious as he processes the dark revelations. He turns to Grillet Garlanda, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Lise warns that exposing the return of the demons would plunge the world into chaos. Despite the dire circumstances, Lise remains composed and tells Grillet Garlanda that he has a simple plan to deal with the threat, now that their true intentions are known. Lise delves deeper into the corrupted memories, where the Neri are seen frantically plotting. They emphasize that they must identify and neutralize the individual carrying the brave factor, viewing this person as the primary threat to their plans to resurrect the demon lord. The story pauses to recount an ancient legend, questioning the nature of a hero. It describes a time long ago when the demon lord emerged, introducing the concept of magic to the world. This power allowed the demon lord to conquer more than half of the globe, quickly overrunning civilization. The legend emphasizes the despair of the era, noting that no warrior, regardless of their strength or ferocity, could ever harm the demon lord. The legend unfolds, telling of a young man born in a small village who initially lacked any magical talent. Despite the mockery of others, he refused to give up, working harder than anyone else to achieve his dream of becoming an adventurer. Through sheer perseverance, he eventually mastered all 4 elements of magic and awakened a mysterious, unique power. With this newfound strength, he gathered 4 loyal companions and set out on a journey to the world as the brave lord, forever becoming known to the world as the brave man. As the legend of the hero who defeated the demon lord echoes in the background, the story returns to the present. Lise and his companions share a warm moment over a meal, ready to continue their own journey as the series moves forward. Overwhelmed by the information Lise has shared, Ivan sits up in his bed, his face etched with shock and anxiety. He struggles to accept the reality of the situation, exclaiming to Lise that he simply cannot believe the demons have truly returned to the world. Lise calmly addresses Ivan, explaining that the memory alteration magic used by the demons is the ultimate proof of their presence. As Ivan grapples with this terrifying reality, he wonders aloud if the existence of the brave factor implies that the old fairy tales are actually true. Lise even delve deeper into the implications of the demon's return. Lise brings up the famous fairy tale of the hero, which Ivan acknowledges but struggles to accept as reality. Lise then recalls reading about the mysterious brave factor in an old battle record within the Elven village library, suggesting that the power the demons are hunting might be more than just a myth. Lise and Evan continue their somber discussion, coming to a mutual understanding that the reality of the brave factor and the demonic threat is far more profound and otherworldly than they had ever imagined. Lise and Ivan maintain their focus on the threat, agreeing that they must locate the target before the demons do, as the enemies remain oblivious to being watched. Ivan then shifts the conversation to his own past, calling the 20 years since he inherited his territory and the subsequent arrival of adventurers drawn by the promise of rewards after he fell ill. Ivan continues to analyze the situation in his territory, pointing out that the influx of adventurers has grown proportionally to the dramatic increase in magic beast subjugations. suggesting a deeper connection between the two. Reflecting on the fairy tale, Lies deduces that the person with the brave factor is likely hiding among the adventurers. He calmly declares his plan to head to the front lines to investigate further. Ivan, taken aback by the sudden announcement, calls out to him in disbelief, questioning why he would risk going so far. Lies simply retorts with a cheerful, determined remark, leaving Ivan stunned by his resolve. Evan looks at Lai with a sense of relief, telling him that he doesn't have to shoulder everything by himself anymore. Lai, contemplating his journey, remarks that he is finally living in the outside world, and notes that with 900 years of life ahead of him, he has plenty of time to avoid a boring existence. Lizzie leans in, his expression serious as he contemplates the grave implications of the demon's plans, specifically asking Ivan about the possibility of humans falling under their control. 1 week later, a restaurant is marked as reserved for a specials occasion. Inside, Ria is completely captivated by a table filled with a feast, her eyes sparkling with delight as a woman kindly encourages her to eat as much as she wants. As they continue their meal, Ivan decides to introduce Lai to a Yuri standing nearby. Lizzie is clearly delighted by the food, exclaiming how amazing it is, to which Ivan proudly agrees. Evan formally introduces his wife, Silpha, to Lise, who is surprised to learn she is the childhood friend Evan had previously mentioned. Grillet Garlanda joins the conversation, teasing Evan about his past promise to an elf. Silpha then bows deeply to Lise, sincerely thanking him for his kindness and support toward her husband Evan. Evine cannot help but boast about how cute his wife is, leaving Lise feeling slightly flustered. As they talk, the scene shifts to a flashback where Evine excitedly tells Lise about his intention to propose to his childhood friend and his desire to introduce her to him one day. Back in the present, Lise simply smiles and agrees with Evine's assessment of Silpha. As the conversation continues, Lise finds himself deeply affected by the transience of human life. He remarks on how strange yet profound the elven perspective on praise and connection is, ultimately lamenting that human lives are far too short. Lise kindly invites Minori to share in the meal, to which she shyly asks if she may eat as well. As they dine, Minori is completely captivated by the taste, exclaiming how good the food is. Her enthusiastic reaction brings a smile to the Yuri who prepared the meal, who feels motivated to cook even more. While enjoying their meal, Lise nonchalantly explains to Minori that their diet during the journey consisted primarily of magic beasts they encountered along the way, supplemented by nuts and fruits. Minori is visibly shocked and speechless at the revelation of his survival method. The atmosphere at the table remains warm and cheerful as the group enjoys the delicious food. One of the hosts remarks that Minori's enthusiastic way of eating reminds them of Grillet during his youth. Amidst the pleasant conversation, they turn to Lise and curiously ask how he and the young lady, Minori, know each other, leaving Lise to pause and consider his response. The meal continues as the hosts press Lise for more information about his companion, just as Lise begins to explain. Minori interjects with a bold and surprising statement, claiming to be Lise's spouse, which catches everyone at the table off guard. The dinner atmosphere turns into absolute chaos, following Minori's shocking announcement. While Minori introduces herself with a calm smile, the surrounding group is stunned, shouting "Spouse!" in disbelief. Lise is visibly flustered, waving his hands in a frantic no-no. To clarify them, Mr. Danding, while Minori innocently doubles down, declaring that they will be together forever. Their host teases Lise, jokingly remarking that elves certainly have some hidden moves. Trying to defuse the awkward situation caused by Minori's previous claim, Lise nervously clarifies that their relationship is purely professional. He explains that he allowed Minori to join his journey because she expressed a desire to grow stronger, and in return she helps him understand human ways. Beside him, Minori looks visibly displeased and annoyed by his matter-of-fact explanation, letting out a huff. Noticing Minori's downcast expression after Lise's cold explanation, the Yuri warmly reaches out to her. She kindly asks Minori if she would like to try her hand at cooking, a gesture that leaves Minori completely surprised and momentarily stunned. As Minori expresses her anxiety about never having cooked before and feeling only capable of fighting, Yuri kindly reassures her, telling her not to worry so much. Yuri then playfully brings up the old saying about the way to a man's heart being through his stomach, leaving Lise standing nearby with a confused expression, wondering what is going on. Determined to win Lise's favor, Minori resolves to give cooking her best effort. As she prepares to start, the host leans in close to Lise, whispering an incredibly awkward and unsolicited remark about the biological challenges of humans and elves having children together, leaving Lise completely stunned. The host continues his intrusive line of questioning, bluntly asking Lise what he intends to do about the reproductive challenges between their races. He casually mentions that he heard about these difficulties from Lise's chief a long time ago, leaving Lise stunned and speechless. Lizzie maintains a composed expression as he tells Kian that he does not see Minori in a romantic light. However, the conversation takes a somber turn as the reality of their existence sets in. Lise is acutely aware that because he is an elf and she is human, Minori will inevitably die long before he does, a truth that weighs heavily on the moment. Lai is deeply troubled by the disparity in their lifespans. He realizes that Minori is not oblivious to the truth, understanding that she will inevitably pass away long before he does, a heavy thought that weighs on his mind. In the kitchen, Minori tries her best to handle the cooking tasks, though her lack of experience is evident as she wields a knife. Yuri watches over her with a gentle, encouraging smile. As Minori focuses on her task, Lise observes her from afar, his internal monologue revealing a bittersweet realization. Despite knowing the harsh truth that her life will end long before his, Minori continues to pursue her feelings for him with a genuine, radiant smile. Lise and Minori exchange final words with their companions before departing. Even expresses his trust in Lise, while Grillet Garlanda offers a stern warning about the destination, the Great Circle Forest Vastera. He notes that the area between Fort Kuker and Riatal has become increasingly dangerous due to the emergence of magic beasts, urging them to exercise caution on their travels. As they navigate the forest, Lise and Monnery discuss the tactical advantages of their location, noting it as a prime spot to intercept magic beasts. Heading toward Fort Kukur, Lise shares his experience with hunting beasts that reached the fort's gates, while Monnery contemplates the difficulty of their search for the person possessing the brave factor. Lise then reveals his plan to establish a base in a vacant house within the forest, as suggested by Grillet Garlanda. Lise and Minori continue their discussion, noting that their only lead is the fairy tale, which suggests they must find someone incapable of using elemental magic. Minori points out the difficulty of verifying this, as it would require everyone to demonstrate their magic. Lise, however, remains confident, explaining that he can utilize his appraisal magic to identify if any of the numerous adventurers in the area possess the hero factor. Minori looks at Lise with wide-eyed amazement, questioning if he can truly utilize his magic to pinpoint the person possessing the hero factor. Lise, maintaining his composed demeanor, confirms that he believes he can indeed accomplish this feat. Lise calmly invokes his appraisal magic, manifesting a glowing interface as he checks the status of his surroundings. Minori watches in complete astonishment, unable to hide her admiration for his incredible ability, while Lise remains focused on the task at hand. As Lise continues to utilize his appraisal magic, the interface reveals a specific and extraordinary status. He observes the otherworld reincarnator factor appearing before him, realizing that such an ability is truly a power that exists outside the boundaries of this world. Lise turns to Minori, his expression serious as he asks if she is truly okay with the implications of what they have discovered. Minori, looking determined, confirms her resolve. Lise reminds her that they have already discussed this, reinforcing their shared goal as they continue their journey through the forest. Lise voices his concern that their search for the person possessing the brave factor might be a lengthy endeavor. Minori, sensing his underlying worry about her involvement, asks him to clarify what he is talking about, questioning why he is bringing up the implications of her coming along with him now. Lise explains to Minori that their mission in the forest is a long-term endeavor that could span years. Concerned for her future, he suggests that there is still time for her to back out. Minori, however, is visibly upset by his hesitation, her expression hardening as she prepares to confront him about his doubts. Minori, her expression resolute as she asserts that she has already made up her mind to stay with him, fully aware of the limitations of her short human life. Minori continues her emotional outburst, revealing to Lise that she spent 7 years chasing his illusion. She insists that her happiness is defined by staying by his side and growing stronger, leaving Lise visibly stunned by her intense commitment. Caught off guard by the intensity of Minori's feelings and her unwavering commitment to their journey, Lise can only utter her name in a moment of stunned realization. Minori looks at Lise with a bright, determined expression, declaring that she has decided to follow him for the rest of her life. Lise stands there, completely taken aback and speechless, as Minori insists that she will not leave his side even if he tries to push her away. Lise, caught off guard by Minori's unwavering declaration, reacts with a mix of shock and embarrassment, questioning what she meant by being so close. As he struggles to process her intense emotions, he attempts to calm himself down, while Minori continues to express her determination with fervor. Lise and Minori trek through the forest, with Minori remarking that it takes 6 hours on foot to reach their current location from Fort Kukura. She excitedly points out a house nearby, while Lise, still visibly embarrassed and overwhelmed by her earlier confession, struggles to keep his cool as they continue their journey. As they stand before the weathered, overgrown building, Lai wonders aloud about the purpose of such a house in the middle of the forest. Minori clarifies that it belonged to Grillet Garlanda's predecessor, who used it as a vacation home in a time before monsters took over the woods. Lai is taken aback by the revelation that it was a noble's retreat, and as they look closer at the ruins, he begins to exclaim about its former luxury. Lai's and Minori stand before the weathered, open door of the old vacation home. Noting its ruined condition, Lai's proposes that they start by cleaning the structure. As they prepare to enter, Lai's is struck by the realization of what this implies, mentally exclaiming in surprise at the idea of them living together deep in the forest. The scene shifts to a bright domestic moment as Minori and Lizzie begin their life together in the forest. Minori stands in the foreground, smiling as she helps with the chores, while Liz is seen in the background hanging laundry. The atmosphere is peaceful, marking the start of their new everyday life in the old repurposed vacation home. The weight of their new arrangement hits Liz all at once. He stands there with a vacant, shocked expression, his eyes wide and his mind momentarily shutting down as he fully comprehends that he will be living alone in the forest with Minori. Liz, visibly flustered and confused, asks Minori what is wrong as she suddenly turns quiet and dejected. Minori remains silent for a moment, looking down, before she begins to address him with a heavy tone, leaving Liz completely bewildered by the shift in the atmosphere. Lizzie surprises Minori by using spirit magic to instantly restore the ruined house. As the building sparkles with cleanliness, Lizzie explains that he formed a temporary contract with local spirits to achieve this. While Lizzie remains cheerful and proud of his handy skill, which he notes he deciphered at the age of 78, as she had hoped for an opportunity to prove her own usefulness to him. Liz is confused by Minori's reaction, asking why she seems so down, but she quickly denies it. Brushing off the awkward moment, Liza announces it is time for the finishing touch. He focuses his energy and casts a barrier spell, invoking the power of Yggdrasil Sylph to protect their new home. After initiating the incantation for his barrier spell, Liz tells Minori to wait and see the results. As the magic takes effect, a protective aura manifests around the area, leaving Minori curious and impressed by his display of power. Liz explains to a shocked Minori that the barrier he just cast renders their home invisible to the outside world, ensuring they remain hidden from both magic beasts and demons while they continue their search for the individual possessing the brave factor. As the magical effects settle, Minori watches in silent amazement, feeling overwhelmed by Liz's self-sufficiency and his ability to handle everything on his own. Minori reflects on the nature of her companionship with Liz. She remembers Lizzie explaining that he only allowed her to join him so she could teach him about humans, while she sought to become stronger. Despite knowing that Liz is perfectly capable of handling everything on his own, Minori finds comfort in the fact that he still expresses gratitude for her presence. Deep in thought, Minori looks back on her origins, remembering a life where she never knew her parents and existed only to survive as a slave. She acknowledges that her current determination to accompany Laius is not just about the journey, but stems from her own selfish desire to remain by his side. Minori looks back at the traumatic memory of being on the brink of death, before Liz intervened to save her. She reflects on the harsh reality of the following 7 years, where her past as a slave made it impossible to find allies, forcing her to dedicate herself entirely to gaining the strength needed to survive and honor the life she was granted. Minori remembers the long years of solitude after being saved. She explains that she returned to the agreed-upon spot every single day, waiting for Liz while clinging to the memory of him. Her dedication remained unwavering until the arrival of the promised 7th year. Looking back at her younger self, Minori acknowledges that the dream she clung to for 7 years has finally been realized. However, as she watches Liz walk ahead, she realizes that simply being by his side is no longer enough to satisfy her growing heart. Minori is deeply troubled by her feelings of inadequacy. She realizes that simply being with Lai is not enough for her. She yearns to become much stronger so that she can fight alongside him and be genuinely useful. She refuses to let her presence be defined solely by her own selfish wish to stay near him, pushing herself to find a way to contribute more to his journey. Minori asks Lai if he intends to find the individual possessing the brave factor to join forces against the Demon Lord. Liz calmly replies that if he can, he plans to take that person under his protection and train them first, as he currently lacks the necessary factor himself. Minori listens intently, still grappling with her internal desire to be more useful to him. Minori looks at Liz with deep admiration, firmly declaring her belief that he is capable of defeating the Demon Lord. Liz, acknowledging the weight of the task, expresses his commitment to stopping the Demon Lord's conquest, though he admits that the timeline for such a monumental feat remains uncertain. Minori looks at Lizzie and asks him to train her while they are together, expressing her earnest desire to fight the demon lord by his side. Lizzie is initially surprised, noting that she is already quite strong and capable of defeating powerful magic beasts on her own. As he listens to her request, Lizzie acknowledges that her ultimate goal has always been to grow stronger. Liz agrees to Minoru's earnest request to train her, setting the stage for a new chapter in their relationship as they prepare to face the challenges ahead together. The training begins in earnest as Liz guides Minori, helping her hone her skills with the sword. Days turn into months, and time steadily flows forward. Eventually, they pay a visit to Grillet Garlanda, who is attending to Yvonne. In a quiet moment, they find themselves welcoming a new life into the world, marking the passage of time and the cycle of life. 2 years have quietly slipped by since Liz and Minori began their dedicated training. The passage of time is marked as the scene shifts to the bedside of Ivan, who remains in his bed, showing the slow but steady progression of their lives in this world. While traveling through the woods, Liz and Minori are suddenly alerted to danger. Minori quickly senses 5 magic beasts approaching from their 3 o'clock position, forcing them to immediately shift into a combat-ready stance. Minori quickly analyzes the incoming threat, identifying 4 brank beasts and 1 Arank beast. She asks Liz if he can handle the Arank target, while Liz silently notes how much Minori has improved her appraisal magic. Confident in their training, Liz accepts the situation, and Minori eagerly declares that he can count on her as they move to engage the enemies. Liz stands his ground in the forest path, ready to engage the threat. Suddenly, a group of aggressive cockatrices bursts forth, shrieking as they charge toward the duo. Minori remains alert, watching the beasts as the situation escalates into a direct confrontation. As the cockatrices close in, Liz channels his mana and casts a swift, cutting wind spell. With the incantation Mantis, a powerful gust of wind surges forward to intercept the incoming beasts, showcasing his mastery over magic during the heat of combat. Liz stands in the forest, his expression thoughtful as he watches the battle unfold. He finds it highly suspicious that the cockatrices are showing no reaction to Minori, even though she is projecting a strong killing intent toward them. Liz observes the situation and concludes that the strange behavior of the cockatrices was due to them running away from a greater threat. Suddenly, a massive, intimidating wild bear emerges in the forest, proving to be an even more dangerous opponent than Minori. Minori stands her ground against the massive Ellen. Ellen, with a focused expression, she channels her energy to cast a high-rank fire magic spell, enchanting her sword to prepare for the fierce confrontation ahead. With the massive Ellen looming over her, Minori remains undeterred. She channels her focus into her blade, casting ultimate fire magic to enchant her weapon for the high-stakes confrontation ahead. With her sword fully enchanted by ultimate fire magic, Minori stands her ground and strikes out with a devastating technique. She shouts Phoenix, releasing a massive burst of flames toward the formidable Ellen. With a fierce shout, Minori drives her enchanted blade into Ellen, the impact of her Phoenix technique erupting in a burst of flames against the beast. Exhausted from the exertion of her ultimate fire magic, Minori stands breathless, her chest heaving as she recovers from the intense combat. Liz watches on, commending her for the impressive strike she just landed against the towering Ellen. Breathless but beaming with pride, Minori turns to Liz, exclaiming that she finally managed to successfully cast ultimate magic. Liz looks on with a gentle expression, affirming her achievement by noting that she can now use such powerful magic without any issues and has successfully defeated the wild bear, proving how much she has truly grown. Lizzie smiles encouragingly at Minori, suggesting that they now shift their focus towards stamina training to ensure she can maintain her combat effectiveness even after casting ultimate magic. Minori, feeling proud and slightly bashful from the praise, lets out a happy, light-hearted laugh. Lizzie watches Minori with a thoughtful expression, struck by a sudden realization that something about her has changed. Reflecting on their journey, Lizzie notes that they have been training in the forest for 2 years, and Minori has now reached the age of 20. Seeing her standing there, Liz acknowledges that Minori has truly grown into an adult. Liz gazes at his hand, lost in thought, while Minori happily approaches him. Holding a tray with a meal, she cheerfully announces that she has prepared Silpha's secret recipe, number 33, which is a cockatrice oyakadon. Liz enjoys the meal Minori has prepared, clearly impressed by how much her culinary skills have developed during their 2 years of training. He compliments her progress, to which Minori responds with gratitude, attributing her success to the guidance of Silpha-san. Liz and Minori continue their meal, shifting the conversation to the state of Fort Kukure. Liz notes that while magic beasts are increasing, there is no sign of the demons he witnessed in Grillet Garlanda's memories or any trace of the demon lord. Just as they conclude that things will remain quiet for a while, a magic messenger bird appears at the window. Minori excitedly identifies it as a message from the fort and rushes to check the contents. Minori hurries toward Lizzie, calling out to him with the news from the messenger. Meanwhile, Lizzie remains calm, pondering the impressive capabilities of the magic tool and expressing a newfound interest in the field of magic tool research. Minori rushes to Liz, her expression filled with distress as she holds the message. Liz, sensing her panic, asks what is wrong. Minori reveals that the news is about Grillet Garlanda, delivering the grim update that he does not have much time left, with only 2 years at most to live. Upon learning the dire news regarding Grillet Garlanda's limited time, Lys and Minori immediately prepare to head to Margrave Garlanda's mansion. They decide to bypass the long journey by utilizing teleportation magic to reach their destination quickly. Upon arriving at the mansion via teleportation, Lai and Minori are met by Yuri. She expresses her gratitude for their visit, though she delivers the somber news that her husband, Grillet Garlanda, has already lost consciousness. Yuri continues to lead the group, asking Lai Z to follow her to where Grillet Garlanda is resting. She directs them toward her husband, hoping for their presence even though he is no longer conscious. Liz and Minori enter the room where Grillet Garlanda is resting. A young child excitedly rushes toward the bed, calling out to his grandfather. Liz approaches the bedside, looking down at the unconscious Grillet Garlanda with a somber expression, noting how peaceful he appears despite his critical condition. The atmosphere in the room is heavy with emotion. As Yuri reflects on the transformation of her husband, she acknowledges that Grillet Garlanda is a completely different person compared to 2 years ago, crediting Lizzie for the guidance and time he provided. As Yuri embraces her family, Lyre looks up at his father and asks if he is crying, while Yuri reaffirms her heartfelt appreciation for Liza's presence and the support of Vite, looks on with a bittersweet expression, reflecting on how the 2 years he spent with Grillet Garlanda felt like nothing more than a fleeting moment. As he silently questions if Grillet Garlanda felt satisfied with his life, he observes Yuri and Minori in the background, realizing that despite the sadness, the family has already found the strength to accept the reality of the situation. The atmosphere in the room is heavy with the weight of the end. Grillet Garlanda lies still, his life quietly waning away as time runs out. Despite his fragile state, a faint pulse can still be detected, marking the final, lingering moments of his existence. Lizzie's gazes at the frail, aging hand of Grillet Garlanda, his mind drifting back to the memories of their long journey together. He realizes with a heavy heart that the man who was once his first friend in this world is now nearing the end of his life, his hands appearing so small and fragile in his own. Liz gazes at the frail Grillet Garlanda, the reality of their disparate lifespans weighing heavily on his heart. Overcome with emotion, he asks his dying friend if he can be a little selfish, seeking one last connection before the end. The chapter opens with a striking title page, showcasing Lai in a moment of intense action, alongside a rugged, bearded warrior. The scene captures the essence of their journey, framed by the thematic reflection on the changing and the unchanging nature of the world. Feeling the weight of his long life compared to his friend, asks the family if he can be a little selfish in these final moments with Grillet Garlanda. Seeing his distress, Yuri and Minori gently encourage him, telling him that they will accept whatever he wishes. Lies gently voices his final request to speak with Grillet Garlanda. Yuri and Minori, standing by the bedside, listen intently as Lies prepares to share his last moments with his old friend. Lizzie explains to the family that he possesses the ability to use an ancient form of magic known as necrosam, which governs the cycle of life and death. As he prepares to attempt this feat, he asks the family what they would say to Grillet Garlanda if he succeeds in granting them a little more time. The family members, Yuri and Lior, look on with a mix of shock and hope, contemplating the weight of his words. Lies focuses his energy, preparing to cast the ancient necrosome magic. As the light intensifies, the family members share their heartfelt thoughts, realizing that if they had one last chance to speak with Grillet Garlanda, they would simply say thank you. Lies concentrates deeply, his hands glowing with an intense, ethereal light as he channels the ancient power of necrosome. The air around him ripples with magical energy, marking the beginning of his attempt to bridge the gap between life and death for Grillet Garlanda. As Lies channels the necrosome spell, a massive, ominous gate manifests before him. Stunned by the success of his ancient magic, Lies stares at the portal, realizing that he has successfully opened the gateway to the afterlife. Lai stands before the shimmering gateway, his expression one of surprise, as he realizes that the portal is filled with souls. He questions the nature of what he is seeing, wondering if he has truly reached the afterlife. Lai stands face to face with the soul of Grillet Garlanda, who questions why the young elf is present in the afterlife. Lies quickly reassures him, explaining that he only has a few minutes and intends to use his magic to temporarily materialize Grillet Garlanda's soul so he can return to his family. Lies continues his efforts to materialize Grillet Garlanda, with the focus shifting to their forms as the ancient magic begins to bridge the gap between the afterlife and the physical world. Lysie explains that the technique he is using is an ancient form of necromancy known as necrosis, famously used by an ancient necromancer to temporarily summon powerful entities like the first demon lord and the dragon king. He admits the spell's current limitations but earnestly details Grillet Garlanda that he will eventually find a way to bring him back to life permanently. Grillet Garlanda, touched by the gesture, simply tells him it is okay and laughs, marveling at Lysie's incredible magical prowess. As their brief reunion nears its end, Grillet Garlanda looks at Lyse with a warm, appreciative smile. He thanks the young elf for coming to see him off one last time, insisting that he has lived a full and meaningful life. Grillet Garlanda recounts how, thanks to Ly, he was able to protect Fort Kuker and cherish his final days surrounded by his family, leaving him with no regrets as he prepares to move on. As their time together in the gateway nears its end, Grillet Garlanda shares his final thoughts with Lys. He declares that he has no regrets, finding comfort in the fact that he was able to see his grandson one last time. Lys, visibly moved, listens as Grillet Garlanda reflects on his final lingering attachment, prompting a quiet, contemplative response from the young elf. Continuing their conversation, Grillet Garlanda reveals that he does indeed have one lingering regret. He confesses to Lys that he felt powerless and unable to do anything when faced with overwhelming threats like talking beasts and demons. Grillet Garlanda grips Lys, his expression intense and resolute as he makes a final, heavy request. He warns Lysie of the potential devastation if the Demon Lord were to revive and rampage, then implores him to find the hero and defeat the threat. Looking directly at Lys, Grillet Garlanda emphasizes that Lysie is the only one he can trust with the future of humanity. Accepting the heavy burden placed upon him, Lys gives his word to Grillet Garlanda, promising to protect humanity and defeat the Demon Lord. Hearing this, Grillet Garlanda feels a profound sense of relief, stating that he no longer has anything to worry about, as long as Lys and Gallius are there to watch over the future. As their time together fades, Grillet Garlanda savors the lingering, faint sensation of their final physical connection, finding comfort in the promise made. Grillet Garlanda looks at Lys with a sense of nostalgia, remarking on how the young elf has not aged a day since they first met. He vividly recalls the moment Lys reached out to him, noting that Lys's hand remains just as pale and smooth as it was in his memories, a testament to the elf's enduring nature. Lys stares in shock as the truth about elven longevity sinks in. He contemplates the revelation that elves do not show signs of aging until they are 800 years old, leading him to the startling conclusion that the elder must have lived for countless centuries. Grillet Garlanda gazes at Lys. With a gentle, accepting expression, he acknowledges the vast difference in their lifespans, musing that to an elf like Lys, his own human life must have felt like it was over in a mere flash. As their time together draws to a close, Grillet Garlanda offers a heartfelt thank you to Lys for crying on his behalf. Moved by the moment, Lys stands before him, gathering his thoughts to reveal something important he has been holding back. Overcome with emotion, Lys cries as he speaks his final words to Grillet Garlanda. He tells the elderly man that he can finally rest now, adding that the sentiment comes from Gallius, offering a poignant and heartfelt farewell in these final moments. With a serene expression, Grillet Garlanda smiles and says, "All right," fully embracing his final moments. Lys continues to hold his hand, witnessing the elderly man's peaceful departure. As Grillet Garlanda breathes his last, his spirit is depicted walking toward a bright, ethereal door, calling out to Lys with a promise to wait for him on the other side with sake. While playfully warning him not to arrive too soon, the scene shifts to the reality of his death the following morning. Reflecting on his life as the war god, who spent 20 years shielding Fort Kukur from magic beasts, the narrative concludes the final moments of Grillet Garlanda, who passed away peacefully surrounded by his family. Lys, observing the world from a distance, contemplates the fleeting nature of human existence, noting that 2 years feels like an incredibly short span of time. Lys finds himself lost in thought, still feeling the phantom sensation of Grillet Garlanda's aged, wrinkled hand in his own. He looks at his own hand, noting how it remains pale and smooth, unchanged since the day they first met, serving as a poignant reminder of the vast difference in their lifespans. Lost in the heavy memories of Grillet Garlanda, Lys is abruptly pulled back to reality when Minori appears before him, calling out his name with a look of concern. Minori suddenly appears, gently asking Ly if he would like to come inside and rest. As Ly acknowledges her presence, he finds himself holding her hand. The warmth and smoothness of her skin trigger a somber realization in him. He understands that, despite the present moment, her life is transient and will one day come to an end, just like those he has known before. Lost in his somber reflections on the brevity of human life, Lys remains momentarily detached, Minori notices his distress and reaches out to him, her hand brushing against his as she asks if he is all right, pulling him back to the present moment. Lise turns to Minori with a gentle, composed smile, telling her that he is fine now and thanking her for her concern. Despite his outward calm, he stands in the quiet landscape, internally reflecting on the heavy truth that the very first friend he made in this world has passed away. Having moved past the sorrow of his friend's passing, Lise looks toward Minori with newfound determination. He solemnly swears to her that he will defeat the Demon Lord, catching her off guard as she acknowledges his words. Lise calmly explains to Minori that he is prepared to spend centuries pursuing his goal of defeating the Demon Lord, even without the aid of a hero. Or if the enemy returns at full strength, he humbly notes that he lacks the brave factor required for the task, but remains resolute. Moved by his conviction, Minori smiles and declares that she will follow him wherever he goes, and Lise happily accepts her company. Lise walks alongside Minori, deeply reflecting on his commitment to honor his friend's legacy and the place he protected. He vows to make that legacy a part of his own journey. The narrative then transitions 1 year into the future, showing a peaceful scene at their home where Minori is preparing a special dinner for them. Lise and Minori share a warm domestic moment over dinner. Minori excitedly shares that she caught the fish herself, while Lise notes how much better his cooking has become. As they eat the farce steamed in white wine, Lise brings up a memory of Silpha-sama and expresses hesitation about no longer naming his special dishes after her, wondering if it is truly all right to move on. While Lise listens intently, Minori smiles warmly and tells him that he should simply support the people he truly wants to support, offering him a gentle perspective on his past reflections. As they continue their meal, Minori recalls that 1 year after Grillitsen's passing, Silpha-san joined him in the afterlife. With a warm smile, Lai shares his heartfelt ambition. He wants to master his cooking so that when he eventually meets Silpha again, he can present her with all the unique recipes he has developed. He declares his intention to expand the Minori special menu with a wide variety of dishes, a promise that Lise accepts with eager determination, telling her to look forward to what is to come. The evening winds down, and the house falls silent. Minori is shown resting comfortably in bed, fast asleep, as the night sky is visible through the nearby window. Lucy's gazes at Minori as she sleeps peacefully, struck by how much she has matured over the years. He realizes that she will be 22 by the end of the year, a stark reminder of how much time has passed since she was just a child. Overwhelmed by the realization of how quickly human lives move, Lus finds himself reluctant to accept the inevitable passage of time while he remains by Minori's side. Lise is startled from his sleep, his pointed ears twitching as he catches a faint sound. Sitting up in bed with a look of concern, he wonders aloud if someone is fighting, his senses on high alert in the quiet of the night. Alerted by the strange activity, Lise activates his appraisal magic. He peers out from his home, his expression turning serious as he detects several distinct and violent signatures rampaging through the forest outside. Lise narrows his eyes in focus, channeling his appraisal magic to pinpoint the origin of the disturbance. His vision sharpens as he locks onto a powerful pulsating source of mana, radiating from deep within the forest, confirming that something significant is unfolding in the darkness. Lee stands by the window, his expression serious as he confirms that he has finally located the source of the mysterious mana disturbance. Minori, startled from her sleep, rubs her eyes and asks what is happening. Lee turns to her, declaring with urgency that he has found them, leaving Minori momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Lise, his eyes bright with excitement, looks directly at Minori and exclaims that he has found the one with the brave factor. Minori, still groggy and trying to process the sudden Latinite revelation, can only stare back at him in confusion, wondering what he is talking about. The narrative cuts back to half a day earlier, showing a traveler struggling under the weight of heavy luggage in the wilderness. A group of Scion, led by a hostile individual, confronts the traveler, berating him for his weakness and threatening to abandon him at the first opportunity. The flashback shows the Scion group continuing their cruel treatment of Yuna. One of the Scion's members sneers, remarking that this situation perfectly illustrates their belief that those unable to use magic are useless. Meanwhile, a visibly exhausted and tearful Yuna struggles under the weight of the luggage, receiving a harsh warning that any mistake will result in a severe penalty. The flashback continues as Yuna, visibly strained and sweating, cries out in pain while lugging the heavy equipment. Ahead, the members walk through the forest, indifferent to Yuna's suffering. Despite the harsh reality of being bullied, Yuna attempts to cope with the grueling labor by telling themselves that it is all just part of their training. The party pauses their trek as concerns about the forest's nocturnal dangers arise. Jin insists that traveling at night is far too risky, and sightings of unusually powerful monsters lurking in the dark. While Luke initially pushes to keep moving to avoid delays, he eventually acknowledges the validity of the caution. Salala, clearly impatient and eager to complete their mission, complains about Jin's cautious nature. Yet the group agrees that camping for the night is the safer course of action. The adventurers continue their journey, with the party members mocking Yuna for being a non-magical supporter. Despite the verbal abuse and the pressure of the journey, Yuna remains silent, clutching a map and internally steeling their resolve to grow stronger and overcome these hardships. The group moves forward, leaving Yuna to struggle behind them. The group continues their journey through the forest under the cover of night. The atmosphere is tense and physically demanding, with Salala and Jin struggling to keep their pace as they run, their heavy breathing echoing through the dark, tree-filled surroundings. The intensity of their escape reaches a breaking point. Jin, his face etched with sweat and fear, can no longer hide his desperation as he curses their situation while sprinting through the dark, mist-filled woods. Panic sets in as Jin and the rest of the group realize they are not alone in the woods. Behind them, mysterious glowing eyes emerge from the shadows, prompting a frantic reaction from the adventurers as they scramble to flee from the unknown threats. While running for their lives through the dark forest, Salala attempts to maintain composure by suggesting the pursuers are only common crank monsters like a magic snake or a magic boar. However, Jin, visibly terrified and sweating, snaps back at her, insisting that the creatures hunting them are clearly something far more lethal and extraordinary. Jin and Salala stand their ground in the dark forest, channeling their magic to strike back at the entities. Despite their combined effort to cast a powerful spell, the creatures remain relentless, leaving Jin visibly shaken. As he realizes their magic is failing to stop the pursuit, the situation turns desperate as the magical assault fails to harm the creature. Salala watches in disbelief, noting that only rank monsters should be capable of absorbing magic. Meanwhile, Jin panics, realizing that neither his nor Salala's magic is having any effect on the encroaching threat. Facing the terrifying reality that their magic has no effect on the monsters, Jin and Salala are forced to abandon their fight. Despite their status as a brank party and their initial belief that they were only dealing with crank threats, the sheer power of the entities leaves them with no choice but to turn and run for their lives. The chase intensifies as Jin and Salala flee through the dark forest, terrified by the sight of the monsters and their ominous black aura. Salala identifies the overwhelming presence as mana, realizing these are the very creatures Jin had warned them about. As they run, the stress of the situation boils over into a heated argument, with Salala attempting to point out the past warnings, only to be sharply silenced by Jin. The tension between Jin and Salala boils over as they continue their desperate flight. Jin, clearly terrified, shouts that they are going to be caught and killed at this rate, while Salala retorts, accusing him of having no right to complain after he brushed off the initial warnings. The argument intensifies, with both adventurers struggling to maintain their composure under the pressure of the relentless pursuit. Jin and Salala are still desperately trying to escape the pursuing monsters. Jin, visibly panicked but determined, refuses to give up. Stating that they cannot stop yet, he suggests that they need to find a way back to the safety of the fortress before the situation deteriorates any further. The tension reaches a breaking point when Luke reveals his ruthless plan to escape. He dismisses their luggage as an unprofitable asset that needs to be written off, shocking Jin and Salala. When they try to protest, Luke coldly names Carol as the sacrifice, leaving her stunned and terrified. He then turns his gaze toward the others, cruelly asking if anyone is willing to take her place to ensure their own survival. Jin desperately tries to convince Luke that there is still a chance for all of them to survive by using a hidden path. However, Luke remains unmoved and cruel, mocking Jin for his inability to use magic and his dream of being an adventurer. Luke coldly dismisses their childhood bond, claiming that he only kept Jin around out of obligation, and that Jin has been nothing but a burden to the party. Luke stares down at Jin with a twisted expression, coldly telling him that he can finally be of some use. As Jin looks on in shock and disbelief, Luke pulls out a valuable magic tool, lamenting that he has to waste such a precious item on this situation, but ultimately prioritizing his own survival over his companion. Despite Luke's cold betrayal and verbal abuse, Jin refuses to give up. He kneels on the ground, channeling his mana into a desperate attempt at water and earth fusion magic, shouting the incantation to Boris. As he tries to manifest a defense against the encroaching dangers, Jin finds himself trapped and unable to move as his heavy luggage pins him down, his legs sinking into the ground. Luke stands nearby, unmoved by his companion's plight, and heartlessly announces that he will use Jin as bait to ensure his own survival. Salala watches in horror as the reality of Luke's betrayal sets in. While the desperate situation continues to spiral out of control, the scene shifts to a moment of betrayal. Carol cries out in disbelief, looking back at where Jin lies trapped and struggling under the weight of his gear. Meanwhile, Luke and Salala do not hesitate, pressing forward into the depths of the forest and abandoning their companion to the dangers of the night. Jin remains trapped in the mud, his face pressed against the ground as he struggles to move. Even in this dire situation, he refuses to give up, desperately gasping that they could all still make it out alive, while his hand reaches out in a final futile effort. Pinned down by his heavy gear in the mud, Jin is left to his own thoughts. As he struggles, he recalls his lifelong dream of becoming a powerful adventurer, wondering if he could ever truly be the kind of hero who saves others, despite his inability to use magic effectively. Jin looks back on his younger self, remembering how he once idolized the life of an adventurer traveling, defeating monsters and protecting others. He laments that while magic is essential for such a path, he was never able to wield it. As he sits abandoned, he reflects on how his childhood friends grew stronger at a terrifying pace, while he remains stagnant, unable to reach the magical potential that humans typically develop by age 5 and peak at 20. Despite his lack of magical talent, Jin refused to give up on his dream of becoming an adventurer. He dedicated himself to sword training and gathering information, hoping to prove his worth to his companions. However, he is struck by the harsh reality that in a world where magic is everything, his inability to use even basic magic tools makes him feel as though he is denied the right to hope or dream. Trapped and unable to fight back, Jin remains pinned to the ground. Even in his final moments of despair, he cannot help but lament the dream he once held so dearly. The desire to be a cool adventurer, a goal that now feels cruelly out of reach as the monster prepares to strike. The scene shifts to a brutal perspective, as Jin is suddenly yanked across the mud by the powerful Avon. His face, etched with pain and terror, shows the immediate impact of being dragged helplessly into the darkness. His dream of being a hero now replaced by the harsh reality of his dire situation. In a final desperate bid to escape the clutches of the snake monster, Jin screams out the name of a spell, Whirl Schwartz, hoping to turn the tide of his hopeless situation. A massive explosion of dark flames erupts, forcing Avon back. Sia stands before the stunned Jin, having arrived just in time to intercept the monster's attack and save his life. A mysterious Eden appears on the battlefield, surprising Jin as they calmly declare their intention to deal with the magic boar. The figure stands over the exhausted adventurer, remarking on the narrow escape from danger. The magic boar lets out a loud, aggressive grunt, its tusks bared as it faces off against Eden. The tension in the air is palpable as the beast prepares to lunge, but Eden remains calm, ready to handle the threat. Eden stands before the charging Nico and begins to chant, channeling his power to cast an ultimate fire and wind fusion magic spell called Dragonia, aiming to strike down the beast. Jin stares in disbelief from the ground, struggling to process the situation. Nearby, Sia calls out to Eden, who is revealed to be an elf, leaving everyone present completely shocked by his true identity. Eden turns to Minori, noting that it has been a while since they encountered monsters capable of surviving a spell. He views this as a perfect opportunity for her to practice, instructing her to defeat the magic snake using at most 5 ultimate spells. He reassures her not to worry about the boy, and Minori obediently accepts the challenge, addressing him as Risa-sama. Eden firmly declares that he will protect Jin, standing resolutely before the injured adventurer. Sai watches on, while Jin, still reeling from the recent battle, looks on in silence. As Jin lies on the ground, wounded and vulnerable, Eden looms over him with a sharp observation. Eden notes that Jin has been left behind by his former party members, simply because he lacks the ability to wield magic. Eden looks down at the fallen Jin, who is lying helpless on the ground, and remarks with a cold tone that his former party members were as blind as one can be for casting him aside. Eden continues his cold yet insightful assessment of Jin, detailing how the boy has tirelessly trained his body and mind in hopes that magic would eventually manifest. Jin, visibly shocked, asks how Eden could possibly know about his secret struggles. Eden remains composed, beginning to explain that it is precisely this unwavering perseverance that defines Jin. Eden continues his profound observation, casting an ultimate recovery spell named C. Ralpha upon the stunned Jin. As the magic envelops the boy and begins to mend his injuries, Eden looks at him with a knowing smile, declaring that this perseverance is exactly what defines a true hero. As the magical light of the recovery spell fades, Eden remains knelt before Jin. With a gentle expression, he tells the stunned boy that he is relieved. It is someone like him who carries the brave factor, finally acknowledging the hidden strength Jin has cultivated through his years of relentless training. The story shifts to a reflective tone, highlighting the pivotal moment in Jin's life. It is revealed that 17-year-old Jin Fritz, who would eventually become a name known throughout the world, experienced his true turning point when he first crossed paths with an elf, proving that life changes profoundly as one meets new people. Stunned by the miraculous healing of his legs without a potion, Jin realizes that the mysterious figure before him is truly one of the legendary elves. Eden, meanwhile, scoffs at the unfair treatment Jin received from his former companions, questioning why they forced him to carry all the luggage. He commends Jin for his incredible perseverance in keeping pace with the party, despite the heavy burden and the difficult forest terrain. Eden looks at Jin with curiosity, asking if he has truly been traveling without the aid of magic all this time. Jin looks down, his expression somber, as he admits that he was born without mana. He explains to Eden that because of this, he is unable to use even basic magic tools to help him carry his heavy luggage, leaving him to struggle through his journey on his own. Observing the young adventurer, Eden realizes the truth behind Jin's situation. He notes that while Jin is completely devoid of mana, his body shows clear signs of intense, dedicated physical training, suggesting that Jin has been working tirelessly to compensate for his inability to use magic. Jin clutches his hands tightly, his face contorted in sorrow as he cries. He openly expresses his deep regret and pain, lamenting that if he had only been stronger, he would not have been abandoned by everyone. Observing the boy's emotional breakdown, Eden is struck by Jin's character. He realizes that Jin does not harbor hatred for the party members who left him behind, but instead focuses on his own perceived shortcomings. Eden contemplates that this unique mindset is exactly what is needed to fully awaken and harness the true power of the hero factor within him. Eden stands before a surprised Jin, asserting that the boy has the talent to become a strong adventurer and promising to mold him into one. He tells Jin that he will not force him if he has lost his drive, but as he reaches out his hand, he offers a path forward for those who still wish to become stronger. With a determined look, Eden reaches out toward Jin, urging him to take his hand if he truly desires to overcome his weakness and grow as an adventurer. Flashbacks of a young Jin dreaming of becoming a protector flicker through his mind. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jin cries out his desperate desire to become stronger, finally reaching out to grasp Eden's hand to begin his training. With tears in his eyes and a heart full of resolve, Jin lunges forward, extending his hand toward Eden. He shouts his declaration, finally embracing the path to strength he has longed for since childhood. After their emotional connection, Jin and the Lies shake hands and introduce themselves. Jin proudly states his name, while the young elf introduces himself as Reese Klein. Observing them, the narrator feels a sense of awe at their youthful determination, contrasting it with his own experiences in a past life. Before the moment is punctuated by a sudden, comical snort. The battle intensifies as the Nico lunges forward. Minor shouts a warning to Lies, alerting him to the beast's charge. Lies and Jin stand their ground, quickly realizing the creature is using hardening magic, which has transformed its fur into dangerous, sharp spikes. Lee stands his ground against the charging beast. He calmly chants thunder magic, enchant to imbue his hand with power. Preparing to meet the creature's hardening magic, Beast Fist Hedon, determined to match its strength. Lies instructs Jin to stand back and observe his technique. With his fist crackling with intense thunder magic, Lies lunges forward to deliver a powerful blow, declaring that this is the result of 100 years of dedicated training. With a display of overwhelming power, Lizy lunges forward and connects his thunder-enchanted fist directly with the Nico. The impact is immediate and forceful, shattering the beast's hardened defenses as Lizy proves the true weight of his long years of magical training. Jin is left completely stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he witnesses the overwhelming force of Liza's attack. The thunder magic surges violently upon impact, highlighting the immense gap in power as Liza's strike successfully overwhelms Nico's defenses. Lizy stands calmly after his powerful strike, while Jin looks on in complete disbelief, struggling to reconcile Li's combat prowess with the fairy tales he knows about elves. Lizy brushes off the intensity of the moment and suggests that they go find Minori. However, their victory is interrupted as a dark, shadowy figure manifests before them, mockingly questioning what they have stumbled upon. Lies and Jin are caught off guard as an ominous, swirling dark portal suddenly tears through the air before them. Both adventurers freeze in place, their expressions filled with alarm as they stare at the strange dark phenomenon manifesting in the forest. Lies stands frozen, his expression shifting from shock to dread. He recognizes the voice echoing from the dark, swirling vortex as something he previously encountered within the memories of Grillet Garlanda. As the dark presence speaks, tauntingly asking what an elven Shutton is doing in such a place, Lies realizes the gravity of the threat they are facing. The dark vortex rips open to reveal a terrifying magic beast, its presence radiating a suffocating miasma. Lizy is visibly strained by the sheer intensity of the aura, gritting his teeth as he tries to maintain his composure. Beside him, Jin is clearly overwhelmed and shaken by the pressure, yet Lizy is surprised to see that the boy is still holding on and remains conscious. Lizy focuses on the threat, concerned about how much more Jin can endure against such a powerful entity. As the dark vortex continues to swirl, a mysterious figure steps forward, appearing before Lies and Jin. With a chilling smile, the stranger offers a greeting, only to immediately undercut it with a sinister remark, making it clear that their intentions are anything but friendly. Lai stares intently at the dark vortex, his expression hardening as he connects the voice to a past tragedy. He directly confronts the Marin, recalling the attack on Grillet Garlanda at Fort Kukur a decade prior. Observing the entity's current state, Lai notes that while the presence is familiar, it appears much fainter than it did in the past. Lai maintains his composure while examining the dark, swirling vortex that represents the entity's current state. He calmly questions if the phenomenon is a form of dark magic, noting with curiosity that the entity seems to have been trapped in this incorporeal form for quite some time. The entity recounts its history, explaining how its soul was trapped within a mausoleum in the holy forest of Lital, before being summoned into its current weak vessel the Nico. It admits that its continued existence is only possible due to the mana providing a direct subordinate realization, connecting the entity's word by foreign beads to ancient texts he has read. He bekeeds to bead beasts, begins to suspect that the possessing Nico is actually one of the divine beasts that were supposed to remain sealed away. Lies presses the entity further, astounded by the sheer amount of mana required to bind a divine beast to a Nico. He questions if the demon lord's return is imminent. The entity, speaking through the body of Nico, reveals that the resurrection is set to occur in 3 years, adding that it eagerly awaits the day it can finally discard its current uncomfortable vessel. Lies stands in shock, his expression reflecting the gravity of the news. The entity inhabiting the Nico, continues to snort dismissively, while Lies processes the terrifying reality that the demon lord will be resurrected in just 3 years. Lies continues his psychological pressure on the entity, calmly explaining that its long-term possession of the Nico is causing it to lose its original form and become a true beast. As Lies highlights that the entity is running out of time and losing its essence, the entity, clearly agitated by the truth, snaps back at him with a furious shout to shut up. The entity within Nico, unable to handle Lies' sharp observations about its deteriorating state, explodes in a sudden violent outburst. Reacting, instant Lies shoves Jin aside to protect him from the blast. As the dust settles, Jin is visibly shaken, but Lies remains focused, noting with a hint of suspicion that the magic beast seems far too eager to spill such vital secrets. As the situation settles, Jin is left completely bewildered by Lies' sudden revelation of his hidden magic. Lies, maintaining a calm and confident demeanor, gives a thumbs up while explaining that he had utilized a specific type of illusion magic known as Okinos back then, leaving Jin struggling to process when exactly the spell was cast. Lies continues to scrutinize the Nico, realizing that despite its status as a divine beast, its current vessel is failing. He observes that the entity's existence is beginning to wane as its mana reserves dwindle, leaving it vulnerable. Jin, standing nearby, can only watch in disbelief, silently remarking on how intense and relentless Lies' methods are. The entity possessing the Nico cries out in frustration, declaring that it can only persevere despite its dire circumstances. It reveals that it has not seen its masters for years, yet it is forced to obey their orders because its very life remains in their hands. Lies casts appraisal magic, manifesting a glowing geometric interface that displays the hidden details of the creature before him. The data reveals the entity's name as Vritra, a Nico bound by the dark magic of Wava Karma, the acting supervisor of the Demon Lord's army. Recognizing the name, as confronts the creature directly, asking who bound it. Vritra is visibly shaken, stammering in disbelief at how Lai had possibly know its true name. Lies remains composed, noting that the weaker the target, the more information he can effortlessly extract through his appraisal techniques. Calmly approaches Vritra, the entity trapped within the Nico, and proposes a surprising bargain. He offers to use his magic to restore Vritra to its original form, provided that it ceases its hostile actions against adventurers on behalf of the Demon Lord's army. Vritra reacts with shock, while Jin, observing the exchange, is visibly shaken, questioning whether such a powerful feat is truly within the capabilities of an elf. Lies holds a glowing orb of concentrated energy in his palm, challenging Vritra to witness the extent of his mana. He calmly suggests that this power is more than sufficient to restore the creature's original form. Vritra, completely stunned, shrieks in disbelief, unable to comprehend how an elf could effortlessly generate mana on par with Wava Karma. Lies remains unfazed, noting that the display is only a fraction of his total reserves while observing the creature's pathetic state. Overwhelmed by Lies' offer, Vritra asks if there are really no strings attached, and if it can truly return to the skies. Lies smiles, clarifying that he has no interest in interfering with Vritra's life, as long as it avoids causing trouble for others, adding that he would simply like to chat every century or so. Vritra, moved by the unexpected mercy, eagerly agrees to the deal, swearing on its life to keep the promise. With the agreement sealed, Lise begins to channel his vast reserves of mana toward Vritra. A powerful, blinding light erupts between the young elf and the Nico, signaling the start of the transformation process that will finally restore Vritra to its true form. The magical restoration is a success. As the energy settles, a massive Vritra stands before them, having reclaimed its true form. Jin watches in sheer disbelief, letting out a startled cry at the sight of the creature. Looking pleased with the result, comments on how cool the Vritra looks, while Vritra revels in its regained power with a loud, maniacal laugh. Lise cheerfully asks Vritra how it feels in its restored ancient Vritra body. Vritra, overwhelmed with joy, declares that it is its ideal form and celebrates the ability to fly freely once again. Explains that it will take some time for Vritra's soul to fully settle into the new body, jokingly adding that he has no plans to die for the next 9 centuries, ensuring their deal remains stable. Vritra expresses surprise at Liza's conscientious nature, noting the difference in their lifespans compared to the 500-year limit of Vritra's. Lide reassures the Vritra that providing mana is no burden, as he is simply acting on his own desires. He suggests a casual trade. He will provide mana, and in return, Vritra can share any interesting fruits or items found during their travels. As the conversation continues, Lide reflects on his past life, noting that he left nothing of worth behind. Vritra voices his appreciation, noting that elves are truly odd beings, and offers his sincere gratitude. Lise internally acknowledges that the effort he put into the restoration was worth it, feeling confident that Vritra will always remember him for giving him back his true form. Lise introduces himself to the Vritra as Reese Klein, sharing his story of leaving his cramped, isolated world behind to live life on his own terms. Vritra, listening intently, realizes that they are kindred spirits who both crave the freedom of the outside world. Finding common ground, the two share a moment of mutual understanding, with Vritra laughing in delight at their newfound connection. In a moment of mutual respect and newfound camaraderie, Vritra formally introduces himself as the Black Dragon of the Dark Nights and pledges his eternal friendship to Lise, who is known to him as Reese Klein. Lise accepts the vow, and the two solidify their pact with a simple, meaningful fist bump. After sealing their bond, Vritra decides to show his gratitude to Reese Klein. A sudden, intense, magical manifestation occurs, leaving Reese Klein momentarily stunned and questioning what just happened. Vritra explains that it is exactly what he wanted, and as he prepares to depart, he promises to return and visit Reese Klein after he has finished flying around the world. Vritra takes to the skies, bidding farewell to Theo and his companions as he disappears into the distance. Theo watches the Vritra go, reflecting on the significance of making a long-lived friend in this new world. Just as the moment settles, Minori rushes toward them, triumphantly declaring that she has successfully defeated the magic snake. Jin watches in awe as Minori celebrates her victory, clearly impressed by her strength and magical prowess. Lise, however, snaps Jin out of his daze, insisting that there is no time to waste. With a serious expression, Lise informs Jin that they have discovered the Demon Lord is set to revive in only 3 years, leaving Jin visibly shocked by the revelation. Lise drops a bombshell on Jin, explaining that he possesses a dormant power called the Brave Factor, which is essential for the upcoming battle against the Demon Lord. He insists that Jin is the only one who can win this fight. As Jin reels from the shock of this revelation, Lise points toward Minori and sets a rigorous goal. He intends to train Jin to become even stronger than Minori is right now within the span of a single year. Jin can only respond with a bewildered, "Huh?" The intensive training session officially kicks off. Lise stands by as he guides Minori, instructing her to focus her energy and enchant her blade with the power of ultimate fire magic, marking the first step in her journey to become even stronger. Lise channels his magic into Minori's blade, causing it to erupt with the intense flames of Valhalic. The sheer power of the enchantment leaves Jin stunned as he watches the demonstration, fully aware that this is only the beginning of their rigorous training. With her sword now imbued with ultimate fire magic, Minori readies herself for the next phase of training. She expresses her eagerness to learn from Lise and declares that she is going all out, fully prepared to demonstrate her capabilities. As the training intensifies, Minori takes on the role of the older disciple, sparring with Jin while Lise watches over them. This chapter marks a new stage in their journey as they hone their skills to face the looming threat of the Demon Lord. The narrative flashes back to 182 days earlier, the very first day of training. Jin stands holding a wooden sword, looking slightly puzzled as he asks if they are really training with such simple equipment. Lise and Minori confirm it, with Minori clarifying that the weapon was personally crafted by Risasama specifically for his training. Realizing the significance of the gift, Jin quickly agrees to accept it with gratitude. Lies continues the training session by breaking down the theory of mana. For Jin, he explains that while currently lacks mana, he possesses the mana vessel required to hold it, comparing the process of growth to a bucket that expands after being emptied and refilled. Jin is amazed by the explanation, noting that he read about this in a book on magic theory. When Jin turns to ask Minori if she has practiced this method, she responds with a hesitant, uncertain confirmation. Minori shudders as she remembers how intense Lies' training was, admitting it left her unable to move for a week. Jin is taken aback that even Minori found it so terrifying, but Lies nonchalantly decides that Jin will undergo the same regimen. Jin raises his hand to ask how he is supposed to manage without any mana, to which Lies responds with a confident smile, offering to pour mana directly into Jin's vessel until it is. Lies continues his instruction, revealing that the wooden sword Jin is holding has been fitted with a special magic tool designed to absorb and channel mana. As Jin's listened intently, Lies explains that this method will allow him to rapidly expand his mana vessel while mastering control. He draws a parallel between learning magic and learning to speak, noting that everyone is born with the potential to use mana. By using this technique, they can bypass the long wait for Jin's own mana to recover, ensuring a more efficient training process. Lies continues his explanation, pointing out that because Jin currently has no mana, his body does not need to waste time on natural regeneration. He compares this to their previous training with Minori. Lizi proposes a demanding schedule. Jin will empty his mana vessel daily, and Lizi will use magic to cure his fatigue and refill it, repeating this process every day for a year to force rapid development. Liz excitedly explains to Jin that his training will cause his mana vessel to expand 30 times its current size. He adds that once the brave factor within Jin awakens and grants him mana, he will become the strongest. Jin looks at his wooden sword, feeling overwhelmed and doubting if he is truly capable of such a feat. Liz calmly reminds him that they had already discussed the brave factor the previous day, and Jin quietly confirms he remembers. Lies addresses Jin, acknowledging the hardships he has faced due to his lack of mana, while emphasizing that he possesses the brave factor necessary to defeat the Demon Lord. With Minori watching, Lies looks at Jin and reminds him that he has immense potential hidden within him. He recalls the moment Jin first asked for his help to become stronger, asking him if his resolve remains the same. Jin shows his unwavering resolve, stating that his greatest strength is his inability to give up. Meanwhile, Lai contemplates the urgency of their situation, noting that they only have 3 years before the Demon Lord returns. Despite the time constraints, Lai resolves to bet on Jin's growth and potential. Lise declares that he is going all out, channeling a swirling, overwhelming surge of mana that fills the air. Jin, standing firm with his wooden sword, braces himself for the impact as the training session officially begins. Time has passed steadily since the start of the training, with Jin and Minori now reaching their 182nd sparring match. Lies observes the intense exchange, urging Jin to stop overthinking and instead become one with his blade. He commands Jin to trust the sword's response and focus entirely on feeling the flow of mana as the battle continues. The sparring match between Jin and Minori reaches a critical moment. Minori executes a sharp, decisive strike that forces Jin to react instantly. Caught off guard by the sudden pressure, Jin exclaims about a jammer while Minori looks on with a sharp, focused expression, sensing that something unexpected has occurred during their training. During the intense training session, Minori maintains her pressure on Jin, reminding him that he still has no chance against her. However, as Jin struggles to keep up, a sudden surge of power manifests within him. Jin is visibly shocked as he realizes his brave factor has finally activated, changing the tide of their 182nd match. Minori keeps up the pressure, executing a swift and powerful sword strike that catches Jin off guard. The intensity of her attack leaves Jin reeling, forcing him to struggle as he takes the hit. Seeing Jin struggle to keep going despite his exhaustion, Lai steps in to halt the training. He reminds the young adventurer that he could be healed once a day and that pushing further would be counterproductive, as Jin reluctantly accepts the pause. Lais activates his magic, casting Alenzia to mend Jin's injuries and restore his stamina. Jin looks at Lais in disbelief, struggling to process the fact that he actually used magic. He explains that he managed to activate the jammer using the mana Lais provided, questioning the implications of his newfound ability. Jin is overwhelmed with emotion as Lizzie gives him a cheerful thumbs up, acknowledging the hard work he has put in over the last 6 months. Encouraged by the validation, Jin quickly regains his focus and heads toward the trees to resume his stamina training and practice his sword swings, while Minori and Lizzie watch him go. Lise gently pats Minori on the head, praising her for her incredible recovery, after her mana was completely drained during their intense sparring. As Lise acknowledges her effort, Jin stands nearby, tugging on Lise's clothes to get his attention. Lizzie gently pats Minori on the head, amused by how quickly she transitioned from her intense sparring persona to her usual cheerful self. While Minori remains confident that Jin still has a long way to go before he can defeat her, Lizzie finds her demeanor endearing. Turning his thoughts toward Jin's development, Lizzie determines that since Jin has successfully learned to use mana, the next logical step in his training is to focus on awakening his brave factor. Lise reflects on the legend that a hero must overcome great difficulties alongside companions to awaken the brave factor. He worries that Jin is not yet ready to face such challenges alone, considering whether he and Minori should accompany him to ensure his safety. As they discuss this, Minori suddenly points towards the sky, prompting Lise to ask what she has spotted. Following Minori's warning, a massive Vritra descends before them. Lizzie is stunned to recognize the creature as Vritra, who lets out a sinister laugh and addresses him as an old friend, leaving both Lizzie and Minori in a state of alarm. Lise stands before the imposing Vritra, calmly explaining that he is far from running out of the mana he was gifted. Vritra, appearing intrigued by Lise's unexpectedly quick return, dismisses the concern and instead shifts the focus, eagerly telling Lise to watch as he demonstrates his newfound power. The atmosphere shifts from tension to surprise as Vritra unexpectedly shrinks down to a tiny, adorable size. Minori is immediately charmed, poking and squeezing the small Vritra while giggling. Lise observes the transformation with curiosity, questioning if Vritra's ability to change size is linked to his mana-based form. Impressed by the display, Minori decides to fetch Jin and prepare tea to properly welcome their guest. Vritra, in his small form, complains to Lise about the annoying presence of demons, describing the situation as unpleasant. When Lise asks why he returned so soon, Vritra explains that the magic beasts and demons are actively accumulating miasma as they prepare for the revival of the Demon Lord. Lise listens intently, clearly troubled by the mention of the demons. Vritra tells Lizzie that he has decided to stick around for a while, leaving Lizzie shocked by the sudden announcement. Vritra explains that he has seen Lize's memories and suggests that Lizzie has also realized the truth behind the gathering miasma and the coming threat. Vritra declares his selfish motivation to eliminate the demons just to ensure he gets a good night's sleep, assuming Lizzie will handle the Demon Lord. Lizzie quickly corrects him, stating that he is not the one meant to defeat the Demon Lord. Instead, Lise explains that he is betting on Jin, the boy who possesses the brave factor. Vritra remains doubtful, questioning whether even the awakened boy will be enough to face the threat. Vritra continues to press his point, claiming that Lizzie will ultimately be superior to Jin, regardless of the boy's brave factor or magical talent. Lizzie is taken aback by the Vritra's strange and persistent ideas, calling him a silly evil Vritra. Undeterred, Vritra tells him to just wait and see, while Lizzie muses on how quickly humans grow, seemingly unfazed by the Vritra's bold prediction. Vritra, now in his small form, lies down and mumbles about being full after his meal. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods, Jin remains focused on his training, swinging his sword repeatedly to hone his skills. Minori walks over to Jin, who is taking a break from his intense sword practice. She offers him a cup of tea mixed with a potion, gently reminding him that working too hard can be counterproductive, and that impatience only dulls his skills. Jin looks at her, clearly feeling the weight of his training, as Minori notes his intense dedication. Sitting in the quiet of the forest, Jin opens up to Minori about the heavy burden of his destiny. He confesses that doubts constantly plague his mind, making him question if he is truly the hero he is expected to be. Looking amidst his inability to properly harness mana, feeling a desperate need to grow stronger and meet expectations, seeking guidance, or perhaps a sense of direction, he turns to Minori and asks if she is familiar with the legendary tale of how the Demon Lord was ultimately defeated. Jin expresses his childhood admiration for the hero who protected everyone. He smiles. Minori offers a pragmatic view, suggesting that the title of hero is only earned through the successful defeat of the Demon Lord, prompting a thoughtful reaction from Jin. Minori continues her explanation, emphasizing that the title of hero is not a predetermined destiny, but a status achieved by whoever successfully defeats the Demon Lord. Jin, listening intently, reacts with confusion, simply uttering "huh?" as he tries to process her perspective. Minori encourages Jin to stop brooding over his doubts and instead focus on his personal aspirations. She asks him directly who he wants to be, leaving Jin momentarily stunned as he contemplates the question. Jin then turns the conversation back to Minori, asking her why she works so hard, to which she hesitates to respond. Minori shares with Jin the profound resolve of Risa-sama, who is prepared to spend centuries if necessary to defeat the Demon Lord. She explains that Risa-sama views the human struggle as only a small fraction of an elf's lifespan, noting that he would even seek out new companions with the brave factor should they fail. Jin listens in stunned silence as the vast difference in their perspectives on time and duty becomes clear. Minori smiles warmly as she shares her perspective with Jin. She acknowledges that Risa-sama will always be held dear by many people across the past and future. But she confesses her own inner conflict. With a touch of vulnerability, she admits to Jin that she finds it frustrating to think about leaving their future in the hands of others. Minori expresses her heartfelt desire to stay by Risa's side and assist him for the duration of her life. Jin, listening intently, asks if that means it would be perfectly fine for him to be the one to defeat the Demon Lord and claim the title of hero. Jin looks at Minori with a gentle, appreciative smile. He is moved by her unwavering commitment to supporting Risi-sama, and he candidly remarks that she is quite cool, reflecting on the limited time humans have to make their mark. The scene shifts to a vibrant illustration featuring Lise, Jin and Minori, with Vritra perched playfully on Jin's head. The text highlights the anticipation of their journey, questioning what significant results a full year of dedicated training will bring to their group. The training has reached its 1-year mark. Lai stands by, watching intently as Jin and Minori clash in a heated sparring match. The sounds of steel ringing fill the air until Minori decides to escalate the intensity, chanting an incantation to enchant her blade with fire. With a shout of fire sword, she strikes, prompting a decisive moment as she calls out to Jin now. As the training continues, Jin focuses his energy and casts Jammer, manifesting a circular magical barrier to deflect the incoming attack. The close-up shot highlights the magical emblem on his sword as he successfully activates the defensive technique. As the training spar intensifies, Minori refuses to let up. Even after Jin manages to neutralize her previous attack, she quickly channels her magic again, shouting enchant, as she prepares to strike at him once more, determined to test his limits. The training session reaches a fever pitch as Minori presses her attack. Jin, caught in the heat of the moment, finds himself struggling to maintain his defense. He realizes with growing frustration that his current strategy of using only the Jammer spell is not enough to defeat Minori or bring the spar to a decisive end. Watching Jin's intense training, Vritra remarks on how the boy without mana has mastered both swordsmanship and mana usage in such a short time. Lee's, unfazed, reminds Vritra of his earlier claim that humans grow quickly. When Vritra insists that this level of progress is not yet enough to surprise him, Lee's confidently proposes a bet. Lizzie and Vritra continue their conversation, with Lizzie formally proposing the terms of their bet. Lizzie declares that if Vritra is surprised by Jin's growth during the match, Vritra must fulfill any one request. Lizzie makes Vritra accepts the challenge, noting that the terms of the bet apply to both of them. Vritra questions the logic of humans, wondering why they waste their short 60-year lifespans, forcing their way through challenges, instead of seeking more efficient methods. He asks Lai what truly keeps them going. Meanwhile, in the heat of their training spar, Jin and Minor remain locked in combat, their faces showing intense focus. Lai watches them closely and concludes that it is their obsession with their dreams that drives them both forward. Vritra observes Li's perspective and remarks that he thinks surprisingly like a human for someone who has lived for millennia. Lise dismisses the comment as silly, but the narrative shifts to his internal reflection. He contemplates his own origins, remembering the 30 years he spent living as a human before that life came to an unexpected end. Lizzie watches the training match with a soft, nostalgic expression. Seeing the relentless effort and passion radiating from Jin and Minori, he smiles and remarks that they are shining beautifully, perhaps seeing a reflection of the human spirit he once possessed. The training session reaches a fever pitch as Minori launches a swift attack, forcing Jin to react quickly. After narrowly dodging the blow, Jin catches his breath and points out that after 365 matches, he has finally begun to anticipate her movements and habits. Lise calls out to Vritra, urging the Vritra not to get too close to the dangerous spar between Jin and Minori. Vritra, however, laughs off the warning, insisting that it is fine. As Vritra flies closer to get a better look, Lise watches in surprise, wondering what the Vritra is planning to do. Vritra remains undeterred by the danger, insisting that it would be a waste not to witness such an intense battle from a closer vantage point. Meanwhile, in the heat of their spar, Minori channels her energy to cast an ultimate fire magic spell, shouting "Blaze!" as she unleashes a massive torrent of flames toward Jin. The training match takes a chaotic turn when Minori's powerful fire spell misfires, erupting into an uncontrollable blaze. Vritra, who had moved too close to the action, is caught off guard and frantically flees the encroaching flames, letting out a panicked shriek. Lise and Jin watch the sudden disaster unfold with expressions of alarm, realizing the situation has become far more dangerous than a simple spar. The training ground is engulfed in a violent surge of magical energy. Vritra finds itself trapped within the epicenter of the uncontrolled fire spell, while Jin stands nearby, bracing against the overwhelming power of the blast. A frantic cry rings out for Vritra as the situation turns critical. The intense magical blast leaves a lingering haze, Vritra, having narrowly avoided the direct impact, stares intently at the center of the explosion. Through the swirling dust and residual energy, Jin stands firm, gripping his sword tightly and bracing himself for the continuation of their training. The smoke begins to settle, revealing Lies and Minori staring at each other in shock. Lies, visibly rattled, mutters about what just happened, while Minori looks back at him with wide, startled eyes, both of them reeling from the intensity of the blast. The aftermath of the magical blast leaves everyone shaken. Minori is visibly panicked, apologizing profusely to Vritra, who is still reeling from the near-miss of being roasted by her spell. Meanwhile, Lies approaches the scene, unimpressed by the chaos, and reminds Vritra that the danger was entirely avoidable, had the Vritra listened to his earlier warnings. Jin looks on as the group tries to recover from the sudden intensity of the training session. Jin stares at his hands in disbelief, noting that the spell he just unleashed was significantly more powerful than his standard jammer technique. Vritra, having recovered from the blast, chimes in to remark on how surprised he was by Jin's sudden display of strength, acknowledging that the boy has clearly mastered the magic. Jin looks back at him, momentarily puzzled by the comment, before quickly clarifying that he is referring to his newfound magical proficiency. Les looks at Jin with excitement, confirming that the power he just displayed is exactly what he has been striving for. Jin, still reeling from the sensation of casting magic on his own, tries to find the words to describe the feeling, while Vritra watches the interaction unfold. As the group reflects on Jin's sudden magical breakthrough, Jin admits he didn't consciously picture anything specific during the casting. Lies explains that the most critical part of magic is visualizing the effect, suggesting that Jin's instinctual desire to protect others was the true catalyst that formed the shield. Jin remains amazed, describing the sensation as if his body had moved entirely on its own. Lies continues his analysis, suggesting to Jin that his intense desire to save Vritra-san was likely the driving force that manifested his power. The training continues as Jin and Minori analyze their performance during their 365th match. Jin reflects on how he poured everything into his attack, only for it to be perfectly negated. Meanwhile, Lies observes the interaction, asking Minori for her thoughts on the display. Minori candidly admits that she found the spell to be both amazing and incredibly powerful. The training session concludes with a milestone, as Jin manages to finish the match standing upright. Later, while sharing tea and snacks, Lies commends Jin for the incredible growth of his mana vessel since they began their journey. With Vritra and Minori listening, Lies declares that the time has come to initiate the next stage of their training, awakening the brave fact. As the group continues their discussion over tea, Lies emphasizes that the next step in Jin's growth is to experience real combat to awaken his brave factor. While Lies explains the plan, Jin notices Vritra eyeing Lies's food and quickly intervenes. Jin then attempts to address Lies, who is in the middle of detailing their upcoming mission to hunt monsters alongside Minori. As Lies continues to outline their training plans, Jin suddenly interjects with a serious expression. He asks if he would be allowed to act alone and start over as an adventurer again, a request that catches both Lies and Minori completely off guard. Lies expresses deep concern over Jin's sudden decision to venture out alone, questioning how he plans to handle the rising threat of powerful magic beasts without support. Jin, however, stands firm in his resolve. He admits that his request might seem selfish, but he reveals his true heart. He wants to become a cool adventurer, driven by a sincere desire to protect others. For Jin, this journey is the essential step toward becoming the person he truly wants to be. Jin firmly states his belief that venturing out on his own is the path to becoming stronger. Lies, looking at him with a gentle smile, challenges him to define his true identity and goals. Meanwhile, the conversation touches upon the painful memory of Jin being betrayed by adventurers in the past, and Minori expresses her concern about potentially taking advantage of his kindness. Jin looks on with a surprised expression as Lies processes his request. Lies, deep in thought, admits that while he wishes to keep those he cares about nearby where he can ensure their safety, he recognizes that Jin's unwavering resolve to strike out on his own might actually be the manifestation of his true potential. Lies smiles and tells Jin that he can proceed with his plan to travel alone, but only on one condition: he must take Vritra with him. Jin is surprised by the requirement, and Vritra is visibly shocked, questioning why he wasn't informed sooner. Lies laughs, explaining that he only just decided on it, and teasingly reminds Vritra that he lost their bet. Lies continues to tease Vritra, reminding the Vritra to use this opportunity to learn about human life so that he doesn't end up sealed away once more. Vritra, clearly flustered but resigned to the situation, shouts that he will accompany Jin on his travels. Jin, feeling reassured by the arrangement, expresses his genuine gratitude to have Vritra by his side. Lies continues to guide the group, explaining that for Jin to fully awaken his brave factor, He must gather 4 companions representing each of the elements. He reassures them that Vritra is the strongest bodyguard available for this task. Though Minori still looks on with lingering doubt, questioning if this plan is truly the right path. As Jin and Vritra get ready to set out, Lise watches them, musing that the Vritra might one day help Jin become a pillar of the Heros' strength with his gear packed and Vritra by his side. Jin turns to Lise, bids him a respectful farewell, and confidently declares that he is off on his journey. The scene shifts to a wider view where Jin and Vritra are seen walking away into the forest path. Lise and Minori stand in the foreground, watching them depart. Lise expresses his high expectations for Jin, hoping he will eventually become a hero who protects everyone, while Jin enthusiastically accepts the challenge. Following the departure of Jin and Vritra, Lise stands in silence, lost in his thoughts. Minori, observing his somber expression, gently remarks that he looks lonely. Lise reflects on Jin's departure, admitting that while he feels lonely, he is also struck by how dazzling Jin has become as he grows into his own. He feels as though Jin has moved a step ahead of him. Minori smiles, reminding Lise of Jin's hard-working nature and his desire to protect others, before tenderly promising to stay by Lise's side. Minori looks at Lise with a gentle, reassuring smile, her presence grounding him. However, Lise remains caught in his own thoughts, feeling a reluctance to openly confront the depth of his feelings or discuss them with her, choosing instead to keep his internal conflict to himself for the moment. Overcome by the weight of his long life, Lise confesses to Minori that he has always been afraid of the inevitable day they will have to part, as he feels he exists on a different timeline than those around him. Minori listens with concern, and in a gesture of comfort and connection, they hold hands, bridging the emotional distance between them. Lise continues his vulnerable confession to Minori. He admits that while he has been afraid of their eventual parting, he has also been using his long lifespan as a shield to escape the reality of living. Fully, he compares his current hesitation to his past life, feeling that he has failed to give his all in the same way that Minori and Jinkan have. Overcome with emotion, Lise pulls Minori into a close embrace. He continues his heartfelt confession, realizing that he can no longer use his long lifespan as a shield to avoid the pain and beauty of living a genuine life. Overcome with emotion, Lise holds Minori close, his heart finally open to the life he once feared to embrace. He confesses his love to her, expressing a profound desire to live alongside her and his friends for as long as possible. With tears in his eyes, he thanks her for everything, marking a turning point in his journey as he chooses to stop hiding from the passage of time. Overwhelmed by Liza's vulnerability, Minori embraces him tightly. With tears in her eyes, she reassures him that she will stay by his side for the rest of her life, bringing a sense of profound happiness and resolution to their shared moment. The forest is bathed in a brilliant, overwhelming light, reflecting the emotional breakthrough between Lise and Minori. As the sun rises over the trees, it signifies a new chapter where they are finally united in their resolve to stay together, leaving behind the shadows of their past fears. The scene transitions to Lise and Minori standing outside a building. Liza calls out to Minori, who looks back at him with a sword in hand, calling him Risi-sama as they look toward their future journey. Lise turns to Minori, his expression earnest as he asks if she has a moment to spare. He tells her that there is something important he would like to discuss with her, prompting Minori to look at him with curiosity and ask what it is. Sai and Minori sit together in the shade of a large tree. Sai explains that since Jin has set off on his own journey, they are currently waiting for his brave factor to bloom. He suggests that they should find something productive to do in the meantime, rather than just waiting around. Minori, though slightly flustered and secretly enjoying the rare quiet time they have had alone together, agrees that they cannot simply sit idle. As they contemplate their next move, Lise looks toward Minori and suggests a bold new plan, traveling to the demon realm, known as Dolls. The scene opens with a vibrant title page for Chapter 13, titled A Grand Adventure with a Tiny Dragon. Lise is shown, looking cheerful with Vritra perched on his head, signaling the beginning of their next journey. Minori looks visibly startled by the mention of Dallas. Lise calmly clarifies that he is aware of the location, because he saw it within the memories of his companion Vritra. Lise and Minori examine a map together. Lise points to a specific area, identifying it as the Great Circle Forest, Vestera, where they currently reside. He then indicates the deepest part of the region, known as Listesia, explaining to Minori that this is the resting place of the Demon King. Lise reveals to Minori that the demon race lives within the forest in a place called Dalles. When Minori questions the existence of demons, pointing out that they are believed to have been extinct for a long time, Lise acknowledges her skepticism, explaining that their presence is impossible to detect. Lise reveals to Minori that the reason the demons have remained hidden is due to recognition inhibition magic, noting that it is the exact same type of barrier that the elves possess. Minori, realizing the implications of this, begins to understand how the demon race has successfully avoided detection all this time. Lies candidly admits to Minori that he knows very little about the demons, their scale, their ecology, or the true goals of the Demon King. He stresses that to ensure Jin's generation can successfully defeat the Demon King, they must gather more information about these enemies of the world. With a serious expression, Lai asks Mandiri if she will accompany him on this mission, leaving her momentarily stunned as she reflects on his mention of Jin's generation. Minori enthusiastically accepts Liza's invitation to join him, exclaiming her agreement. Liza reflects on the future, noting that in 3 years the hero Jin and the people of Kukuri Fortress will be at the front lines against the demons. He explains to Minori that he is seeking this knowledge so that he can continue to be by her side throughout their journey. A week has passed since Liza and Minori discussed their plans. The forest remains quiet, as Lai reflects on his decision, determined to carry out the tasks he has set for himself to ensure he is ready for what lies ahead. Lizzie and Minori reach their destination, with Lizzie confidently stating that this is the place. Minori, however, looks around in confusion, noting that there is nothing there. Just as she questions the situation, a sudden rustling sound from the nearby bushes startles them, prompting an immediate reaction. Lies channels his magic, casting Hellgate to pierce through the forest's concealment. As the spell takes effect, a rift opens, and the upper half of a demonic beast abruptly emerges from the void. Minori is shocked by the sudden appearance of the creature, but Lies remains focused, confirming to her that they have finally found the entrance to the demon realm. The forest landscape undergoes a visible change, leaving Minori stunned by the altered scenery. Lise carefully analyzes the situation, noting that a one-way barrier has been erected, which allows things to exit but blocks any attempt to enter the demon realm. Lise signals to Minori that they have officially crossed into Dallas, the demon realm, and urges her to proceed with caution. As they stand at the threshold, they both notice the air is thick with a dense oppressive miasma, signaling the dangers that lie ahead in this hostile territory. Lies and Minori continue their journey through the desolate landscape as they walk through the remains of a destroyed village. Lies reflects on the fact that a full month has passed since they crossed into the demon realm, yet they have not encountered a single demon. Minori observes the surroundings, remarking that the houses in the area are built in strange, unnatural shapes. Lise kneels to inspect the ground, noting that the village was likely destroyed by demonic beasts and that traces of magic power still remain. He warns Minori to tread carefully. Standing nearby, Minori observes the ruins and questions if something significant has happened to the demon's side, given the state of the area. Lies and Minori observe that the miasma in the demon realm is growing denser, which seems to be causing an increase in the number of powerful monsters they encounter. To mitigate the effects, Lies casts purification magic on them. After confirming that Minori feels fine, Lies decides that they should continue their exploration and venture further into the desolate territory. Lies and Minori walk through the desolate, quiet streets of the ruined village. Minori stops to examine the surroundings, noting that the damage appears fresh, suggesting that the village was not destroyed long ago. Lies and Minori pause as they catch the faint sounds of combat echoing through the desolate village. Investigating the source, they find Eden, desperately fending off a pack of aggressive Rumi. Lies and Minori immediately prepare to intervene as they witness the dangerous encounter unfolding before them. Lizzie and Minori watch in disbelief as the scene unfolds before them. Minori points out that the demonic beasts are attacking people, but Lizzie quickly realizes the truth: the victims are not humans, but demons. As the demons scream in terror while being overwhelmed by the beasts, Lizzie and Minori are left struggling to process this unexpected turn of events in the demon realm. In the midst of the chaos, Eden shouts for the others to get down, desperately trying to shield them from the relentless demonic beasts. The demons are caught in a frantic struggle for survival, clearly overwhelmed by the ferocity of the attack. Refusing to back down, Eden swings with lethal precision, unleashing a sharp magical slash that cuts through the air and strikes the Rumi. The sudden counterattack forces the beasts back, as Eden fights with everything they have to turn the tide of the brutal ambush. Minori and Lai stand before the group of survivors they just saved from the Rumi. As the dust settles, the demons look at them with wide-eyed disbelief, clearly taken aback by their appearance. One of the elderly demons stares at them, trembling as he identifies them as hornless, highlighting the stark difference between the pair and the inhabitants of the demon realm. Minari find themselves in a tense standoff with the surviving demons. While Minari reflects on the fact that she intervened to help them in the heat of the moment, the reality of their presence sets in. Lies tries to call out to her, but the demons, staring in disbelief, identify them as a human and an elf, leaving the atmosphere thick with suspicion and shock. The Kuota, who identifies himself as Kuota, the village chief, approaches Lai and Minori to express his gratitude for their timely rescue. However, the atmosphere remains tense as Kuota questions how the pair managed to survive the toxic miasma that permeates the area. Lai and Minori stand guard, wary of the situation as they face the chief's pointed inquiry about their true purpose in such a dangerous place. As the sun begins to set and the surroundings grow dark, Kuota offers Lizzie and Minori shelter at his place as a gesture of gratitude for their help. Lizzie, referred to as Risa-sama by Minori, immediately accepts the offer with a cheerful smile. Minori is taken aback by his quick decision, looking at him with a mix of shock and confusion. Kuota gestures for Liz and Minori to follow him, leading them toward his traditional home as the evening settles over the village. Inside, a fire crackles in the hearth, offering a small comfort in the midst of the mysterious and dangerous surroundings. Inside the modest dwelling, Minori sits with Liz, unable to shake her wariness. She questions why Liz agreed to follow Kuota so easily, only to be corrected that he is not a human. While Liz observes the interior, noting that it reminds him of an old Japanese house, Minori remains visibly tense and skeptical about their host's true intention. Minori voices her concern about the inherent danger of staying in the demon's home, admitting she didn't expect them to be allowed inside. Liz calmly addresses her, reminding her that their primary objective is to gather information on the demons. He points out that, despite the risks, the inhabitants have been surprisingly welcoming, and he intends to see how the situation unfolds. Kuota presents a meal to her guests, apologizing for the wait and expressing uncertainty about whether it will suit their tastes. Minori, still wary, observes the food closely, noting that she watched Kuota prepare it and saw no signs of poison. Despite her lingering suspicion the offering, and immediately begins to eat, exclaiming his thanks, which leaves a startled Minori panicking at his lack of caution. As they taste the meal, Liz is pleasantly surprised by the gentle flavor. Comparing it to the cooking of Silphasan, he happily remarks that it gives him the same comforting feeling as eating Minori's food. Minori, holding her bowl, looks on with a mix of surprise and deep thought as she processes the unexpected warmth of the demon's hospitality. While Liz and Minori enjoy the comforting meal, the atmosphere in the room shifts. Minori looks up in surprise at Kuota's sudden comment. Kuota, sitting calmly, smiles warmly and shares that watching them eat reminds her of the days when her son was still around, creating a poignant moment of connection between the unlikely guests and their host. Liz asks Kuota if her son was taken by the demonic beasts, but Kuota solemnly clarifies that her son, along with all the other young people in the village, made the choice to leave the elderly behind. Minori is visibly shocked by this revelation, questioning why such a thing would happen. Liz listens intently as Kuota recounts the events from 3 years ago. With a sorrowful expression, she explains that the young people of the village were driven by a desire to serve the demon king, ultimately choosing to abandon their homes and the elderly to pursue that cause. Minori asks Kuota if the demonic beasts are attacking the demons themselves. Kuota explains that ever since the young people left, the village has been unable to defend itself and has fallen into a state of disrepair, adding that she does not even know if her son is still alive. Luzzie quietly acknowledges the grim reality, noting that this cycle of suffering is just like what he has seen among humans. The scene shifts to an exterior view of the quiet, rustic village at dusk. Before transitioning inside to Kuota, she sits alone by the hearth, lost in thought as she reflects on the turn of events, murmuring that the current state of things is quite different from what she had once expected. Minori kindly offers to help Kuota with the work, but Kuota is hesitant to burden her guest. As they interact, Minori reflects on her past, noting that the time she spent with a mother figure was one of the happiest moments of her life. Kuota, touched by the gesture, admits that she truly enjoys the company of her guests. The atmosphere grows quiet as the reality of the situation sets in. Liz and Minori exchange words about the Purda held dear, sadly noting that she is no longer among the living. Despite how much they wish things could have been different, Kuota looks at Minori with a knowing smile, confidently asserting that she is sure about her observation. She tells Minori that her face is currently revealing exactly what she is feeling, causing Minori to look up with a surprised and slightly embarrassed expression. Minori offers a gentle smile and introduces herself, clearly stating her name to Kuota. Kuota, appearing intrigued by the revelation, tilts her head slightly and repeats the name, processing the information as she continues their conversation. Liz sits with Kuota, noting that despite what he has read in books about demons being enemies of all races, he feels no hostility from the elderly residents of this village. Kuota reflects on the past, explaining that 3 years ago, the village youth decided to leave after declaring their intention to lend their strength to the Demon King. Reflecting on the potential threat of the Demon King's resurrection, Lizzie contemplates the safety of Kuota's son and his own role in the conflict. A few days later, Lizzie and Minori return to the village, showing Kuota the materials they gathered from the demonic beasts they fought. Kuota is visibly shocked by the sheer amount of loot, thanking them profusely. Liz humbly accepts the gratitude, noting that it is the least they can do given how well Kuota has looked after them during their stay. Lize and Minori express their concern to Kuota, questioning if she was truly not afraid to welcome members of another race into her home, especially considering the supposed hostility between them. Kuota listens intently, her expression softening as she contemplates their point, acknowledging the weight of their presence in her village. As the conversation continues, Kuota turns her attention to the dynamic between her guests. She notes how close Lias and Minori are, openly questioning how they managed to form such an intimate bond despite the inherent differences and potential hostility between their respective races. Liz and Minori stand in stunned silence as Kuota chuckles, confidently telling them not to underestimate an elder's intuition. The sudden realization that their bond is so obvious leaves both Liz and Minori blushing intensely, completely overwhelmed by the elder's teasing. Kuota looks at the two travelers with a gentle smile, explaining that despite her being a demon, she has come to treasure Liz and Minori deeply. Overwhelmed by her sincerity, Minori blushes while Liz smiles warmly, both of them acknowledging that they feel the exact same way about her. The atmosphere in the room remains warm and intimate. Liz and Minori openly express their love for Kuota, affectionately addressing her as Grandma Kuota and declaring their willingness to step in and get involved in her life, showing how deeply they have come to care for her. In a touching display of mutual affection, Lai and Minori smile warmly at Kuota. They openly express their love for her, calling her Grandma Kuota, and solidifying the deep familial bond they have formed, despite their different backgrounds. The atmosphere remains warm and intimate as Kuota looks at Liz and Minori with a gentle smile. She affectionately remarks that they are truly a bunch of cute kids, going so far as to express her heartfelt wish for them to stay in the village forever, further cementing the deep bond they have formed. Liz and Minori stand before Kuota, their expressions filled with both warmth and determination. Acknowledging the deep bond they have formed, Liz expresses his desire to continue exploring the world to gain more knowledge. With a final affectionate thank you to Kuota, the pair prepares to depart, carrying the wisdom and warmth they received from her as they move forward on their path. Kuota remains silent, her eyes fixed on the pair as she processes their words. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken understanding, culminating in her quiet acknowledgement of their existence as demons. Liz and Minori stand side by side, their expressions determined as they prepare for the next stage of their adventure. With Liz channeling magic and Minori poised with her sword, they remain focused on the path they have chosen to walk together. The next day arrives, and Liz stands before the villagers, including Minori and Ari, to fulfill his promise. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Liz begins to channel his power. He raises his hands, focusing intently as he prepares to cast his ultimate barrier magic to protect the village. With a surge of magical energy, Liz completes his incantation. A brilliant, blinding light erupts, manifesting as the Valkyria glitter, a powerful barrier that washes over the landscape, protecting the villagers and their home from harm. The village is now bathed in the protective light of the Valkyria glitter spell. Liz stands with a bright, satisfied smile, looking out over the area he has successfully shielded. Beside him, Minori watches with excitement, while Kuota and the other villagers look on in amazement at the powerful barrier that now ensures their safety. Liz confidently explains to Kuota that the barrier he cast is a powerful ancient magic, ensuring that no demonic beasts can threaten the village as long as he remains alive. Moved by his kindness, Kuota thanks him, relieved that they can now wait for her son and the others who had fled in fear of the Demon King's revival to return in peace. Liz acknowledges the situation with a somber, understanding nod. The story briefly turns to the past, depicting a group of Neri undergoing a menacing change as their horns suddenly flare with a bright red light. Kuota elaborates on the physiology of their race, explaining to Neri that demons are demi-humans who use their horns to transform poisonous miasma into usable magic power. She clarifies that this unique ability allows them to thrive in the miasma-filled demon realm, noting that their power scales with the density of the surrounding miasma. Neri listens in astonishment, realizing the true, hidden potential behind the demon's horns. As the conversation deepens, Kuota explains that demons possess internal magic power equivalent to theirs, a feat made possible by their horns. Liz listens intently, noting that he had already deduced this truth the moment he first observed them. The conversation shifts to the environmental factors of Dallas, where the thick miasma allows demons to generate external magic power effortlessly. Lais recalls his certainty regarding their survival, even after the Demon King was defeated. Meanwhile, Eri shares his own experiences, noting that while he could sense miasma in his youth, he describes how a demon's horns turned an unprecedented shade of red, accompanied by a noticeable change in their physical appearance. The conversation turns toward the panic that gripped the village. Quota laments the foolishness of her son and the others who fled in fear, misled by rumors of the Demon King's return without verifying the truth. Lizzie listens intently, noting that the demons remaining in the village seem remarkably indifferent to the supposed revival, confirming his belief that the fear surrounding the Demon King's return is largely unfounded among them. Lais contemplates the reasons behind the villagers' kindness, concluding that their lack of concern stems from viewing the Demon King as a distant mythical figure. He notes that in this regard, the demons are no different from humans, who also tend to treat such threats as stories from the past. Lais watches as Minori becomes increasingly distressed, her expression shifting from calm to panic. She firmly challenges the idea that the Demon King's return is merely a fairy tale, her voice trembling as she tries to convey the gravity of the situation. Lais, caught off guard by her sudden outburst, can only call out her name in concern as the weight of her words hangs in the air. Minori remains visibly distressed, her hand clutching her chest as she presses the issue of the Demon King's revival. A flashback panel shows her in a serious discussion with an elderly villager, highlighting her deep-seated fear that the threat is far more real than anyone in the village is willing to admit. As the discussion regarding the Demon King's revival continues, Quota speaks with a gentle, weary expression. She clasps her hands together, expressing that for the villagers, the only thing that truly matters is the safety of their kin, hoping that everyone returns home alive and well. As Lizzie stands with Minori, his mind drifts back to a heavy memory. In the flashback, Tali looks at him with intense gravity, declaring that Lee is the only one he can trust to defeat the Demon Lord and secure the future of humanity. Back in the present, Lise remains lost in thought, his expression serious while Minori stands beside him, silent and visibly uneasy. Lizzie stands in deep contemplation, his internal conflict weighing heavily on him as he acknowledges that while his ultimate goal is to defeat the Demon King, doing so might bring harm to the villagers, specifically Kuota's son. Meanwhile, Kuota interrupts his thoughts, realizing she had forgotten to give him an item, while Minori watches the exchange with curiosity. As Lise and Minori stand before the villagers, Kuota steps forward to present them with a special gift. She explains that while the item is quite worn, it is the only way they can express their deep gratitude for the heroes saving their home. Lise watches as the package is revealed to be an ancient, mysterious grimoire. Lise and Minori stare in awe at the grimoire, their expressions shifting from surprise to realization. Lise notes that the book is an incredibly rare treasure, with only a few copies existing in the human realm. Minori adds that the text is written in the demon language, highlighting the profound significance of the gift they have just received. Lise is visibly eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the ancient grimoire, his curiosity getting the better of him. Minori, however, remains composed and firm, clutching the books as she scolds him to calm down, reminding him that they have not yet finished their farewells to the villagers. Despite his desperate plea for just a quick look, Minori refuses to let him open the book just yet. Minori holds the ancient grimoire securely in her arms, keeping it away from Lise. She remarks to Kuota that Lise's body language makes it obvious how much he treasures the gift, teasingly adding that if she were to hand it over, he would surely lose track of time and spend the entire day reading it right there in the village. Ari gently explains to Lise and Minori that gifting the rare grimoire is the least they can do to show appreciation for the great lengths the pair went to in order to protect their village. Lise, listening intently, feels a renewed sense of purpose, thinking about his deep-seated desire to learn more about the world around him. As the farewells continue, Kuota and the villagers stand before Lise, expressing their unwavering hope that their children will one day return home. Kuota reassures Lise that they will keep doing their best for a little longer. Lise, listening to their words, reflects on their sincerity, feeling that they truly believed in his promise. Lise looks at Kuota with a gentle, hopeful expression, firmly stating his belief that everyone will return home safely. His words bring a sense of peace to the village chief. Kuota, visibly touched by the young elf's sincerity, smiles warmly and tells Lise that he is truly a kind-hearted elf. With their goodbyes said and a precious grimoire in hand, Lise and Minori depart from the village. As they share a final handshake, they set their sights on the path ahead, venturing deeper into the lands of dolls to continue their long journey. The narrative takes a brief look back at the past, capturing the daily life within Kuota's village. It was a peaceful time, just 1 month before Lase and Minori would eventually set out on their own path. Inside the guild, a receptionist firmly informs Jin that he is ineligible for the guild's missions due to his status as a solo adventurer. Taken aback by the sudden refusal, Jin stands in the doorway, struggling to process the news while Vritra rests on his shoulder. Jin remains at the guild counter, his expression somber as he overhears hushed conversations around him. Bystanders whisper in disbelief, questioning how he is still alive and recalling rumors that he had died after failing to escape or use magic, while one person recognizes him as the former baggage carrier for Croxonair. Sora maintains her professional composure while explaining that the guild's safety regulations strictly require a minimum of 2 A-rank adventurers for any mission. Vritra, offended by the implication that Jin is working alone, shouts in protest, demanding to be recognized. However, Sora remains unmoved, bluntly informing them that pets do not count toward the required head count, leaving Vritra completely stunned by the dismissal. Sora remains firm, explaining that the mission requirements cannot be met. Meanwhile, Jin nervously tries to pacify Vritra, acknowledging the guild's concern regarding his inability to use magic. Sitting on a bench, Jin laments his failed attempts to join other parties, only to be met with Vritra's blunt and mocking laughter. Vritra cruelly points out that no party would ever accept someone who cannot use magic. Jin, feeling dejected, realizes that his reputation as a magicless adventurer has already spread throughout the entire town. Jin sits on the bench, struggling to keep his spirits up. After the guild's harsh rejection, he reminds himself that he left his master and the others with a firm resolve, and that he cannot let this setback defeat him. Just as he tries to pull himself together, a voice calls out to him, interrupting his thoughts. Jin, who was just trying to maintain his resolve despite the guild's rejection, suddenly looks up with a startled expression, his eyes wide as he notices the stranger standing before him, while Jin and Vritra are still processing their rejection at the guild. A Soren in adventurer gear suddenly appears before them. He cuts straight to the point, asking if the rumors about Jin being an adventurer who cannot use magic are actually true. The step confrontation leaves Jin startled, while Vritra immediately feels suspicious and uneasy about the stranger's intentions. Soren continues his blunt approach, explaining to Jin and Vritra that he has only just arrived in town and is currently on his own as well. Jin, feeling a bit awkward and caught off guard by the stranger's sudden friendliness, can only offer a hesitant response. Soren catches Jin and Vritra off guard by proposing they form a party together. He confidently claims that Jin doesn't need magic to hunt horned rabbits, offering to handle the fighting himself, and even allowing Vritra to tag along. The unexpected offer leaves Jin and Vritra completely bewildered. Despite the awkwardness of the situation and Vritra's visible annoyance, Soren confidently introduces himself as Raiden, while reaching out to shake Jin's hand. Caught off guard by the sudden gesture, Jin hesitantly accepts the handshake and introduces himself as Jin Flitz. Soren, still going by the name Raiden, puts his hands behind his head and confidently tells Jin that he can handle everything, claiming to be the best earth mage from his village. He assumes their partnership is settled, telling Jin to just tag along. Jin, however, is left stunned and confused by the entire interaction, simply reacting with a blank, bewildered expression. Soren, acting with sudden confidence, uses his earth magic to effortlessly trap a horned rabbit. Jin watches in utter astonishment, his eyes wide and his jaw dropped, completely stunned by the display of power from the person who just moments ago insisted on joining his party. Soren, still posing as Raiden, muses aloud about how inconvenient it is to live without magic, a sentiment that hits home after his recent display. Jin, completely bewildered, stammers as he asks how Soren could use magic when he previously claimed he couldn't. Soren simply confirms it with a casual, "Yeah," before adding with a grin that he clearly still has a lot to learn, leaving Jin even more confused by his mysterious new companion. Jin stands frozen in place, his face filled with shock and confusion as he watches Soren dash away into the woods. Soren, fully committed to his goal, calls out that he must push himself even harder to get one step closer to mastering his craft. Jin stands alone in the forest, his mind racing as he tries to comprehend the incredible display of magic he just witnessed. He reflects on his simple intention to help someone, only to realize he may have inadvertently joined forces with an exceptionally powerful individual. The realization hits him hard, as he notes that this makes it the 50th time he has found himself in such a bewildering situation. The scene shifts to a tavern where a group of adventurers notices the arrival of Croxonair's party. They recall how, just a year ago, the group was considered a rising star among rookie parties. However, the conversation quickly turns dark as they mention the current rumors surrounding the party, specifically the grim reputation they have earned as companion killers. The gossipers sneer at the group's decline, specifically ridiculing the porter, who is known for being unable to use magic. Inside the tavern, the group continues to mock the porter, who lacked magic, sharing rumors that he has been spotted alive. and is currently adventuring with a country bumpkin. Their conversation is abruptly cut short when a man with an eye patch, a former teammate of the porter, slams his hand down and confronts them, demanding to know if the rumors about his former companion are actually true. Soren, fully focused and determined, prepares for a direct confrontation with the Mika Mika. He activates his magical equipment, shouting a challenge to the creature as he readies himself for the upcoming battle. Soren takes the initiative, shouting "Hup!" as he manifests a sharp stone pillar from the ground to intercept the Mika. As the Mika lunges forward, Soren quickly warns Jin, who is standing nearby, that the creature is heading his way. As the Mika charges forward, Soren swiftly casts magic interference, Jammer to disrupt its movements. The spell crackles with energy, forcing the Mika to falter, while Jin stands his ground nearby, sword drawn and ready to react to the shifting situation. Seizing the opportunity provided by Soren's interference, Jin shouts as he swings his blade toward the beast, catching the Mika off guard. Soren smiles, giving credit to Raiden for his crucial role in luring the beast into position. Nearby, Jin approaches with a cheerful expression, celebrating their successful teamwork in defeating the Mika. Soren takes a moment to contemplate his time spent adventuring with Jin. He observes that while Jin lacks magical power, he makes up for it with an incredible sensitivity to mana flow and a refined, efficient swordsmanship style that leaves no room for wasted movement. Soren begins to question Jin, but his words trail off as he catches sight of something startling. He stares in disbelief, his expression tightening with sweat as he realizes the sheer, massive amount of magic power stored inside Jin's simple wooden sword, a discovery that completely defies his previous assessment of Jin's lack of magic. Soren, still reeling from the discovery of the overwhelming magic power emanating from Jin's wooden sword, looks at him with a mix of shock and wariness, calling him a scary fellow. Jin, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his own power, questions why. The scene then transitions to a formal setting where the success of their recent mission is officially verified. Sora stands before a bookshelf, looking visibly anxious and sweating as she begins to speak to the party. She stammers while announcing the new status or designation for the Drank Party, Travelers of Hope. The atmosphere is celebratory as Soren and Jin receive their Bronze Guild button, marking their official promotion to a Crank Adventurer Party. The two share a moment of excitement over their achievement. Later, while enjoying a meal at a tavern, they laugh about their rising fame, noting that other adventurers have begun calling them the up-and-coming party. Soren gazes down at a document, his expression turning serious as he reflects on their journey. He acknowledges that, despite their progress and the recognition they've gained as an up-and-coming party, they are ultimately still confronted with the same recurring challenges they have always faced. Soren and Jin stare at the Crank Quest request form in dismay. The document clearly outlines the mandatory conditions for accepting such missions. The party must consist of at least 3 members who each hold a rank of C or higher. Jin, visibly agitated, growls in frustration because the guild still refuses to officially acknowledge him as a member. Soren sighs, admitting that they were so preoccupied with the intensity of their recent missions that they completely failed to account for these specific party requirements. Inside the bustling tavern, Soren watches as Vritra, currently appearing as a human, engages in a conversation with a man named Raiden. Vritra, clearly annoyed by the constraints of his human disguise, complains to Raiden that he could settle their current predicament in an instant if he were only able to revert to his true, massive Vritra form. Raiden, seemingly unfazed, tells Vritra to go find something to eat instead, while Soren looks on, quietly acknowledging Vritra. The tension in the tavern spikes as Luke suddenly appears, directing a sharp, insulting comment toward Jin. Jin, caught off guard, can only mutter Luke's name in response as the confrontation begins. Carol covers her mouth in disbelief, whispering that he really was alive, while Salala stands beside her, staring at Jin with wide eyes and confirming that it truly is him. The tension in the tavern reaches a breaking point as Luke aggressively confronts Jin. He lashes out, blaming Jin for a past blunder that caused his party to plummet from rank to drank. As Luke continues his verbal assault, Soren and Carol watch in disbelief, while Luke coldly dismisses any interference from bystanders. The confrontation intensifies as Luke aggressively grabs Jin, demanding to know how he is still alive after the disaster in the forest. He cruelly mocks Jin for his inability to use magic back then. As the pressure mounts and Luke screams for an answer, Jin finally breaks his silence, quietly revealing that he was saved by someone, leaving the onlookers stunned. Luke remains skeptical and aggressive, mocking Jin's explanation that he survived the forest incident, thanks to a mysterious savior. He finds it impossible that an Arank adventurer would have been present to rescue him from such powerful creatures. Jin, keeping his composure, thinks to himself that the person who saved him is beyond any conventional human measurement, far surpassing even Srank adventurers. Jin continues his defense with intense emotion, revealing that his master went beyond just saving his life. He declares that his master taught him how to fight, despite his lack of magical ability, ultimately entrusting him with the crucial mission of defeating the Demon Lord for the sake of humanity. Luke scoffs at Jin's passionate declaration, calling his words stupid. Unfazed by the mockery, Jin retorts that his return to this place is precisely because of the heavy responsibility he now carries, leaving Luke to question the absurdity of Jin's claims about the Demon Lord and the hope of humanity. Luke raises his voice to address the entire tavern, painting Jin as a habitual liar to turn the crowd against him. He cruelly questions how anyone could possibly trust the words of someone incapable of using magic, leaving Jin standing there, unable to counter the harsh accusations. Jin stands his ground, fervently declaring that his master Risi truly exists. Luke, however, remains relentless in his mockery, sneering at Jin and telling him that such an absurd figure only exists within his own head. Turning to the surrounding tavern patrons, Luke aggressively questions them, asking if they actually believe any of the nonsense Jin is spewing. The confrontation intensifies as Luke mocks Jin, demanding proof of his claims. While Jin struggles to respond, a bystander chimes in, admitting that while Jin's stories about his master seem unbelievable, he is not entirely convinced that Jin is a liar. The tension in the tavern shifts abruptly when a mysterious Eden steps forward. Commanding attention, they calmly ask Jin if his savior was indeed named Riisi. As Luke reacts with hostility, demanding to know who this newcomer is, the Eden reveals that they are familiar with Riisi as well, asserting that Jin's story is not a lie. Jin stares in shock as he notices the pointed ears of the mysterious figure, realizing she is an elf. Meanwhile, Minori rushes over, calling out to Rahab Lowry and playfully scolding her for disappearing without notice, leaving the surrounding crowd stunned by the revelation. The atmosphere in the tavern shifts dramatically as the identity of the mysterious elf is revealed to be the legendary Rahab, known as the Living History Book. The patrons are struck with disbelief, questioning why such a mythical figure would appear before humans. As the crowd begins to reconsider the validity of Jin's claims, Carol attempts to pull a furious Luke away from the confrontation. Luke, however, is consumed by anger and refuses to back down, shouting insults as he prepares to lash out. Luke, unable to accept the reality of the situation, directs his hostility toward Rahab Lowry, screaming that she must be a liar too. The tension in the tavern reaches a breaking point as Jin watches the scene unfold in disbelief, while Minori remains nearby, observing the chaotic outburst. The tavern atmosphere turns violent as Luke slams his hand onto the table in a fit of rage. A companion, distressed by his escalating behavior, calls out for him to cease his actions immediately. The tension in the tavern is abruptly broken by the arrival of the guildmaster. As Sora looks on, the guildmaster steps forward to command the room, silencing Luke and the others with his authoritative presence. He calmly declares that he will handle the situation from this point on, immediately pivoting the conversation toward the recent disturbance and a lingering mystery involving a member who went missing a year ago, leaving the onlookers, including Jin and Solala, anxious about the potential consequences. The guildmaster takes charge of the situation in the tavern. With a calm but firm demeanor, he addresses the group, suggesting that they should conduct a thorough investigation into the matter once again. Solala and the others stand by, listening in silence as the weight of his proposal settles over the room. The tension in the tavern shifts as Rahab Lowry turns her attention toward Jin and his companions. Jin, still reeling from the encounter, thanks her for her intervention meanwhile. Luke, clearly flustered and trying to make amends for his earlier outburst, stammers as he invites the legendary elf to share a meal with their group. Rahab Lowry calmly agrees to join the party for dinner, leaving Carol and the others stunned by her unexpected acceptance. As Jin and Luke scramble to properly introduce themselves, the sheer weight of the situation causes a sudden, clumsy outburst of shock among them. As the group tries to process the situation, Rahab Lowry calmly introduces herself as an elf, who is only just beginning to reach middle age, while also presenting her companion Anastasia to the party. Rahab Lowry explains that Anastasia is her current apprentice. The conversation shifts toward the practicalities of adventuring, as it is noted that taking on new requests requires having party members. The conversation at the table turns to the practical struggles of their adventuring life. Luke points out the absurdity of their situation, mentioning their weird pet that creates a mess with its physical attacks, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to consider joining their party. The group shares a moment of weary agreement, acknowledging that no one is crazy enough to sign up for their chaotic lifestyle. The tavern atmosphere remains lighthearted as Vritra, the small Vritra, loudly protests his current limitations, claiming he is a legendary beast trapped in a weak body. Jin and the others tease him mercilessly, dismissing his grand claims of power. When Vritra accuses a healer named Reese of tricking him, the group quickly jumps to the healer's defense, leading to a chaotic and humorous exchange. Rahab Lowry observes Vritra closely, noting a clear disturbance in the Vritra's magical circuitry. She bluntly tells the group that the issue stems from a sloppy procedure performed by someone else. Jin, surprised by her insight, confirms that he is indeed Reese's apprentice as Rahab continues the conversation. Jin stands firm in his loyalty, declaring that Reese is a master he deeply respects. Rahab Lowry listens with a knowing smile, clearly amused by his dedication. She remarks that it is good to hear such devotion, adding with a serious tone that she will have to keep an even closer eye on the party moving forward. The atmosphere at the tavern shifts dramatically when Rahab Lowry calmly asks if she can join Jin's party. Jin and his companion Luke are completely caught off guard, staring at her in disbelief as they process the request. Rahab explains that her rank status in the Adventurers Guild should make her a suitable addition, leaving the group stunned by the sudden offer. While Jin struggles to comprehend that someone of her caliber wants to join them, his companion erupts in wild, ecstatic celebration at the thought of having Rahab Lowry on their team. The tavern erupts in excitement as the party members process Rahab Lowry's offer. Salala eagerly declares that she will join if Rahab-sama does, while Luke frantically urges Jin not to let such a golden opportunity slip away, insisting they head to the guild to submit the application immediately. As the other party members excitedly rush off to finalize their guild application, Rahab Lowry remains at the table with Vritra. With a knowing smile, she probes the small Vritra about his relationship with Reese, before making a tempting and secretive offer to fix the flawed magical socks within his body. Rahab Lowry holds a finger to her lips in a hushed gesture, her expression calm and knowing. She tells Vritra that it is a master's duty to clean up after their apprentice's messes, further deepening the mystery surrounding her true intentions and her connection to Reese. Vritra excitedly agrees to keep their arrangement a secret, his small form buzzing with energy. Watching him, Rahab Lowry sips her drink with a calm, observant expression, noting to herself that the young Vritra seems to be truly enjoying his journey in the outside world. Time has passed since the group left Quota Village. Now, half a year later, they stand amidst the wreckage of Roado Village. The once thriving settlement lies in ruins, completely decimated by the rampaging demon beasts, leaving the group to wonder if any survivors remain to be sacrificed to the demon lord. Lizzie and Minori stand amidst the wreckage of the village. Minori notes that the speech patterns they encounter remind her of the grandmother from Quota Village. Lizzie, looking somber and focused, acknowledges her observation and confirms that his dark premonition regarding the village has unfortunately proven to be correct. 6 months have passed since Lies and Minori departed from Quota Village. As they journey toward Dali's, the demon realm, they find that the settlements they passed through have been left in ruins. While they have yet to encounter any demons, they manage to uncover several mysterious grimoires written in demon languages amidst the wreckage. Lee and Minori search through the debris of the ruined settlement, realizing they have stumbled upon the village's archive. Lee confirms the location is Roado Village and expresses relief that he kept up his research after receiving a grimoire from his grandmother. As he flips through the pages of the ancient texts, he finds the distinct differences between the demon realm's magic and human magic to be deeply intriguing. Lee observes the surroundings, realizing that the environment saturated with miasma has a profound effect on magical evolution. He reflects on how demons, having evolved alongside such power, possess a natural affinity for it that humans lack, noting that this exposure has caused his own dark attribute magic to expand rapidly. Cease and Minori continue their journey, discussing their study habits. C recalls a previous incident where he became so engrossed in a grimoire that he neglected his basic needs until Minori intervened. As they prepare to set up camp, C takes a moment to contemplate his existence. Having spent 100 years as an elf, he realizes that his internal clock and perspective on time have shifted significantly, separating him from the fleeting nature of human life, even as Minori remains by his side. As Lies continues his journey, he takes a moment to reflect on the path he has traveled. Walking alone, he contemplates his long life as an elf and the experiences that have shaped him, ultimately feeling a profound sense of gratitude for everything he has encountered. 3 days have passed since Lai and Minori established their camp within the desolate ruins. Inside the tent, Lai is surrounded by stacks of ancient grimoires. As he stretches and examines the texts, he realizes with a sigh that he has yet to uncover any significant new information concerning the demon lord or the hero. Lost in thought, Lai remembers the words of those he has met on his journey. While Ari once expressed that the safety of others was enough, Lai remains firm in his resolve. He recalls the intense request to destroy the demon lord and reaffirms his commitment to fulfilling the promise he made to Grillet Garlanda. Inside the quiet tent, Lee continues his research while Minori rests peacefully nearby. Watching her sleep, He is struck by the reality of their differing lifespans and the inevitable separation that awaits them. However, he quickly shakes off the melancholy, reaffirming his resolve to do everything in his power to extend their time together. Deep in thought within his tent, Lizzie struggles with the realization that the Demon Lord has been defeated repeatedly throughout history, yet always manages to return. He reflects on the limitations of magic, lamenting that even after millennia, no spell has been discovered to truly conquer the concepts of time and death. Deep in his studies, Lise frantically flips through the pages of an old grimoire. His eyes widen as he stumbles upon a revelation, questioning if an external element is involved in the Demon Lord's cycle. He begins to suspect that the source of the enemy's persistent return is a mysterious power that exists beyond the boundaries of their world. Deep in his research, Lysing contemplates the recurring nature of the Demon Lord. He recalls the term reincarnation from his past life, applying it to the enemy's ability to return after death. As he stares at the ancient texts, a bold and dangerous idea forms in his mind. If he could somehow acquire the Demon Lord's element, he might finally be able to put an end to this endless cycle. Lise and Minori are suddenly alerted to a powerful presence drawing near. Sensing at least 100 entities approaching, Lise turns to Minori, identifying the threat as a group of demons. He notes with concern that one of them wields power strikingly similar to that of the Demon Lord, signaling a dangerous turn in their mission. A group of Neri, led by a mysterious masked figure, descends upon a village. The leader callously asks if there are any residents left to be offered to the Demon Lord, noting that all inhabitants of the previous villages they visited have already been taken by monsters. The villagers, including Kuota, look on in despair as the demons make their ruthless demands. Lise explains to Minori that the creature they see is a battle drake, a small two-legged dragon, and reassures her that they will be fine, even as he wistfully remarks that he wants to ride one himself. Meanwhile, the pair remains tense, wondering if the creature has spotted them as they continue to observe the enemy forces. Lise watches the battle drake closely, realizing that the creature possesses an instinct to avoid beings far stronger than itself. He points out to Minori that the demon riding the beast is clearly powerful. Minori remains vigilant, impressed by Lise's assessment as they continue to hide and observe the approaching threat. Gulger, a stern demon with a horn and mustache, looks around the desolate village with contempt. He remarks on the absence of survivors and mocks their weakness, leading him to question if he and his subordinates even belong to the same species. His subordinate nervously addresses him as Gulger-sama, acknowledging his observation. Hiding from the approaching threat, Lise activates his appraisal magic to gather intelligence. The magic reveals that the leader is Gulger Zolinger, the captain of the Southern Magic Retrieval Squad of the Demon Lord's army, who rides a dragon mount named Vanshan and specializes in dark attribute magic. Lise notes that as they draw closer to Lastesia, the presence of survivors becomes increasingly scarce. As Lise and Minori continue to monitor the demon squad from their hiding spot, Minori notices a disturbing change in the demon's appearance, pointing out that their horns have turned a strange, ominous red. Lise confirms that his appraisal magic has successfully taken effect, revealing deeper details about the threat they are facing. Lise watches intently as Gulger holds a dark orb, noticing that it is actively drawing in magic power from the surroundings rather than emitting miasma. As Lise tries to make sense of the phenomenon, Gulger grows impatient with his subordinates, harshly scolding them for their incompetence while stressing that their mission to gather power for the Demon Lord's revival is of the utmost importance. The atmosphere turns intense as the demon subordinates begin shouting their absolute loyalty, claiming they are ready to die for the Demon Lord's cause. Lise and Minori look on, visibly unsettled by the sudden, fervent outburst. Gulger, holding the mysterious orb, watches his troops with a cold, satisfied smirk, praising their fanatical spirit, as he believes it will please the Demon Lord. Lise and Minari watch in horror as they uncover the dark truth behind the demon's fanatical behavior. Lise identifies the phenomenon as mind-corrupting magic, realizing that the orb is being used to strip the demons of their free will and transform them into obedient, loyal soldiers for the Demon Lord's army. Lise observes the demons closely, noting that despite their fanatical behavior, their true consciousness remains trapped inside, evidenced by the tears they shed while resisting the control. He explains to Minori that they are not acting willingly suddenly. The demonic squad mentions their next destination, Quota Village, catching Lise and Minori off guard. Gulger calmly acknowledges the plan, signaling his intent to continue their mission. The mind control takes a dark turn as the demons, stripped of their true will, begin to speak of sacrificing their own loved ones. A subordinate, clearly struggling internally but forced to comply, expresses a twisted gratitude and willingness to offer up his own grandmother and family to the Demon Lord's cause. highlighting the horrific extent of the brainwashing. Minori looks at Lies with a calm expression, telling him that it is all right. She reaches out and takes his hand, offering him comfort. As they continue to observe the disturbing scene unfolding before them, feeling reassured by Minori, Lizzie steals his resolve and prepares to strike back at the demon forces. As they move to initiate their ambush, Gulger suddenly stops, sensing the presence of a survivor nearby. He coldly reprimands his subordinate for failing to secure the area and commands them to hunt down the remaining individual. A sudden, violent explosion rocks the area, catching the demon soldiers off guard. While his subordinates panic and cry out in alarm, Gulger remains calm and dismissive. He reveals that with the power of the orb granted to him by the Demon Lord, even a low-tier demon would be rendered helpless, demonstrating the terrifying influence of his mind-corrupting magic. Gulger holds the glowing orb aloft, its dark energy pulsing as he imposes his will upon his subordinates. Under the influence of the mind-corrupting magic, the demons lose their internal struggle and are driven into a bloodthirsty rage. They scream in unison, ready to carry out Gulger's orders to kill and drain magic power, while Gulger watches with a dismissive, cold observation about their vulnerability. Lizzie moves with incredible speed, leaping over Gulger and catching him off guard. As he flips through the air, Lizzie boldly challenges the demon leader, telling him that if he wants to retrieve his magic, he will have to defeat him first. Lies swiftly channels his power, casting anti-dark attribute magic enchant and light attribute magic enchant onto his blade. With a brilliant flash, he executes a technique called Glorious Glam, forcing Gulger to react defensively as the strike lands with a heavy thud. Lizzie stands before the demon leader, Gulger, having successfully bypassed his initial detection despite masking his magical signature. Gulger, visibly unsettled by the sudden appearance of this mysterious opponent, demands to know his identity. Lies remains composed, noting that he is using this encounter to give meaning to his remaining 900 years of life, while casually remarking that this is his first time ever fighting a demon. Lies maintains his calm demeanor, explaining that battling a demon is an experience he needs to undergo himself to make his long life meaningful. Irritated by Lies's philosophical tone, Gulger shouts in frustration, struggling to push back against the intense pressure of Lies's blade. Lies demonstrates his incredible magical prowess by stacking spells until his blade is shrouded in darkness, leaving Gulger in disbelief at such a technique. Gulger tries to regain his composure by taunting Lies and questioning if he is cowering in fear. However, Lies simply looks back at him with a composed, knowing smile, completely unfazed by the demon's bluster. Lies takes a moment to reflect on his journey, realizing that the vast knowledge he accumulated over his long years of study has finally come together through his lived experiences. He views these facts as individual dots that he has successfully connected. Standing tall, he declares his identity as an elf and acknowledges his presence in the outside world, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Gulger stares at Lies, his expression cold and analytical. He speaks with a sense of condescension, describing Lies as nothing more than a common elf who has set out on a journey with the simple desire to leave a legacy behind. In the heat of battle, Lies maintains his composure and introduces himself as Reis Klein with a friendly smile. Much to Gulger's annoyance, the demon leader lashes out, shouting that elves do not belong here. As their blades lock, Lies becomes focused and observant, realizing that the magical flow he previously detected from Gulger and his sword has suddenly vanished. Lies strikes with precision, overwhelming Gulger and forcing a pained shout from the demon leader as he is sent reeling from the impact. Gulger, visibly shaken and frustrated, realizes that Lies possesses power on par with the highest magic class, noting that he couldn't even sense the attack coming. As they stand amidst the ruins, Gulger regains his composure and prepares to finish fight, demanding to know if Lies is affiliated with the Heros party. Lies, surprised by the mention of a hero, remains on guard as the tension between the elf and the demon intensifies. In the midst of the ruined battlefield, Lies and Minori quickly coordinate their final strategy. Minori is tasked with drawing away the demons guarding the commander, creating an opening for Lies to engage him in a one-and-own duel. As they prepare to execute the plan, Lies stresses that Minori's role is crucial to their success, but he pauses to mention that he has one final request before the battle reaches its climax. Lies entrusts Minori with the crucial task of saving the controlled demons, a request she accepts with determination, as Minori dashes away to draw the attention of the surrounding enemies. Lies remains behind, focusing his energy to manifest a high-level fire magic spell to confront the demon commander. With intense focus, Minori channels her energy and unleashes a devastating magical technique known as Phalanx. The sheer power of her spell illuminates the scene, marking a pivotal moment in the confrontation as the series title appears on screen. Lies reels from the impact of the demon commander's attack, his expression one of shock and realization. He struggles to comprehend how Gulgur managed to unleash such a devastating blow without any prior magical buildup, leaving him vulnerable to the sudden surge of ultimate magic. Gulgur stares at Lee in disbelief, realizing the young elf possesses the rare ability to cast magic without chanting. He pauses the confrontation, demanding to know more about Lee's before he finishes him off, while Lee looks on, waiting for the demon's next move. Gulgur sneers at Lies, asking if he is part of the Heros party. When Lies calmly challenges him by asking what if he is, Gulgur laughs, claiming it is his lucky day, and that the demon lord will be pleased. He arrogantly asserts that if the Heros party is made up of inferior beings like Lies, they will be easily crushed, and he prepares to wipe them all out. Gulgur launches a powerful, non-chanted water magic attack, forcing Lies to recoil. Lies watches in frustration, realizing that Gulgur's ability to cast advanced magic without incantations puts him at a severe disadvantage, as he is forced to chant to keep up. Facing the relentless pressure from Gulgur, Lies refuses to back down. He focuses his energy and casts his own spell, Reviment, as a glowing magic circle appears before him to counter the incoming water attack. Lies watches as his defensive spell clashes with the incoming magic, hoping to cancel it out. However, his expression shifts to pure shock as he realizes the demon has cleverly concealed an earth spear within the flames, bypassing his defenses and putting him in immediate danger. Staggering back from the force of the blow, Lies gasps in pain. He realizes with growing dread that Gulgur has layered earth magic within his attack, making it impossible to predict or counter effectively. As he struggles to maintain his footing, Lies acknowledges that his current defensive strategy is failing against the demon's unpredictable and multi-layered magical assault. Gulgur continues to berate Lies, shouting that the elf is nothing but a coward and questioning the judgment of the demon lord and Wava-sama for considering him a threat. Meanwhile, Lies retreats further into the dense, miasma-filled region of Dales. He internally reflects on the dire situation, noting that Gulgur's horn grants him seemingly infinite mana, which, combined with his ability to cast magic without chanting, makes him an incredibly formidable opponent. Lies finds himself in a desperate struggle, realizing that Gulgur is capable of performing chantless magic and utilizing multiple attributes entirely on his own. He draws a mental comparison to his encounter with Rahab Lowry at the Elven village, noting that while she relied on a multitude of magic tools to achieve such feats, Gulgur is replicating that level of power through his own raw ability, leaving Lies at an overwhelming disadvantage. Lies keeps running through the dense forest, trying to put distance between himself and his pursuer. Gulgur, mounted on his beast, closes the gap with ease, taunting the elf by asking what he intends to do next. Frustrated by Lies' evasive maneuvers, Gulgur shouts for him to show his power, clearly losing his patience with the ongoing chase. Lies stands frozen in the middle of the forest path. The air is thick with tension as Gulgur's presence manifests as a colossal, terrifying silhouette that towers over the young elf, signaling that the confrontation has reached a critical and suffocating peak. Lies successfully manages to stop the pursuit, feeling that the moment to act has finally arrived. However, his companion Xian is caught off guard by the sudden halt, frantically questioning why he stopped and demanding to know what is going on in the heat of the moment. The atmosphere in the Forest of Dolls turns volatile as Gulgur, fueled by his immense magical power, loses his patience. He glares at Lies, his face twisted in pure rage, and hurls a hateful insult at the elf, signaling that the confrontation is reaching a breaking point. Taking advantage of the brief distance he gained, Lies ducks behind a tree to break Gulgur's line of sight. He focuses his energy, determined to turn the tide of the battle by casting his ultimate appraisal magic to reveal the true status of his pursuer, Gulgur Zolinger. As Lies observes from afar, his ultimate appraisal magic unveils the horrifying truth behind Gulgur's strength. The magic formulas are not merely cast, they are physically integrated into Gulgur's very being, from the evil Dragonbone magic greatsword, Graham Rays, to the enchantments woven into his arms and the magic sealing crystal. Gulgur possesses a terrifying arsenal of elemental and mental corruption magic that makes him a formidable threat. Lies observes the intricate magical structures within Gulgur, recalling the basic theory that casting magic requires guiding mana through specific formulas. As he connects these principles to what he sees, he finally realizes the terrifying truth behind Gulgur's power, exclaiming that he now understands exactly what is happening. Lies continues his tactical analysis, realizing that Gulgur's ability to bypass chanting relies on pre-materialized magic formulas, that while the technique is incredibly powerful, it demands immense mana and extreme physical durability to sustain. Despite understanding the mechanics, Lies is still baffled by the speed at which Gulgur executes these spells. As Lies hides behind a tree, Gulgur's with a sinister anticipation for what comes next. smiles sensitive for what comes next. Standing high upon a withered tree, Lai stretches out his arms to cast a white Daria detection spell. He focuses his intent on the entire forest, determined to track the flow of miasma and the subtle traces of mana left by his opponent. With a confident smirk, he activates a powerful combination of appraisal and mana-sensing magic, chanting Gidakrokirs to unveil Gulger's position. Lais intently watches the flow of mana around Gulger. He realizes that Gulger's horn is the key, functioning as a medium that transforms the surrounding miasma into usable mana, a special trait of demons he once heard about from his grandmother. However, as he tracks the energy, he notices something peculiar. The mana flow abruptly stops at Gulger's hands, leaving Lais to wonder about the mechanics behind it. Li Si continues his deep analysis of Gulger's magical structure. He notes that mana is typically meant to circulate through the body's mana vessels like blood. However, he discovers a peculiar anomaly in Gulger's system. The mana flow abruptly halts at his core, his horn, his solar plexus, and his hands, suggesting a highly unconventional way of managing power. Sais has a breakthrough. Realizing the Gulger's and unnatural mana circulation is a deliberate choice to turn his own body into a magic tool. Finding the concept fascinating, Sais decides to test the theory himself, attempting to materialize a magic formula and fix it to his fingertip while gathering mana in his arm. As he tries to voluntarily cut off the flow, he accidentally triggers a small, unintended discharge of energy, exclaiming, "Whoops!" as he continues his practice. Lizzie struggles to control his mana as he attempts to mimic Gulger's unique technique, admitting he couldn't hold the energy back. Suddenly, he notices Gulger moving through the forest, heading straight for the village. Realizing the urgency, Lizzie is shocked by the demon's change in direction, while Gulger dismisses the encounter as a waste of time. Refusing to engage in any more games, Liz is struck by a sudden realization. Gulger is not just wandering, but actively moving toward Minori. Understanding that the demon intends to use his companion as bait to force a confrontation, Liz feels a surge of urgency. Meanwhile, Gulger wears a sinister grin, confident that capturing the little friend will successfully draw Lai into his trap. Lise continues his intense training, realizing that materializing a formula for ultimate magic is currently beyond his reach. He decides to pivot his strategy, focusing his concentration on manifesting impact magic instead as he prepares for the impending confrontation. Lai stares at his hand, marveling at the successful manifestation of his magic formula after cutting off his internal mana flow. Reflecting on his century of life, he realizes he has reached a new milestone. He recalls the mechanics of his own impact magic, a technique he created to bring his fantasies to life. Though he acknowledges it isn't the most powerful spell, the ease of its execution provides him with the necessary edge he needs to confront the situation at hand. Focusing on the sensation of the mana he has successfully contained, Lais prepares to test his impact magic. He decides to start with a smaller, controlled burst to see how it performs. With a shout of hup, he releases the energy, sending a concentrated shockwave crashing into the trunk of a nearby tree. Watches in disbelief as the shockwave he unleashed tears through the trees with far more intensity than he had planned. Caught off guard by the sheer force of his own technique, he stares at his hands, wondering if he failed to properly regulate his mana vessels during the casting process. Lizzie stands his ground in the forest, having successfully masked his presence to lure Gulger out. As the demon leader approaches, Lizzie prepares to unleash his fire magic, excited to put his training to the test. Gulger, however, mocks Liza's efforts and confidently declares that such attacks will not work on him. The confrontation intensifies as Gulger sneers at Lizzie, finally acknowledging his presence. However, the demon leader's arrogance quickly turns to shock when he realizes that Lizzie, whom he considers an inferior being, is capable of wielding multiple magic attributes. Undeterred by the taunts, Lizzie focuses his energy and activates ultimate physical enhancement magic. Ready to push his limits in this decisive battle, Gulger arrogantly mocks Lizzie, claiming that someone as insignificant as him will be easy to defeat. Unfazed by the taunts, Lizzie focuses his mana and activates the powerful Tear Is Out technique, readying himself for the fight. Lise launches a decisive counterattack, catching Gulger off guard as his magic is suddenly dispelled. A stunned Gulger cries out in disbelief and anger, calling Lee a shitty elf, as the tide of the battle shifts in Lize's favor. Lize wastes no time, channeling his energy to unleash a powerful impact magic attack directly at Gulger. The sudden forceful blast catches the demon leader off guard, escalating the intensity of their confrontation as Lize presses his advantage. Lise stands over the fallen Gulger, his face beaming with a cheerful, triumphant smile. As Gulger struggles on the ground, gasping in disbelief that Lise could master chantless magic so quickly, Lise candidly admits that he picked up the technique right in the middle of their battle, thanking his opponent for the opportunity to evolve his power. The scene shifts to a dramatic title card for Chapter 18. Lies appears above, looking down with intense focus as he channels magic from his hand, while Gulger is shown below, visibly rattled by the elf's overwhelming power. The text highlights Lies' philosophy that powerful enemies are merely opportunities for further magical experimentation. With Gulger incapacitated on the ground, Lies stands tall, focusing his energy on the demon's horn. He contemplates the effectiveness of sealing the source of Gulger's magical power, realizing that doing so will render the demon leader completely powerless. As the magical seal begins to manifest, Lies prepares to finalize his victory. Lizzie focuses his energy, testing out a new technique. He casts a dark magic spell, Koshik or Sticky Whip, extending a powerful magical lash forward. Meanwhile, a creature nearby remains unbothered, continuing to eat as if nothing unusual is happening. Gulger finds himself completely immobilized by Lies' Sticky Whip spell, panicking as he tries to break free. Lies watches calmly, noting that Gulger has already realized the nature of the binding magic, while the demon leader curses his predicament. Lies stands confidently, wearing a mischievous smile as he dismisses Gulger's desperate questions with a casual who knows. Meanwhile, Gulger, trapped and unable to access his magical abilities, lashes out in fury, cursing Lies for his underhanded tactics. Lies calmly looms over the restrained Gulger, explaining that while the demons are weak, the influence of the magic crystal makes them dangerous opponents that Gulger cannot hope to overcome. Despite his current helplessness, Gulger refuses to yield, shouting in frustration that he still has many other soldiers at his command. The forest remains thick and shadowed, as a voice suddenly rings out, commanding the hidden soldiers to step forward and demonstrate their loyalty to their leader. Gulger grows increasingly desperate and confused as his calls to his soldiers go unanswered in the forest. Lai, standing nearby with a relaxed and knowing expression, interrupts the demon leader's panic to reveal the grim reality behind their silence, pointing out that the soldiers are currently under the influence of mind control magic. Lies looks toward Minori with a determined expression, revealing that the mind control magic that had been suppressing the demon soldiers was lifted a while ago. He emphasizes that the key to turning the tide of the battle now rests entirely on her shoulders. Lise calmly asks Minori to borrow her sword. When she questions his intent, he begins chanting an anti-dark attribute magic enchant. As he finishes the incantation, the sword erupts with crackling magical energy. Minori kneels in astonishment, holding the now transformed weapon as Lise identifies the spell as Acetogrelin, an antidemon invitation, signaling that she is now ready to engage the enemy. Lise explains to Minori that the antidemon enchantment he cast is based on a powerful inversion magic he discovered in an old book from Quota Village. He theorizes that since the Demon King uses this magic to control his forces, the same principle can be used to reverse the effect. Lise instructs Minori that by using her enchanted sword to strike the demon's horns, she can trigger the inversion and snap off the souls out of their brainwashed state. Minori, focused and ready for battle, looks to Lise for her next move. Lise offers words of encouragement to Minori, who is worried about potentially hurting others. He expresses his deep trust in her, which gives Minori the resolve to do her best. As they prepare for the confrontation, Gulger, still desperate, orders his soldiers to kill Lise and retrieve his magic powers at any cost. Lise stands before a panic-stricken Gulger, who is reeling from the realization that his brainwashed army has been liberated. Lise remains composed, informing the demon leader that his allies have abandoned him. As Gulger demands to know what he means, Lise holds up a glowing magical orb, thanking him with a cryptic sense of gratitude for the turn of events. Lise walks toward the cowering Gulger, his demeanor calm and composed. He remarks that he owes Gulger for the chance to learn how to cast magic without chanting. As Gulger recoils in terror, begging him to stop, Lise declares that he intends to use this very magic on him. Lise looks down with a calm, almost chilling expression as he holds the glowing orb containing the shrunken and defeated Gulger. He finishes his thought, emphasizing that this outcome is all he desires, leaving the demon leader completely powerless and contained. Minori walks up to a demon soldier sitting on the ground. She asks if he is awake, and the soldier, now free from the Demon King's control, slowly opens his eyes and looks up at her in silence. Minori approaches the demon soldier, who is visibly stunned to see a human standing before him. She calmly introduces herself and mentions that the grandmother from Quota Village has treated her well. The mention of the village elder causes the demon soldier to tremble as he realizes the connection, tearfully questioning if she is referring to his own mother. The demon soldier, now free from the enchantment, collapses under the weight of his memories. He tearfully confesses to Minori that he had sacrificed his own mother to the Demon King and attacked innocent villages, explaining that his horn had burned as he lost control of his own actions. Minori, horrified by the depth of his suffering and the atrocities he was forced to commit, cries out in response, Minori gently encourages the tearful demon soldier, telling him that eating delicious food with someone is the best remedy for his emotional pain. The soldier is visibly surprised and moved by her compassion, hesitating before finally asking if they could share a meal together. Minori sits with the group of freed demon soldiers, watching them eat with a gentle smile. When one of them expresses gratitude, she kindly offers them more food. Reflecting on her actions, she shares that she learned this kindness from the people she respects. While the soldiers continue to eat, finding comfort in the warm meal, the atmosphere softens as the demon soldier takes a bite of the meal. Tears stream down his face as he realizes the flavor is identical to his mother's cooking. Minori watches him with a tender, encouraging expression, happy to see him finding a moment of peace and connection through the simple act of eating. Minori remains at the center of the camp, kindly distributing food to the freed demon soldiers. Surrounded by the ruins of their former life, the soldiers gather around her, finding a rare moment of peace and nourishment as they begin to recover from their past trauma. The demon soldier stares at Minori, his eye wide with disbelief and realization as the weight of her kindness hits him. Beside him, Minori maintains her bright, compassionate expression, offering him a sense of peace that he has not felt in a long time. The scene shifts to a moment of genuine appreciation as the freed demon soldiers thank Minori for her immense help. Their attention turns toward Risa-sama, with one of them noting that he is truly the only one capable of bridging gaps and spending so much time interacting with everyone. As they continue to eat, the group reflects on the shared humanity of the moment, noting that gathering for a meal is a universal act that transcends race and origin. Minori laughs softly, declaring that she will dedicate her life to Risa-sama. In the background, Jin smiles, noting that it was actually him working hard alongside everyone, driven by the promises he made to Grillet and the people he cares about. Minori and Lies engage in a warm, reflective moment. Lies notices that Minori has grown up, while Minori playfully counters that Liesy has also become much cooler. Lies, however, remains humble, noting that his appearance has barely changed even after 80 years, leading them to acknowledge the meaningful time they have spent together. Continuing their heartfelt conversation, Minori beams at Lies with a sweet, genuine smile, telling him that his nature is what makes him so attractive to her. The sudden, bold compliment leaves Lies stunned and speechless, his face flushing with surprise as he stammers in reaction. The atmosphere turns serious as Lies points out that Quota Village is not an isolated case. Other demon settlements have suffered similar destruction due to Gulgur's mind control magic. Determined to stop the cycle, Lies and Minori plan to visit these locations to free the remaining victims. Surprisingly, Gulgur steps forward and inviting them to ask him anything as they set out to undo the damage he caused. Lies and Minori stand together, looking out over the landscape as they discuss Jin's background. With their resolve set, they agree to leave the current location and move forward with their mission to liberate other trapped demons. Time moves forward as a year passes by. Vritra is seen overlooking a peaceful, expansive town from a distance, letting out a characteristic cry as their journey continues into this new period. As time moves forward, Vritra lets out a fierce echoing roar, their sharp claws striking the air as they remain a steadfast companion on the ongoing journey. Lies leaps into the air, swinging his sword down toward Vritra with a powerful shout. The impact of their training session resonates across the field, with Vritra standing firm as Lies lands, his feet trembling slightly from the intensity of the exchange. Lies remains vigilant, his sword drawn as he faces the overwhelming presence of the golden wolf dragon, Goldras. He recognizes the creature as an Arank monster, noting with concern that such a dangerous beast should not be appearing in a quiet, rural farming village. Jin stands in the aftermath of the battle as Raiden and Anastasia arrive, noting the urgency of the Demon King's impending resurrection. Raiden reports that the monsters have been eliminated, but the group quickly shifts their concern to Jin's visible wounds. Anastasia panics, admitting that she has no healing potions left to treat him, leaving them to scramble for alternative medical supplies like bandages. Jin and Raiden discuss the situation, noting that Rahab Lowry, a skilled water-type magic user, will be able to heal Jin's wounds. Meanwhile, Rahab Lowry arrives, nonchalantly snacking on nuts and demanding payment in food before she agrees to provide her healing assistance, much to the group's frustration. Raiden is visibly distressed and shouting, questioning why their non-human companions are so difficult to deal with, while Jin calmly tries to soothe him. The Vritra interjects with a nonchalant and absurd offer to cure their problems by grilling them, leaving the party even more bewildered. As the group continues their journey, Jin nonchalantly dismisses his wounds, insisting they will heal naturally. Raiden, clearly exasperated by Jin's resilience, questions if he is even human. Ignoring the tension, the party turns their attention to their next objective, identifying a fortress that serves as the closest human outpost to the demon-controlled lands. Carol looks on with a worried expression, noting that the number of beasts appearing has reached an unprecedented level. She reflects on the gravity of the situation, pointing out that the Lord has personally reached out to them with a request, despite them already being occupied with another mission. In the background, a carriage pulls up to the gates of the fortress known as Kukura, highlighting the tense atmosphere surrounding their arrival. Jin takes the lead, urging his party to move out immediately. He warns the group that the situation will escalate significantly if Fort Kukura is allowed to be overtaken, prompting Carol, Raiden, and Vritra to prepare for the journey ahead. His walks ahead toward the village, his back turned to his group. Raiden, Carol, and Vritra watch him, acknowledging his impatient but effective leadership. They discuss how their party, Travelers of Hope Ridge, managed to reach a rank status within only 2 years of its formation, all thanks to Jiz's ability to get things done when it matters most. The scene shifts to a title card display, emphasizing the eccentric nature of Rahab Lohra's disciples. The text prominently features the series title, The Reincarnated Elf, left on a journey to master his magic, and with his extra lifespan became a living legend, as the narrative continues to unfold. Upon arriving at the gates of Fort Kukura, Jin and his companions find themselves immediately confronted by the reality of the danger. The atmosphere is heavy with tension as they face off Genturd stationed at the entrance, while a fierce wolf looms nearby, ready to attack. As Jin and his companions, including Salala, Luke, and Carol, stand before the entrance of Fort Kukuri, the Ree steps aside to let them through. The guard informs them that they have been cleared for entry, noting that Galio-sama had already alerted him to their expected arrival. Upon entering the interior of the fortress, Jin and his companions are met by Grillet Garlanda. Grillet apologizes for the wait and immediately identifies Jin as the leader of the Ragridge party, confirming his name with a polite inquiry. Grillet Garlanda acknowledges the party's reputation, praising their outstanding actions. Jin humbly responds, expressing his honor at the meeting. Meanwhile, the rest of the party, including Carol and Raiden, are visibly nervous and awestruck to be in the presence of the real Lord Gallius Garlanda. Grillet Garlanda calmly outlines the mission, requesting that Jin and his party travel to the Great Circle Forest Vastera to eliminate the demons lurking there. The sudden mention of demons and the presence of miasma catches the party off guard, leaving Jin, Raiden, and Carol visibly stunned and questioning the severity of the situation. A mysterious Evan looms in the darkness, warning that the demons are actively preparing for the return of the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, a map of the region highlights the dire situation at Fort Kukure, where reports of demonic activity and attacks from demonic beasts have surged, leading to mounting casualties. Grilla Garlanda maintains his intense demeanor as he explains the gravity of the situation, stressing that stopping the demon invasion is the highest priority for the survival of Fort Kukure. As Jin, Luke, and Carol listen in shock at the mention of the Demon Lord's potential return, Grilla Garlanda makes a surprising decision. He turns to Jin and formally announces his intention to entrust the entire command of the fortress's funds and soldiers to the Ragridge party. Caught off guard by the sudden weight of the request, Raiden questions Grillet Garlanda, reminding him that they are still just rookie adventurers despite their rank. Jin echoes this sentiment, expressing his gratitude for the trust placed in them while pointing out that there's be far more experienced and stronger adventurers available for such a monumental mission. Grillet Garlanda adjusts his glasses, his expression grave, as he explains that just as the demons await their master's return, humanity is in dire need of a savior to stop him. Jin, feeling the weight of this immense expectation, looks on with confusion and disbelief, questioning why his party has been singled out for such a monumental responsibility. Grillet Garlanda continues his explanation, referencing the legend of the hero from the tale of the hero unsuited for magic. He then catches Jin off guard by mentioning a specific rumor he has heard, claiming that Jinflitz was trained by a mysterious elf living in the forest. Jin, visibly stunned by the revelation, can only manage a hesitant confirmation. Grillet Garlanda maintains a calm, knowing smile as he brings up the names of Rikis Klein-sama and Minori-sama, acknowledging their immense strength. Jin is visibly taken aback, stammering in disbelief as he questions how Grillet Garlanda could possibly know his master and senior disciple. Grillet Garlanda further deepens the mystery by explaining that he, like Jin's parents, shares a personal history of being indebted to Riki-sama, leaving Jin completely stunned. Grillet Garlanda continues his explanation, revealing that his insight into the situation comes from knowing that Reese Klein and Minori are deeply committed to fulfilling a promise made to his father. As he speaks, the scene shifts to show Minori and Jin standing together, highlighting the gravity of the legacy they are upholding. Grillet Garlanda looks directly at Jin, explaining that because they both share a deep respect for Reese Klein's expectations, He is willing to place his own trust in Jin as well. With a serious expression, Grillet Garlanda asks Jin if he would be willing to accept the monumental responsibility of serving as the vanguard for humanity's counterattack. Grillet Garlanda maintains his calm and earnest demeanor as he explains to Jin that Rag Ridge has consistently accepted every request brought to them, no matter how small or trivial it may seem. Jin listens intently, absorbing the information as the weight of the responsibility and the history behind the organization becomes clearer to him. Jin and his companions stand together, projecting confidence as they commit to the task at hand. A central speech bubble emphasizes their promise to satisfy their clients' needs. Below, Grillet Garlanda shakes hands with Jin, visibly moved and relieved, thanking him for his cooperation. Grillet Garlanda reveals a mysterious document containing a long-distance teleportation magic circle, explaining that it was a gift left behind by Ryasama. As Jin and Raiden look on with curiosity, Grillet Garlanda insists that Jin take the item, entrusting him with a powerful tool for their upcoming mission. Grillet Garlanda continues to provide support to Jin and his party, explaining that the magic circle he provided will allow them to summon soldiers wherever they are. Jin and his companions are impressed by the utility of the item. However, Grillet Garlanda quickly turns serious, informing Jin that he needs them to head to Vastera immediately, prioritizing that location as their first destination. As Jin and his companions prepare to leave, Grillet Garlanda looks on with a contemplative expression. He softly mentions his father and questions whether the will of his grandfather has truly been inherited, signaling the weight of the responsibility now resting on the shoulders of the adventurers. Walking through the bustling streets, Jin and his companions process the recent events. Raiden expresses his astonishment that Gallia-sama is acquainted with the Master Riisi. That Jin frequently mentions, the group continues to talk, marveling at the unbelievable nature of the situation and questioning if Risava truly saw the potential in Jin to become a hero. Grillet Garlanda expresses his astonishment at the sudden emergence of the legendary Harrow's holy sword. He then shifts his focus to Jin, urgently requesting that he prioritize retrieving the weapon before continuing his journey to Vastera. Grillet Garlanda drops a bombshell, revealing the identity of the demon who forced his father, the legendary war god Garolanda, into retirement 10 years ago. He names the threat as the cunning demon, Wavakarma, who is currently commanding the demon army while the demon lord is away. Jin and his party are left stunned by the gravity of this situation, especially as the reality of the Holy Sword's existence begins to sink in. Grillet Garlanda delivers a sobering reality check to Jin, stating that he is not yet strong enough to face the formidable Wavakarma. He explains that the threat to Fort Kukuri will persist until the demon is defeated, making the retrieval of the Holy Sword from the hero's final resting place an absolute necessity. As the party processes this, they reflect on the connection between the legendary hero and the current circumstances, with Jin considering the weight of the task ahead. Jin stands before his companions, Salala and Raiden, expressing his internal struggle. He notes that while the legendary hero possessed wondrous mana, he himself is still unable to manifest his own, relying entirely on the magic his master placed within his wooden sword. As he looks at the weapon, he voices his concern about how long that borrowed power will last, leading him to consider the potential of the Holy Sword as a necessary solution. Following the advice of Grillet Garlanda, Jin and his companions reach the legendary Harrow's Temple. The sheer scale and opulence of the building leave the party in awe, with some members initially mistaking it for a mere tourist attraction. As they stand before the imposing entrance, a guide appears to welcome them, confirming that their arrival has been anticipated and directing them toward the interior. The guide opens the door to the sacred chamber, informing the group that it is the resting place of the Holy Sword, and that ordinary people are forbidden from entering. As Jin, Luke, and Carol step inside, they are immediately overwhelmed by the sheer opulence and grandeur of the room, which feels truly worthy of a legendary hero. While his companions express their awe at the surroundings, Jin suddenly pauses, shifting as he notices something that catches his attention. Jin, Raiden, and Solala stare in disbelief at the open display case. Instead of the legendary Holy Sword, they find the pedestal completely empty. Panic and confusion set in as they wonder if the guide led them to the wrong place, or if something has gone terribly wrong. Confronted with the empty display case, Jin turns his attention to his companion, Carol, who seems to have realized something about the situation. She suggests that the sword's disappearance might be a deliberate trial, intended to force them to prove their resolve and worthiness to claim it. As the party inspects the empty pedestal, they discover a mysterious magic tool resting in its place. Jin and his companions, including Carol and Solala, examine the object, wondering if it shares a similar nature to the magic-infused wooden sword Jin carries. The discovery shifts their perspective, leading them to consider if the item is a clue or a substitute for the missing legendary weapon. The group continues to analyze the mysterious artifact found on the pedestal. While they debate whether it requires external mana to function or if it already contains its own, Jin remains focused on the object. He silently reaches out his hand to grasp the tool, hoping to uncover its secrets and determine if it can serve as a viable substitute for his enchanted wooden sword. Jin reaches out to interact with the magic tool, but initially, nothing occurs. However, as he examines the surface more carefully, he notices 4 distinct markings arranged around the center. Luke and Salala watch closely as Jin points out the discovery, with Salala expressing a hint of frustration at her initial misjudgment of the situation. While Jin, Carol, and Sala examine the mysterious markings, they are told about the legend of the hero. The explanation reveals that the hero was accompanied by 4 individuals, each specializing in a different attribute of magic, leaving the party to ponder the significance of this detail in relation to their current situation. Jin touches the magic tool, and suddenly, a hidden passage opens up within the chamber. Luke and Salala look on in shock as the wall shifts, revealing the dark opening. While Jin initially thought nothing had happened, the group quickly realizes that the mechanism has successfully triggered a new path for them to follow. The sudden opening of the passage catches the group off guard. In his flustered state, Raiden stumbles and walks straight into a spider web, prompting a frantic reaction. As he composes himself, he observes the entrance and concludes that the mechanism was designed to only activate when all 5 of them acted together. Following the activation of the hidden mechanism, the group is thrown into a brief moment of chaos. Jin, looking concerned, calls out to check if his companions are all right amidst the dust and movement. As the debris settles, a mysterious, illuminated site containing several ancient tombstones is unveiled before them. As the group steps into the hidden chamber, they are met with a somber sight, a collection of graves. Jin and his companions examine the tombstones, realizing with shock that they belong to the Heroes party. Salala points out that each grave is marked with a specific attribute emblem, confirming their grim discovery. Carol stands before the ancient, weathered tombstone, her expression filled with shock and realization. As the weight of their discovery sinks in, she whispers to herself, struggling to process that they have truly found the graves of the legendary Heroes party. The group stands amidst the somber graves, with Carol questioning why such a significant site would be hidden in such an isolated place. Jin, focused on their objective, realizes if the holy sword is nowhere to be found, despite his certainty that it should have been there. Raiden and the others begin to wonder if they have missed another hidden gimmick in the chamber. Eden, Jin, and Carol stare in disbelief at the empty pedestal where the holy sword was expected to be. The realization that the legendary weapon is gone leaves the group in a state of shock as they frantically search for any other hidden gimmicks within the chamber. Salala examines the area and confirms that a barrier used to guard the site, suggesting that they were not the first to arrive. As the realization hits the group that someone else has beaten them to the Hero's grave, Jin and his companions struggle to process the implications. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure reflects on the Hero's past, noting that he was supported by his companions, just as they are now. While searching the chamber, Jin and Salala are struck by a vision of the past. They witness the moment the holy sword was imbued with immense mana, a final gift meant to safeguard the hero throughout their perilous journey. As the group stands in the silent chamber, the echoes of the past manifest in their minds, till they witness a vision of the hero, determined to journey with nothing but a wooden sword, alongside their companions who offer unwavering support and magic. The memory highlights the deep bond the hero shared with their party, contrasting sharply with the empty, abandoned grave they now face. Jin and his friends feel the weight of this legacy, finding renewed strength in the idea that they too can overcome challenges as long as they remain united. The visions of the past continue to unfold before Jin, Salala, and Carol. They watch as the Hero's companions reminisce about their time in the Great Circle Forest Vistera and coordinate their next steps, including sending a message via a Messeltabe to Galiuskin regarding the sword. The memories flicker like old photographs, showing the Hero's resolve as they prepare for the next stage of their journey. The scene transitions to a bright, expansive sky, accompanied by a contemplative thought about the process of going back into the memories once more. The nostalgic echoes of the Hero's journey are abruptly cut short. In the depths of the forest, a sinister, dark portal begins to manifest, its swirling energy distorting the air. Watching the disturbance with cold, calculated intent, a Marin with a sharp, reptilian eye stares out from the shadows, signaling a new and dangerous presence. As the group struggles against the formidable barrier, Marin watches from the shadows with a cold, piercing gaze. Recognizing the entity responsible for harming Grillet Garlanda, the group remains tense while Marin mocks their efforts, unimpressed by their persistence and confirming the presence of the hero. Guided by the lingering echoes of the hero's memories, Jin and his companion Solala, Luke, and Carol press forward through the dense woods. Accompanied by Vritra, they head toward a significant location from the past, determined to reach the place where the hero once trained alongside their own companions. Jin channels his energy, activating high-rank Earth attribute magic. With a focused shout, he casts Glast, summoning a massive Earth spear that strikes Mika, forcing the Mika to cry out in pain. The group stands amidst the forest, visibly disturbed by the thick, suffocating miasma and the sight of withered, rotting vegetation. Raiden comments on the presence of lurking demonic beasts, while Jin suddenly notices something unusual in the distance and calls out to his companions. The scene shifts to a glowing, ancient-looking tree, capturing Jin's immediate attention. The group continues their trek through the blighted woods, the atmosphere heavy with miasma. Suddenly, Jin stops, his eyes widening as he focuses on a massive tree standing before them, exclaiming in disbelief at what he has discovered. As the group navigates the blighted woods, they suddenly encounter a pocket of pure, untouched nature protected by an invisible barrier. Free from the suffocating miasma, the group realizes they have found the legendary Yggdrasil. Jin and his companions, including Solala, Luke, Carol, and Vritra, look on in awe at the sight of the sacred tree, completely taken aback by its presence in such a corrupted land. As Minori asks about the nature of the mysterious location, Rahab Lowry explains that this sanctuary was created as a safe haven for elves, shielded from the corruption of miasma and the reach of humans. She begins to unveil the deeper purpose behind its existence. Rahab Lowry gazes at the legendary Yggdrasil tree, marveling at the fact that someone would dare to plant a branch of the elves' guardian deity in human territory. As Minori and Jin listen in awe, Rahab Lowry remarks on the unexpected nature of this discovery, clearly impressed by the hidden sanctuary's existence. Jin looks on with a smile, revealing that this sacred sanctuary is the very place where he once trained under the guidance of Risa-sama. Rahab Lowry listens intently, acknowledging the gravity of the location as the domain of the elves' guardian deity, and expresses her confidence that they will uncover important secrets within these protected grounds. The tension in the sanctuary spikes as a dark, swirling portal manifests out of thin air. From the shadows of the rift, a horned figure steps forward, revealing himself to be Xian-Tu. He admits that he had been monitoring this location due to its connection to the hero, but he is clearly taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Jin and his party. As Jin and Raiden stand ready for battle, Xian-Tu coldly remarks that the hero's appearance is a welcome miscalculation in his plans. Jin looks on in confusion, as Vritra reacts with terror to the presence of the horned figure. The intruder, identified as Gulgur, coldly addresses Vritra, expressing disdain that the Vritra has been reduced to a pet for the hero. With a menacing gaze, Gulgur threatens to cast an eternal seal upon Vritra to prevent the Vritra from ever awakening again. Jin looks toward Vritra, attempting to calm the Vritra down with words of reassurance. However, Vritra is trembling in fear, overwhelmed by the mention of the name Gallius. Vritra expresses total despair, realizing that dealing with this threat is completely impossible. The tension in the sanctuary reaches a breaking point as the horned intruder steps forward, identifying himself as Wava Karma, the acting supervisor of the Demon Lord's army. Jin and his party realize they are facing a genuine monster. With a cold, calculated demeanor, Wava Karma declares his intent to aim before his true power can awaken, unleashing a suffocating pressure that leaves Jin struggling to maintain his composure. Wava Karma snaps his fingers, instantly deploying a dark magic circle. He unleashes a devastating technique known as Lafest, causing a swarm of malevolent spirits to emerge and overwhelm the area, signaling a lethal assault on the heroes. The sanctuary is thrown into chaos as a horde of demons pours through the portal, leaving Jin and his party in shock. Amidst the turmoil, Wava Karma stands at the center of the destruction, channeling his immense power through a technique known as Levatory Gallery, a volatile form of transference magic that forces his magic circuit into a state of violent rampage. The atmosphere in the sanctuary turns dire as the dark red magic radiating from Wava Karma intensifies. Minori and Solala are visibly shaken, recognizing the terrifying phenomenon unfolding before them as a berserk demonization, a power far beyond what they expected to face. With his magic circuit in a state of chaotic rampage, Wava Karma points forward with a cold, intense gaze. He issues a lethal command to his summoned demonic army, ordering them to swarm forward and crush Jin, Raiden, Solala, and Minori without mercy. The atmosphere is thick with dread as Jin attempts to reassure a terrified Vritra. Meanwhile, Carol and Raiden look on with growing anxiety, as the realization dawns on them that their current predicament is following the exact path that Gallius had previously described. With the situation turning dire, Jin focuses his energy and activates a complex magic circle. Determined to turn the tide, He calls upon the forces from Fort Kukur to join the fray, hoping their arrival will provide the support needed to survive the onslaught. As the magic circle flares, the reinforcements from Fort Kukur arrive, their armored forms stepping onto the battlefield to bolster Jin's party against the encroaching demonic threat. Jin looks on with a sense of relief as the reinforcements from Fort Kukure finally emerge, their armored figures filling the battlefield and preparing to face the encroaching threat. Driven by loyalty and a long-standing debt to Reis and Gallius, the head gatekeeper of Fort Kukur steps forward to command his troops. With 30 years of experience, he inspires his fellow soldiers to hold the line against the encroaching Neri, shouting for them to follow his lead as they charge into the fray to stop the enemies at any cost. As the battle intensifies, Raiden rallies his companions, including Rahab Lowry and Carol, to join the fight. He calls out to Jin, instructing him to take on the main enemy while they provide support and protection. Jin stands firm, visibly annoyed by Raiden's casual instructions, muttering about how Raiden doesn't truly grasp the situation. Vritra, perched nearby, suggests that Jin should simply roast their opponent to a crisp. Despite the tension, Jin regains his focus and confidently declares that he will handle the primary antagonist himself. Marin calmly assesses the battlefield, noting how meticulously Jin's side has countered his teleportation magic circle deployment. Unfazed by the setback, he decides to escalate the confrontation, chanting to activate his summoning magic. With a dark aura, he successfully manifests the formidable cursed sword Balmung to turn the tide of the battle. The atmosphere on the battlefield shifts instantly as a dark, ominous energy manifests. Jin and Vritra stare in disbelief at the weapon appearing before them, immediately recognizing it as the legendary cursed sword Balmung, a blade whispered to have been used by the Demon Lord himself. Marin stands firm, declaring that his only interest is in fighting Jin the hero. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Vritra is visibly shaken, but Jin calmly tells him not to worry. Jin firmly decides to take on Marin by himself and urges Vritra to go help the rest of their allies. Though hesitant, Vritra finally agrees, shouting at Jin not to die before flying away to join the ongoing battle, leaving Jin to face the wielder of the cursed sword, Balmung headed. Marin looks down on Jin with a cold, dismissive expression, unimpressed by the young adventurer's capabilities. As Jin stands ready, Marin taunts him, suggesting that his current power is insufficient to pose a real threat. Jin stands his ground, visibly shaken and refusing to accept the current turn of events. Marin, looking down at him with an unsettling expression, calmly asserts that the complete revival of the Demon Lord is only a matter of time, further heightening the tension of their duel. The battle intensifies as Jin lunges at Marin, only to be met with a crushing display of power. Marin effortlessly parries the strike, sneering at the hero's perceived weakness. With a single, devastating blow, Marin sends Jin flying, leaving the hero struggling to breathe under the suffocating weight of the miasma radiating from the cursed blade. Salala sternly warns Raiden that they must keep their distance, explaining that the miasma radiating from the fight is too potent for them to handle. Raiden, visibly anxious and desperate to intervene, calls out for Jin, but Salala insists that is the only way to avoid being infected by the berserk demonization. Despite the logic of her warning, Raiden remains deeply unsettled, questioning whether Jin can truly survive being trapped in the middle of such a lethal confrontation. Salala looks on with a heavy heart, realizing the overwhelming disparity in power. She voices her concern that beyond Jin Flitz, there is no one capable of standing against the Demon Lord. She further notes that they are only able to withstand the encroaching miasma thanks to the protective influence of Yggdrasil. Raiden looks on with concern, suggesting that their only remaining path is to place their full trust in their party leader. Jinhee notes that if Jin fails to awaken the hero's power, they will all surely perish. Salala, standing nearby with her staff, calmly acknowledges the gravity of the situation, while reminding him that her capabilities are limited to those of a healer. Raiden lets out a heavy, exasperated sigh, his frustration evident as he watches the chaotic situation. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a tense battlefield, where a character is being warned that if they continue to be a burden, they will be forced to pay an even higher price in fruits. The tension reaches a breaking point as Jin screams out, his voice filled with raw emotion. Sola, looking directly at him with a mix of frustration and his demands that he stop trying to manipulate the situation to his advantage. The scene shifts to a sweeping view of the forest, underscoring the gravity of the moment as a final bitter declaration echoes through the air. If Jin dies here, he will be remembered with nothing but resentment. Jin is visibly pushed to his limits, his face drenched in sweat as he desperately gasps for air. The heavy miasma continues to weigh on him, leaving him breathless and struggling to stay standing amidst the ongoing conflict. Jin is left in a dire state, struggling to breathe as he collapses against a rock, his sword lying discarded nearby. The Demon Lord stands before him, looking down with a cold, taunting expression, questioning whether the hero has any power remaining to challenge him. Jin is in a desperate state, feeling his body burning and his connection to the magic granted by Risama slipping away. He watches in despair as the demon lord Wava maintains perfect control over the dense miasma, showing no signs of exhaustion or loss of power. Jin stands battered, clutching his damaged wooden sword as he recalls his original aspirations to become an adventurer and build a world where everyone can be happy. Despite his physical exhaustion and the overwhelming miasma, he refuses to give up. The demon lord watches him with cold disdain, remarking that it is truly annoying how a hero can still maintain their reason and will to fight even while being exposed to such lethal levels of miasma. Jin, battered and covered in blood, looks up with a bewildered expression as the demon lord looms over him. The demon lord continues his psychological assault, questioning if Jin has ever truly considered the vast gap in their power, asserting that his own strength is far greater than anything the hero can muster. As Jin stands battered and exhausted, the demon lord looms over him, dissecting his resolve with cruel precision. He questions why Jin persists in such dangerous battles, mockingly suggesting that his strength is not his own. The demon lord posits that Jin is simply playing a preordained role, claiming that the world itself has bestowed a factor upon him to oppose the demon lord's revival, effectively stripping away the agency of Jin's heroic struggle. The demon lord looms over the battlefield with a sinister grin, his eyes fixed on the defeated hero. Jin, bloodied and exhausted, looks up in shock, his voice trembling as he repeats the demon lord's words, questioning the very reality of his existence and the purpose of his struggle. The demon lord continues his psychological game, presenting Jin with a tempting proposition. If the hero simply walks away, the demonic forces will leave him and his companions unharmed. Jin, standing wounded and defiant, struggles to process the offer, his disbelief evident as he rejects the notion that the demon lord's army seeks anything other than destruction. The demon lord maintains a calm, manipulative demeanor, claiming their only goal, Taze and their leader, the pansy exmission, the demon lord snaps his fingers, drawing Jin's focused, bewildered gaze. He calmly asserts that the reason Jin continues to fight is right before him, further attempting to dismantle Jin's resolve by suggesting that humanity does not actually wish to wage war against the demons. The demon lord stands before a dark, swirling portal, presenting the ornate holy sword, Ascalon. To Jin he taunts the young hero, identifying the blade as the very weapon that defeated his lord 700 years ago, leaving Jin visibly shaken by the revelation. Continuing his psychological display, the demon lord explains that while the holy sword, Ascalon, still holds sacred power, its former brilliance has significantly dimmed compared to the past. He also makes a cryptic mention of the destruction magic known as Guldaros, the shattering hammer. Further unsettling, Jin cries out in desperation as he watches the legendary holy sword, Ascalon, being obliterated by the demon lord's power. The destruction of the sword leaves Jin completely stunned and hopeless. With a sinister grin, the demon lord looms over him, coldly remarking that Jin's chances of victory have vanished, and sarcastically proposing that they should simply make peace now. Jin kneels in disbelief, staring at the fragments of the holy sword that once represented his only hope. The demon lord looms over him, his expression twisted in a mocking grin as he demands that they forge a bond of peace. While Jin struggles to process the sudden loss of his weapon and the crushing weight of his situation, the demon lord remains relentless, pushing him further into despair. Seeing that Jin will not accept his terms, the demon lord coldly remarks that Jin is a fool who cannot grasp reality. With a snap of his fingers, he decides that physical pain is the only way to make the hero understand. The demon lord then unleashes a powerful, swirling blast of dark energy that slams into Jin, causing a massive explosion and leaving the hero incapacitated. The scene transitions to a flashback from some time ago, depicting a fierce clash between gatekeepers and the Nico, deep within the forest. Returning to the present, Rahab Lowry is seen providing medical aid to an injured person, using her healing magic to soothe their pain while they struggle to catch their breath and express their gratitude. Rahab Lowry arrives in the forest, where she is immediately spotted by Anastasia. Anastasia, looking distressed, warns her that the soldiers who emerged from the warp portal are steadily pushing forward in their direction. Meanwhile, Vritra looks on as the group prepares to deal with the encroaching threat. Rahab Lowry maintains her composure amidst the chaos, confidently stating that she has a plan to deal with the encroaching danger. Meanwhile, the Neri mock the humans, taunting them to run, while gatekeepers continue their movement through the area. The battlefield erupts in a violent explosion as Neri revels in the chaos. With the human main force shattered, the Neri cackle with sadistic glee, issuing a cold command to slaughter everyone and leave no survivors behind. The Neri are caught off guard as they realize the humans they were pursuing have vanished into the miasma, only to reappear behind them. Panic spreads through their ranks as they recognize they are being caught in a pincer attack. Realizing too late that they have been lured into a deadly trap, Raiden, leading the charge, shouts with determination as his soldiers strike, catching the demonic forces off guard and driving the attack home. Raiden grins triumphantly, taunting the panicked demonic forces by reminding them that their trap includes threats from above. High in the sky, Vritra descends with powerful wing beats, leaving the demons stunned and terrified as they realize they are facing a Vritra. Raiden channels his energy, declaring the use of an upper-rank earth magic spell. With a fierce expression, he unleashes his ultimate move, Gladivate Thunderrending Cauldron of Earth, causing a massive explosion that tears through the ground and overwhelms the trapped demonic entities. The earth shatters with immense force as Raiden's Gladivate technique slams down, creating a deep, rocky crater that instantly crushes the Neri trapped inside. The ground collapses under the weight of the magic, leaving the enemies no chance to escape the devastating impact. Raiden stands at the forefront of the battlefield, his expression intense as he issues a decisive order to his troops to blow the enemy away. The Neri, caught in the aftermath of the trap, look on in confusion and panic as the ground shifts around them. As the battlefield remains in chaos, Anastasia steps forward to deliver a decisive blow. With a command to fire, she channels her energy into a massive, intricate magic circle, unleashing the ultimate rank water magic Riverstein Prison of Rushing Rapids, which surges forward to engulf the remaining demonic forces. The battlefield is engulfed in chaos as the demonic forces suffer under the relentless magical barrage. Saiyan 2, witnessing the destruction, is struck by a sudden chilling realization. His troops have been completely cut off from their main force. As the ground rumbles and the enemy closes in, he stares in shock, terrified to discover that they are now being directly targeted and hunted down. Gulger stands firm as he receives confirmation that his tactical orders are being carried out as planned. Nearby, a subordinate calls out to him urgently, while Jin, holding his sword, looks on with a bewildered expression, trying to make sense of the intense battlefield developments. As the battle rages on, Xiantu finds himself under pressure but refuses to be intimidated. With a cold, focused expression, he delivers a decisive strike against an opponent, accompanied by a sharp warning to back off. Jin stares in disbelief, questioning how something could have repelled the magic on the battlefield. Beside him, Saiyan 2 looks equally stunned and uncertain about the situation. As a mysterious gleam of energy flashes, followed by a heavy thud that leaves the demonic subordinate reeling in pain, the battle intensifies as Xian2 is suddenly seized by the head. A powerful crackling magical energy surges around him, pinning him in place as his assailant maintains a firm crushing grip. Gulger clutches his head in agony as the magical interference intensifies. Suddenly, a mysterious dark-haired figure emerges, looming over the scene with an intense gaze. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, the figure demands that Gulger reveal the identity of the one pulling his strings, leaving Jin and the others stunned by the sudden interrogation. CN2 urgently kneels before a mysterious superior, reporting that there is an issue regarding the ongoing mana collection mission at the border village. Nearby, Gulger listens to the report with a look of visible anxiety and sweat, clearly unsettled by the unfolding situation. The scene cuts to a grim memory where Anastasia and others witness their compatriots being struck down by elves. Returning to the present, Gulger reacts in shock to a dark floating orb, a mysterious figure, referred to as Master Reis, coldly questions the competence of those who were entrusted with the magic crystals, leaving the group in a state of alarm. The tension reaches a breaking point as Marin, clearly fed up with the incompetence displayed during the mana collection mission, lashes out with a harsh insult. Beside him, an enigmatic figure remains unfazed, offering only a faint, knowing smile as the situation continues to spiral. With a cold, dismissive attitude, Marin snaps his fingers and unleashes a powerful magical strike that hits Sion 2 with devastating force. Gulgar watches the assault with a look of pure terror, while Jin stands nearby, completely taken aback by the sudden and violent turn of events. Jin stands visibly shaken, his hand clenching in frustration and fear as he witnesses Marin's ruthless demeanor. Marin, unfazed by the chaos he has caused, calmly asserts that the mission's success hinges entirely on the hero's disappearance, showing a chilling disregard for anything else. Marin stands confidently before Jin, coldly asserting that Jin is no match for him. He then begins to mock Jin's naive dream of a peaceful world where different races live in harmony, his expression twisting into a sinister grin as he challenges the very foundation of Jin's beliefs. Jin's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the metal creaking under his grip as he struggles to find the words to respond to Marin's cold dismissal of his ideals. Jin shouts out his heartfelt desire to become a cool adventurer, his face showing his unwavering resolve despite his injuries. Marin, looking on with a cold and unsettling expression, lets out a mocking laugh, He dismisses Jin's idealism, sarcastically noting that such dreams and the boy's stubborn perseverance are the very essence of what makes a hero. Marin fixes his gaze on Jin, his expression dark and unsettling as he covers half of his face with his hand. He continues his psychological assault, chillingly remarking that he is glad it was a human like Jin who ended up possessing the hero factor. Marin lets out a cold, mocking laugh as he continues to belittle Jin's aspirations. Jin, undeterred by the taunts, asserts that regardless of whether his role as a hero is merely a whim of fate, the responsibility he carries is his alone, and no one else could have taken his place. Jin stands his ground against Marin, his expression resolute. He grips his sword tightly, declaring that his actions are not merely a product of fate, but are fueled by his own desires and the people who have supported him throughout his journey. With a determined step forward, he affirms that he has come this far as himself, and that is exactly why he continues to stand against his enemies. Jin shouts in outrage, questioning how he could ever trust someone like Marin, who would harm his own allies for no reason. Marin, visibly irritated and twitching with annoyance, dismisses Jin as a stupid brat and declares that their negotiations have failed. With a cold, calculated tone, Marin announces that the provision guaranteeing the safety of Jin and his surroundings is now null and void, signaling the end of any diplomatic pretense. With their agreement officially voided, Marin raises his hand, channeling a surge of energy that causes the ground to tremble. Jin watches in shock, realizing that the earlier rumble he felt was the result of Marin unleashing an unexpectedly powerful display of magic. Jin stares in horror as Marin begins to manifest a dangerous buzzing magical aura. Realizing the indiscriminate nature of the power being unleashed, Jin cries out in disbelief, warning Marin that his own allies are caught in the blast zone. Marin, with a manic grin, ignores Jin's desperate plea regarding the safety of his own allies. He channels his volatile magic and launches a powerful attack, shouting for Jin to prepare to lament his foolishness. Jin can only watch in sheer shock as the destructive energy erupts. With a snap of his fingers, Marin activates his magic, chanting Nox Decilium as a massive swirling vortex of dark energy manifests in the sky. The sheer scale of the spell creates a terrifying pressure, forcing Jin and his party to look up in horror. As the destructive force begins to descend, Jin can only stare in disbelief, while Anastasia cries out in alarm at the sudden overwhelming attack. As the chaos of Marin's Nox Decilium spell unfolds, the narrative shifts to a title page, featuring Jin standing resolutely in a field, sword in hand. The atmosphere is tense, underscored by the urgent declaration that his friends are in grave danger, setting the stage for the desperate battle ahead. The atmosphere turns dire as Marin invokes the forbidden spell Nox Decilium. Above the forest, swirling vortices of dark energy tear through the sky, signaling imminent destruction. Jin, standing below with his sword drawn, looks up in shock at the sheer scale of the magical onslaught unfolding before him. Marin stands amidst the swirling magical energy, his expression cold and unbothered as he declares that it is too late to stop the destruction. Jin, overwhelmed by the realization of the scale of the threat, lets out a pained cry and rushes headlong toward the danger, desperate to reach those in harm's way before the spell consumes everything. The battlefield is in turmoil as Rahab Lowry stands before Jin, calmly admitting that she has depleted all her mana after unleashing her ultimate move. Jin is left in disbelief at the dire situation. Suddenly, the gatekeepers rally together, with their leader shouting for everyone to take cover behind him as they brace for the impending danger. The battlefield is consumed by the swirling dark energy of the magical vortex. Jin stands protectively alongside Rahab Lowry, both of them tense and focused as they face the overwhelming power of the spell that threatens to destroy everything around them. The battlefield is torn apart as the magical vortex crashes down with devastating force. Jin and Rahab Lowry are caught in the center of the impact, their defenses pushed to the absolute limit as the sheer power of the spell threatens to consume them. The dust settles as Rahab Lowry stands firm, her staff held out, having successfully shielded the group from the magical onslaught. Behind her, Jin and the soldiers are stunned to find themselves alive, marveling at her power. They notice the fragments of 3 shattered magic gems on the ground, realizing the immense price she paid to save them. Jin, still reeling from the narrow escape, is startled when Rahab Lowry suddenly appears behind him, prompting her to calmly tell him not to sneak up on her. Rahab Lowry holds up another magic gem, smiling confidently as she tells Jin that she still has more in stock. Jin looks at her, still worried, noting that without her gems, she would be limited to only using healing magic. Anastasia finds herself in a tense situation, desperately trying to pull Vritra back as the Vritra insists on moving. Nearby, Rahab Lowry watches the scene, noting that Anastasia will need significant time to recover her strength and questioning if she has completely drained her mana after casting her ultimate spell. The battlefield erupts in raw magical energy. Anastasia finds herself locked in a desperate struggle, holding onto Vritra as the overwhelming force of the magic surges around them, threatening to consume everything in its path. Despite the intense magical strain, Anastasia remains focused on her task. She continues to channel energy through her staff, shouting next as she pushes forward with her spell, determined to maintain control over the unfolding magical eruption. Raiden takes the initiative, channeling his power to cast the upper-rank magic spell, Terra Veil, which manifests as a massive earth-splitting screen. Anastasia watches him in disbelief, calling out his name, while Raiden asserts his resolve, claiming that cowering behind others goes against his code as a man. Raiden stands firm, thanking Rahab Lowry for lending him time to recover his magic and declaring his intention to join her in protecting everyone. Rahab Lowry listens, though she remains internally conflicted about her role as a shield for the humans. Noting that while she could easily survive the barrage on her own, her magical reserves are quickly running dry. Rahab Lowry grips her staff firmly, her gaze steady and resolute. As she faces the ongoing magical threat, she reflects on her journey, realizing that her decision to protect the humans is a direct consequence of her meeting with Reese. The intense magical energy proves too much for Rahab Lowry's staff, which shatters into pieces under the strain. As she is caught in the violent backlash, a voice cries out in alarm, calling for Master Rahab. The battlefield remains in chaos as the magical eruption forces everyone to react. Raiden stands his ground, channeling his energy to counter the overwhelming force, while nearby, the Saiyan 2s are caught off guard by the sudden, violent shift in the magical environment. The Saiyan 2s rush forward, closing in on their target with shouts of discovery, however. Their advance is abruptly halted as they are engulfed by a massive, destructive wave of magic, turning the tide of the confrontation. Raiden stands in disbelief as a massive form emerges through the magical chaos. He recognizes the Vritra, who has arrived with Anastasia riding on its back. The sudden appearance of the Vritra and the intensity of the fire surrounding them catch Raiden completely off guard. Raiden recognizes the familiar flames and realizes that Vritra has arrived, carrying Anastasia on its back. Having flown over the battlefield, Anastasia asserts that they must prioritize, settling the matter regarding Wava first, leaving those below stunned by their unexpected arrival. Vritra stares intensely, his eyes reflecting the weight of his past. He admits to being frightened, acknowledging that his fear stems from Wava, the one who once sealed him within the body of a magic boar. Despite this terror, he realizes that he must face and defeat Wava to finally secure his true freedom. Vritra continues to unleash powerful fireballs from above, much to the annoyance of Raiden, who is struggling to keep Anastasia safe while dodging the chaotic magical blasts. Raiden shouts at the Vritra to get closer to the target instead of firing randomly. Just as the tension peaks, a massive, dark figure looms over them, asking if they would like him to reveal his true form. The sudden presence of this entity leaves Raiden and Anastasia in a state of shock and alarm. Marin stands before Vritra and Raiden, his imposing aura filling the space. He coldly addresses Vritra, declaring that the Vritra's attempt to bare his fangs at him was nothing more than a foolish idea, leaving Raiden visibly shaken by the overwhelming pressure. Marin stands before the swirling, destructive vortex of energy he has summoned. The air crackles with intense power as he prepares to unleash his full might against his opponents, leaving no doubt about the vast gap in their abilities. The battlefield descends into chaos as Marin summons an immense, upper-rank magical gate that dwarfs anything seen before. Anastasia and Vritra stare in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the energy. Nearby, the gatekeepers and Raiden are thrown into a state of panic, realizing the overwhelming power they are facing as the gate looms over them, signaling a desperate and dire situation. The tension on the battlefield reaches a breaking point. Marin casually snaps his fingers, signaling the activation of his destructive power. Raiden, witnessing the imminent threat, can only grit his teeth in frustration and fear, cursing the dire situation they find themselves in. The atmosphere turns heavy with dread as Marin's magic activates. Anastasia looks on with wide, terrified eyes, her expression frozen in shock. Beside her, Vritra stares at the encroaching magical surge, his face etched with the realization of the sheer scale of the destruction about to unfold. The blinding light of the spell dominates the scene, signaling that the final catastrophic moment has arrived. The battlefield is engulfed in a blinding magical surge. Raiden and Anastasia watch in horror as Jin stands against the onslaught, his wooden sword clearly unable to withstand the immense pressure. As the situation reaches a breaking point, Jin's mind drifts back to his childhood, remembering the fairy tales his mother read to him, and the moment he first began to idolize the legendary adventurers of his youth. Deep in thought, Jin recalls the mundane but endless chores he once performed in Krasnar. As he walks forward with his party members, Luke and Carol, he contemplates how those past experiences shaped his current dedication to his path as an adventurer. Deep in reflection, Jin recalls a pivotal moment from his past with Lai Sees. Lai's had instructed him on the importance of his sword, advising him that while it would protect him for a time, he must be prepared to pour every ounce of his mana into the blade when faced with his greatest battle yet. This memory resurfaces now, providing Jin with the guidance he needs to confront the overwhelming magical threat before him. Drawing upon the wisdom shared by his mentor, Jin focuses his spirit. As the intense magical energy surges around him, he whispers the name of his teacher Riisi, preparing to unleash his full potential in this critical moment. With his resolve hardened, Jin channels every ounce of his mana into his blade. As the magical energy surges around him, he calls out to his mentor, Master Riisi, while activating the enchant mana infusion technique to prepare for the clash ahead. The battlefield is engulfed in a blinding clash of energies. Marin stares in disbelief as his powerful magic is suddenly swallowed by the light radiating from Jin's weapon. Pushing his resolve to the limit, Jin screams for maximum output, channeling every ounce of his mana into the blade. Though the wooden sword begins to crack under the intense pressure and Jin realizes it cannot hold much longer, he remains defiant, refusing to back down in this critical moment. The immense strain proves too much for the wooden sword. In a flash of light, the weapon shatters into countless fragments, leaving Jin defenseless in the wake of his own powerful mana infusion. Marin stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as he witnesses the destruction of Jin's blade, realizing that the tide of their battle has taken a sudden dramatic turn. As the dust settles from his previous clash, Jin taps into his inner resolve, causing a radiant, powerful sword to materialize in his hands. The onlookers, including the gatekeeper, watch in awe as the blade takes on the form of the legendary sacred sword. Overwhelmed by the sudden manifestation of power, the soldiers whisper that the hero has finally arrived, while Jin stands firm, determined to use this newfound strength to turn the tide of the battle. Marin stares in utter disbelief, shouting that it is impossible for anyone less than a god to replicate the sacred sword. Jin, however, is completely focused on the fight, ignoring the immense strain on his body, as he prepares to clash with Marin once more. He acknowledges that to him, the challenge has always felt this way, as he stands ready to face his enemy directly. Jin's face is etched with intense focus and desperation. He screams out to his mentor, Riisi, declaring his resolve to push past his physical limits and borrow the power he needs to continue the battle. With his resolve solidified, Jin commands his magical blade to unleash its full potential, shouting the name Levitine as a surge of energy erupts. Marin, caught off guard by the sheer intensity of the attack, recoils in horror, labeling Jin a false hero while struggling to comprehend the power being wielded against him. The air itself seems to shatter under the weight of the assault. Jin's Leviathan attack unleashes a torrent of brilliant, destructive energy that tears through the surroundings, leaving nothing but a blinding radiance in its wake as the clash reaches its cataclysmic peak. The blinding energy of the Leviathan attack continues to ravage the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Marin stands overwhelmed by his own internal turmoil, his expression twisted in agony and rage. He screams out in defiance, unable to accept the turn of events, as he fixates on the Demon Lord and the perceived burden he carries, branding the entire situation as unforgivable. The battlefield remains engulfed in the aftermath of the clash, as Jin and Marin continue their high-stakes confrontation. Despite the overwhelming power unleashed, Jin is visibly drained, his body pushed to the brink as he struggles to breathe, coughing while trying to maintain his stance against his opponent. Jin kneels on the battlefield, his body trembling from the immense strain of his previous attack. He struggles to catch his breath, his thoughts drifting to his mentor, Riisi, as he questions the outcome of his actions. Nearby, Marin stands silently, observing the weakened hero. Jin, battered and weary, looks inward with a faint, determined smile, wondering if he has finally stepped closer to becoming the cool adventurer he aspired to be. He acknowledges that he has finally grasped the hero's power, but the weight of the situation pulls him back to reality. Knowing that the people of Rag Ridge and the soldiers are still locked in combat, he refuses to give up, reminding himself that the fight is far from over. Jin is visibly disoriented and exhausted, his body failing him as he collapses toward the ground. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, his mind remains fixated on his duty, as he gasps out a resolve to repay everyone who is still fighting. Jin lies sprawled on the barren ground, his body failing to respond to his will. Despite his desperate desire to keep fighting and protect those in Rag Ridge, he is paralyzed by the overwhelming fatigue from his previous attack, unable to move even a finger. Having pushed himself to his absolute limit, Jin lies still on the ground. His body is completely drained of energy, leaving him unable to move as the weight of his exhaustion takes hold, leaving him in a state of total stillness. Jin, still unable to move from his exhausted state, watches with wide, fearful eyes as the battlefield atmosphere shifts. He realizes with growing alarm that the miasma, which should have faded by now, is instead coalescing into something new and dangerous manifesting right before him. The scene shifts to a celebratory title page for Chapter 23, showcasing the core group of adventurers and their allies in high spirits. As the narrative moves forward from the events at Wava, the characters appear united and ready for the challenges that lie ahead. Jin, unable to move, stares in disbelief as the battlefield's miasma begins to gather rather than dissipate. A mysterious, dark-cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, remarking with a chilling tone that the air has become too clear for their brethren to endure. Jin's eyes widen in sheer terror as he stares at the encroaching figure. He realizes with a jolt that this is not Wava. The mana radiating from this entity is incomparably more sinister and oppressive than anything he has encountered before. As the figure steps forward, Jin is paralyzed by the realization that he hasn't felt such a terrifying, ominous pressure in 700 years. Jin is paralyzed by the overwhelming dread of the situation, realizing that this is the worst possible timing for such a powerful entity to appear. Meanwhile, the Marin continues to manifest, laughing as it reflects on how the long centuries of waiting do not feel so significant now that they have finally come to an end. The atmosphere on the battlefield turns even more ominous as the mysterious Marin looms over the area. Its presence is overwhelming, and it declares its terrifying objective: the return of the Demon Lord to their world. Jin, still lying incapacitated and drained of his strength, can only watch in sheer terror as the entity's true, dark purpose is laid bare. Marin observes the aftermath of the battle with a detached, chilling demeanor. It dismisses the loss of Wava, noting that despite his death, he successfully fulfilled his purpose by providing enough mana to summon Marin back into the world, even if it was not enough to manifest its complete form. Jin, battered and lying on the ground, stares up in shock, questioning if their efforts were in vain and if they arrived too late. Marin looms over him, calmly refuting his despair and mockingly addressing him as the hero of this age. Jin, still struggling on the ground, demands an explanation from Marin. The mysterious entity coldly reveals that Jin's awakening as a hero was the exact catalyst needed for its own revival. As Jin stares in disbelief, Marin elaborates on the cruel truth of their existence. The cycle of the hero and the demon lord is perpetual, ensuring that the birth of one inevitably guarantees the return of the other. Jin is visibly shaken, struggling to process the grim reality that his existence as a hero is tethered to the demon lord's revival. Marin, observing Jin's horrified reaction with amusement, decides to demonstrate its power. With a sinister grin, Marin unleashes a devastating surge of destruction magic, engulfing the battlefield and offering it to Jin as a dark gift for the hero of this age. As Jin watches in horror, Marin unleashes a powerful, swirling vortex of dark energy, known as the death wind of the underworld, Veirun. The destructive magic tears through the area, leaving Jin helpless as he faces the overwhelming force of his adversary. Jin is caught directly in the path of the devastating magical vortex. His face is contorted in pain and exhaustion, as the overwhelming force of the attack takes its toll on him. Amidst the swirling destruction, Marin's voice echoes with a cold, mocking tone, calling out to him as he struggles to endure the assault. Jin remains frozen in shock, his eyes wide with horror as he witnesses the raw power of destruction magic displayed by Marin. The weight of the situation settles in, leaving him reeling as Marin stands over him, mocking his helplessness. Jin stands in complete disbelief, his eyes wide as he witnesses the impossible. The Demon Lord's devastating spell has been completely nullified. A Eden stands before him, radiating an immense and surprisingly warm aura of mana. With a powerful incantation, the figure unleashes a black hole, effectively countering the threat and leaving Jin stunned by the sudden turn of events. As Jin struggles to process the overwhelming events, Lai arrives on the scene, calling out to him. Looking down at the wounded hero, Lai expresses a sense of relief, noting that it is fortunate a human like Jin became the hero. With a determined smile, Lai tells Jin to leave the rest to him, stepping forward to take charge of the battle. Li extends a hand to Jin, who is still struggling on the ground, and urges him to hold on just a little longer. As Jin looks up, he reflects on his journey, remembering how powerless he felt when he first met his master, and how much he has grown since that day. Jin looks up, his eyes filled with a newfound sense of determination. The encouragement from Lai has ignited a spark within him, and he silently steels himself to rise and continue the fight. Jin firmly grasps his sword, his resolve solidified by Lai's encouragement. With his master by his side, Jin feels a surge of courage, declaring that as long as he is with the person he respects most, there is nothing in this world left for him to fear. With Jin by his side, Li steps forward to face the Demon Lord directly. A massive explosion of magic erupts as Li nonchalantly addresses the enemy, claiming he is merely an ordinary elf who has arrived to rescue his disciple. Lai and Jin stand firm against the Demon Lord, who is visibly unsettled by their interference. The demon lord scoffs at lies, calling him a lowly intruder and expressing disbelief that an elf would dare to interrupt the sacred reunion between the demon lord and the hero after 7 centuries of waiting. The demon lord, his monstrous face contorted with pure malice and irritation, lashes out at lies. He refuses to let his reunion with the hero be spoiled by an elf, his voice dripping with disdain as he shouts for the intruder to stop ruining his mood. The battlefield is chaotic, as Jin strikes out at his enemy with a shout of aura, though he is clearly pushed to his limits, gritting his teeth in pain as he takes a hit. Nearby, the situation remains grim. The monsters are evolving and growing stronger, making the fight significantly harder. Jin, exhausted and desperate, calls out for Rahab Lowry while struggling to maintain his footing in the heat of the battle. As the battle intensifies, Rahab Lowry senses that something is terribly wrong. Her gaze shifts toward a massive swirling vortex of miasma tearing through the area, and she cannot help but feel deep anxiety for Jin's safety. The battlefield remains tense as Anastasia and her allies communicate, with Vritrazen waiting in the skies. Suddenly, the situation turns dire when a monstrous creature lunges toward Jin and his companion. A frantic warning rings out, urging them to watch out just as the beast closes in. A sharp, swift sound effect tears through the air, emphasizing the suddenness of the monster's assault as the battle reaches a critical point. In the heat of the chaotic battle, Anastasia lunges forward with her blade to deflect a massive monster's strike. Jin, caught off guard by the sudden intensity of the attack, watches as Anastasia bravely intervenes to keep him safe from the encroaching threat. Anastasia stands tall, having neutralized the threat to Jin. As the dust settles, she calmly reassures the group that Jin is safe, leaving him and Salala completely speechless. Looking at the defeated monster, they can only marvel at how quickly and effortlessly Anastasia handled the situation. As the dust settles, Rin identifies the mysterious warrior as Reis, the first disciple of Jin's master. With Reis now supporting Jin on the front lines, the tension in the group eases. Rin rallies her companions, urging them to muster their remaining strength for the final phase of the fight, confident that Reis's arrival has turned the tide in their favor. Anastasia moves with blinding speed, her movements fluid and lethal as she strikes down the enemies before her. The gatekeeper, witnessing the display from the sidelines, can only watch in awe, exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer capability of the red-haired lady as she dominates the chaotic battlefield. Seeing the red-haired lady fighting with such intensity, the gatekeepers quickly coordinate their movements. They form a solid shield wall, determined to use their collective strength to protect the fort and create an opening for her to continue her assault against the enemy. The gatekeepers stand firm, locking their shields together to form an impenetrable wall against the charging Mika. As the monster slams into their defenses, the soldiers shout for their comrades to stand strong. Anastasia watches the collision from nearby, her expression shifting to surprise as the Mika recoils in confusion, stunned by the unexpected resistance of the defenders. A gatekeeper shouts in encouragement, urging Anastasia forward as she dashes into the fray. With her sword drawn and determination in her eyes, she charges toward the monsters, ready to strike and turn the tide of the battle. Minori stands firm before the towering Mika, declaring that she has been entrusted with the battle by Risa-sama. As she prepares to engage, she remembers Risa's critique of her magic and his praise for her sword skills. Fueled by this recognition, Minori steels her resolve, determined to fight with everything she has to live up to his expectations. Reflecting on her role as a disciple and her bond with Reis, Minori steels her resolve. She remembers Reis's trust in her sword skills and refuses to be outdone by Jin. Focusing her energy, she activates an ultimate fire magic enchant to confront the charging Mika. Mika, with everything she has, Minori stands ready, her sword glowing with intense power. She declares that this technique is the complete manifestation of her personal magic sword style, perfectly blending her own abilities with the invaluable lessons Risa-sama taught her. With her resolve solidified, Minori stands her ground against the towering Mika. She calls out the name Viola, while tightening her grip on her sword, the blade glowing with the power of her combined magic and combat training, ready to strike. With a fierce cry, Minori releases the full power of her enchanted sword technique. The Viola strike erupts in a blinding display of magical flames, directly impacting Mika as the Mika lets out a desperate guttural roar amidst the inferno. The dust begins to settle after Minori's devastating strike. Minori stands composed, her back turned to the scene, while the nearby soldiers, Cyan, stare at her in complete disbelief, rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of the magical force she just unleashed. The battlefield atmosphere shifts instantly from tension to astonishment. The soldiers, completely captivated by Minori's display of power, crowd around her with frantic questions, praising her technique and wondering about her origins. Minori, visibly flustered by the sudden attention, struggles to process their reactions as they begin to speculate about her identity. The atmosphere shifts from awe to intense scrutiny as one of the soldiers catches sight of a cross-shaped scar on Minora's chest. He pauses, his expression turning serious as he asks if she is the same person who was once the talk of the town years ago, hinting that her secret identity is on the verge of being exposed. As the gatekeeper continues to press for answers about her identity, Minori stands tall and confident. She looks directly at him and clearly states her name, Minori, effectively putting an end to the speculation surrounding her mysterious presence. Standing firmly before the group of armored soldiers, Minori shares the emotional weight behind her identity. She explains that her name is not just a label, but a precious gift bestowed upon her by her master and her most cherished person, making it truly irreplaceable to her. Minori offers a warm, confident smile as the soldiers react positively to her name, with one remarking that it is a nice name. Inspired by her presence and recent display of power, the soldiers enthusiastically declare that they will follow Lady Minori, shouting their agreement in unison as they prepare to move forward under her lead. Standing amidst the aftermath of the battle, Minori holds her sword with newfound resolve. The narrative reflects on her growth, noting that the girl who was once simply called Anonymous has shed that title forever, stepping into her own as a recognized warrior fighting alongside her master. The scene shifts to a celebratory title page for Chapter 24. Theo and Lee stand side by side, their expressions filled with joy and anticipation, with the words "at last" displayed prominently. The duo is ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead in their ongoing adventure. The scene focuses on the ominous presence of the Demon Lord, framed by narration that describes the true nature of their power. It is revealed that the Demon Lord wields annihilation magic, a unique and highly taxing dark art that does not merely break matter apart like typical destruction magic, but instead erases it entirely from within. Theo and Lai look on with wide eyes, witnessing the horrifying reality of the Demon Lord's annihilation magic. Before them, objects are not merely broken but are being erased from existence, dissolving into particles with a faint, ominous sizzling sound. The atmosphere grows heavy as the Demon Lord reveals a terrifying, unique aura. Theo, undeterred by the danger, remains fixated on the entity, mentally cataloging its every movement based on his vast experience. Lai Sessi, noticing his trance-like state, calls out to him, but Theo is already determined to learn everything he can from this unprecedented encounter. Noticing Lai's lapse in focus, Theo quickly intervenes. He casts a powerful restoration spell, Ikori, to replenish Lai's stamina. Lais is startled by the sudden magical intervention, realizing he had lost his composure for a brief moment. Theo continues his support by casting Elgatai to restore Lys's mana and last Alicia to nullify any lingering status conditions. As Lais expresses his confusion and feeling overwhelmed by the situation, Theo remains composed and encouraging. He tells Lais that it is all right and that he has a clear grasp of what is happening, affirming that Lais has met his expectations. Theo looks at Lais with a proud, gentle smile. He acknowledges Lais' significant progress, praising him for finally breaking out of his shell and handling the situation perfectly. Theo and Jin examine the nature of the sword used in the fight, with Theo observing that it was crafted using ancient techniques and sword-forming magic. Jin playfully points out that Theo omitted the detail about it becoming a shadow of the sacred sword. Theo acknowledges that the weapon he provided was useful, and while it may not have matched the original, Jin's ability to channel the power of great heroes from history ensured that the battle remained evenly matched. Jin moves swiftly through the battlefield, his grip firm on the ornate, ancient blade. While he displays incredible power and skill, the internal monologue observes that he still lacks a true understanding of just how special and capable he has become. The battlefield trembles as a dense, ominous black sphere manifests between Theo and Jin. The sheer pressure of the magic forces them to react instantly. Their expressions tense as the sphere begins to violently expand and warp the space around them, signaling a dangerous escalation in the conflict. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense as Jin and Theo lock eyes, both clearly taken aback by the sheer scale of the violent vortex threatening to consume everything around them. Observing the total annihilation caused by the vortex, Theo remarks on the distinct and terrifying nature of the magic involved, which differs significantly from that of other demons. He sternly warns Jin not to leave him behind or take unnecessary risks while they navigate the aftermath of the chaos. Theo stands his ground within the dark, oppressive space that serves as the center of the entity's consciousness. The skull-faced creature looms over him, questioning how he managed to infiltrate this realm. It dismissively calls Theo a puny elf, asserting that his kind lacks the necessary miasma to endure the lethal conditions of this environment for more than a minute. The mysterious entity, unimpressed by Theo's presence, stares down at him and questions his heritage, asking if he is truly an elf. Theo, unfazed and standing firmly beside Jin, simply replies with a mysterious I wonder keeping his true nature and intentions hidden from the hostile entity. As the dark energy surges around them, Theo refuses to be intimidated by the mysterious entity's skepticism. With a confident grin, he tells the entity that if it truly doubts his nature and strength, it should try and see for itself. Accepting the challenge, Theo immediately takes action. He channels his magic to forge a brilliant weapon, manifesting the pseudo-holy sword Gramps in his hands. The sudden appearance of the holy blade illuminates the dark dimension, catching the unknown off guard as Theo prepares to unleash his true power. Theo lunges forward with intense determination, his pseudo-holy sword Gramps clashing directly against the dark, crackling energy wielded by the unknown. The impact creates a violent surge of power, as Theo presses his attack against the mysterious foe within the depths of its own consciousness. Theo intensifies his attack, casting heroic magic. Enchant. To empower his blade, the unknown reacts with surprise as Theo follows up with a swift, powerful strike, unleashing the Levantine Chronicle technique to cut through the dark dimension. Theo presses his attack, the pseudo-holy sword Gramps glowing brilliantly. As it strikes against the mysterious foe, the dark dimension trembles under the force of their collision. With Theo maintaining the pressure to overwhelm the unknown, Theo moves with fluid precision, his form weaving through the chaotic dark energy as he maintains his assault. The clash between his radiant holy power and the entity's miasma creates a spectacle of raw magical force, turning their battle into a breathtaking display of power that defies ordinary limits. The intensity of the battle reaches a fever pitch. Theo, caught in the heat of the moment, shouts that witnessing such a spectacular clash of powers is a once-in-a-lifetime sight, even for someone as experienced as an elf like himself. The unknown taunts Theo and Jin, questioning if they truly believed they could defeat it together. Despite the entity's overwhelming power, Theo and Jin press their attack with unwavering determination. As they clash, the intensity of the battle reaches a fever pitch, with Jin struggling under the pressure, while Theo continues to strike with his radiant blade. The intensity of the battle momentarily gives way to a reflection on Jin's character. His honest blade strikes against the unknown, a testament to his lifelong dream of becoming an adventurer who protects others. Despite the hardships he faced, Jin's belief in himself and his trust in Theo have driven him to keep moving forward, fueling his relentless assault in the present. The scene shifts to a somber reflection, with a caption appearing against a dark background. It reveals a poignant truth about the protagonist's former existence, noting that in his last life, he was unable to leave anything of significance behind. Theo looks back on his own life with regret, admitting that he never truly believed in himself or put in the necessary effort. He marvels at Jin, who has managed to reach a level of strength in just 20 years that took Theo nearly a century and a half to achieve. Filled with a mix of pride and introspection, Theo acknowledges Jin's incredible growth. Jin lunges forward with his sword, landing a direct hit on the unknown. As the enemy recoils in pain, Theo reflects on the scene, realizing that Jin's impressive combat prowess is a testament to his relentless dedication and personal growth. Transcending the simple power of the hero factor, the unknown entity, angered by the duo's interference, stands its ground against Jin and Theo, declaring that it will not allow a mere boy and an elf to disturb its reign. The entity summons a dark skeletal weapon and begins to chant a powerful incantation, manifesting magic of annihilation and realization to crush them. The unknown entity continues its assault, swinging a sinister, bone-like weapon in a wide, destructive arc. As the magical energy surges, it declares its intent to claim the souls of Jin and Theo, ensuring they vanish from its sight forever. Jin and Theo brace themselves against the overwhelming power of the attack. The battlefield is engulfed in a surge of dark energy as the unknown entity executes its soul-reaping spell. Watching the scene unfold with horror, shouts Jin's name, a desperate attempt to warn him of the incoming lethal strike. As the battle intensifies, the unknown looms over Theo, its gaze cold and lethal. It taunts him with a chilling promise, stating that he is next in line and that it will not be the one to personally defeat him, just as it had done to his disciple. The unknown entity looms over Theo, its expression twisted into a mocking smile. With a chilling tone, it dismisses Theo's struggle as a waste, coldly stating that he will soon be sent to greet the ruler of hell. As the battle reaches a critical point, Theo decides to take action. He casts an ultimate-rank mana transfer spell, creating glowing threads of light that connect him to Jin. By sharing his own vast mana reserves, Theo ensures that Jin is no longer relying solely on his own strength, significantly increasing his combat potential against their formidable opponent. With the ultimate-rank mana transfer complete, Theo looks toward Jin with a calm, determined expression, trusting in the power he has just bestowed. He smiles and tells Jin that he will leave the rest of the fight to him. The atmosphere shifts dramatically as Jin is engulfed in a surge of intense, brilliant light. In this moment of transformation, he is recognized and addressed as the hero, Jin flits, his expression one of shock and realization amidst the overwhelming power. The unknown recoils in absolute shock, trembling as it witnesses the sheer magnitude of Jin's aura. It struggles to comprehend the source of this newfound strength, stammering in terror as it realizes that the power Jin now wields a form of heroic magic has completely eclipsed its own dark magic. The battlefield is consumed by a blinding, vertical pillar of energy. The sheer intensity of the mana transfer creates a cataclysmic display of power, as the radiant light surges upward, dwarfing the surrounding forest and marking the awakening of Jin's true potential as the hero. The battlefield is consumed by a blinding pillar of light, as Jin unleashes the full extent of the heroic magic, with shockwaves radiating outward and tearing through the landscape. The battlefield is transformed by the overwhelming force of the mana transfer. Jin stands silently, his back to the viewer as he gazes up at the sky, where the remnants of the radiant energy still linger, marking the absolute destruction left in the wake of his newfound power. Amidst the lingering remnants of the overwhelming power he unleashed, Jin stands panting, his eyes fixed on the fading light. He struggles to catch his breath, desperately hoping that the intense display of heroic magic was enough to finally put an end to their formidable foe. He smiles brightly at Jin, exclaiming that they have finally succeeded. Jin, still catching his breath, nods in agreement, acknowledging their hard-won victory. Jin gasps for air, his face flushed with exhaustion and relief. The weight of the battle finally settles in as he struggles to catch his breath, his expression a mix of lingering adrenaline and overwhelming fatigue. As the journey continues, Lies and Anastasia share a bright and energetic moment under the trees. This title page marks the beginning of Chapter 25, setting a light-hearted tone as they move forward with their adventure. Lies and Jin stand together amidst the aftermath of their recent struggle. Lies notes that the battle against the Demon Lord's army is clearly still raging elsewhere, and declares his intention to join the rest of the forces. Jin acknowledges this, telling Lee to stay safe before deciding to remain behind, as he still has other tasks to attend to. Jin stands alone on the barren, cracked earth of the battlefield. His attention is drawn to a large, mysterious object resting before him. Intrigued and cautious, he leans in to inspect it, wondering what he has stumbled upon. The atmosphere on the battlefield shifts as a hooded, unknown emerges, radiating an ominous glow. Standing before a dark door-like object, the figure channels its power, coldly declaring the use of spirit magic. Necrosome. The unknown gazes at a brilliant celestial light, seemingly analyzing the outcome of its recent actions. It recalls its history of invasions, noting that 2 cycles ago it conquered half the human realm, and in the last cycle it reached the depths of the realm. However, it laments that this current attempt was cut short almost immediately after it began. The unknown continues its cold assessment of the situation. It realizes that its plans were thwarted not by chance, but by specific interference. It notes that having the hero of this era present at the scene, and specifically an elf like the one it encountered, was the reason its latest attempt ended so abruptly. The unknown stares directly at Lies, its dark presence looming as it concludes that the elf's intervention was the decisive factor in its defeat. With a cold realization, the entity declares that encountering Lies has been its greatest misfortune of all. Lies stands before the Demon Lord, noting the entity's strange composure despite its apparent demise. The Demon Lord remains unfazed, explaining that it is bound by the world's principles and will simply rise again when the time is right. Lies observes the Demon Lord's calm acceptance of its demise, noting how accustomed the entity seems to be to death. The Demon Lord reflects on its recent failure, revealing that it was roused by Wava before the hero had even awakened, and expresses hope that its next subordinate will be more capable. As Lies listens, he smiles, suggesting that there is something crucial about the situation that the Demon Lord fails to understand. Lycée smiles confidently as he confronts the Demon Lord. Delivering a chilling ultimatum, he reveals that by taking a specific action, he will ensure the Demon Lord can never revive again, effectively putting an end to its cycle of rebirth. Lise executes his plan to end the Demon Lord's cycle of revival once and for all. As he activates his magic, a glowing circular seal appears, and he shouts factor absorption. The Demon Lord, visibly shocked by the sudden and overwhelming power being directed at him, realizes that Lise is not merely fighting him, but actively dismantling his very existence. Lise continues his assault, seamlessly transitioning into his next move. He chants Chronosis to activate appraisal magic, casting a bright light that envelops the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord cries out in alarm as Lise's magic successfully completes a composition analysis, revealing the core of the entity's existence, the samsara factor. Lise's face lights up with intense excitement as he holds the glowing essence of the samsara factor in his hands. He is visibly relieved and triumphant, exclaiming that he has finally found exactly what he was searching for. With a wide smile, he confirms his theory, whispering to himself that he was right all along and expressing his gratitude that his gamble paid off. Lais stands before the Demon Lord, calmly exposing the secret behind its endless cycle of revival. He declares that the entity's power originates from a mysterious skill that operates outside the established rules of the world. As Lais prepares to send the Demon Lord to the afterlife, the entity is visibly shaken, struggling to comprehend how its hidden truth has been uncovered. Lizzie stands before the stunned Demon Lord, holding the glowing orb of the stolen samsara factor. Dismissing the Demon Lord's disbelief, Lise explains that he has his own reasons for taking it, noting that a revival in 700 years would be far too inconvenient. With a confident smile, he declares that the Demon Lord will never wake again, effectively ending its cycle of existence. Lise stands firm, having delivered his final verdict to the Demon Lord. As he finishes speaking, the Demon Lord is overcome with panic, realizing that its physical form is dissolving into nothingness. The entity cries out in disbelief, terrified to discover that its connection to the eternal samsara has finally been severed. Lise stands confidently before the disintegrating Demon Lord. As the entity struggles to comprehend how a lone elf could possess such world-altering power, Lise calmly introduces himself as Reese Klein, marking the final interaction before the Demon Lord's existence is erased. Lise stands before the disintegrating Demon Lord, calmly revealing that he and Kido Minoru, a human from another world, shared much in common as fellow factor holders. As the entity's form continues to dissolve into nothingness, the Demon Lord lets out a final hollow laugh. Lise watches calmly as the Demon Lord erupts into manic laughter, while its form continues to disintegrate. Unfazed by the entity's reaction, Lise asks if something is wrong. The Demon Lord, now realizing the significance of the elf standing before it, declares that Lai is the one the Maker had been talking about, a new wind, destined to bring the order of a new world. The Demon Lord, in its final moments of existence, dismisses Lais with a cynical remark, telling him to struggle as much as he wants. It laments that they are both nothing more than puppets, destined to dance in the palm of the Maker. Lizzie, listening intently, is left questioning the nature of this Maker that the Demon Lord refers to. The Demon Lord's form finally dissolves into light and dust, but not before delivering one last chilling promise to watch Liza's journey from the other side. Left standing alone in the aftermath, Lise stares at his own hand, deeply unsettled as he reflects on the cryptic mention of the Maker and the true nature of the factors. Lise walks alone through the quiet forest, his mind heavy with the cryptic words of the Demon Lord. He begins to wonder if his reincarnation was not a mere accident, but a deliberate act with a hidden purpose. Meanwhile, in a different location, a group of Cian stands gathered by a stone wall, unaware of the existential questions weighing on the elf's mind. The tension of the recent battle fades as the group reunites. Anastasia beams with relief upon seeing Lise, calling out to him as Sir Reese. Nearby, the atmosphere is equally lively as Raiden and Salala rush to greet Jin, celebrating his safe return with boisterous enthusiasm and playful threats, clearly overjoyed that their comrade made it back alive. Lise is taken aback when Rahab Lowry suddenly appears before him. While his companions discuss their recent recovery, Lizzie struggles to process why she is theirs. Rahab explains with a nonchalant attitude that she simply decided to travel and found his party interesting enough to join for the last 2 years, much to Lisa's dismay. Meanwhile, Anastasia and Jin exchange greetings, highlighting the unexpected nature of Rahab's presence. The atmosphere turns chaotic as the party realizes the true relationship between Lise and Rahab Lowry. Upon hearing that Rahab is actually Lise's master, the group is left speechless. Rahab, unfazed by the tension, playfully teases Lise, finding his flustered expression to be the perfect reward for her 2-year-long observation. Meanwhile, Lise can only lament her bizarre sense of time, still reeling from the revelation that she had been shadowing them for so long. Lise remains standing with his back turned, surrounded by the members of his party. Rahab Lowry, standing nearby, addresses him directly as Sir Reese, maintaining the focus of the conversation on their complicated master-disciple dynamic. Minori speaks to Lise, commending him for keeping his promise to Grillet Garlanda. Lise reflects on his journey, realizing that unlike his past self who felt he had achieved nothing of value, he has now successfully fulfilled the final wish of a dear friend, finding a sense of peace in that realization. Lizzie reflects on his recent discovery, noting that he has successfully obtained the samsara factor. He realizes that with this power in his possession, the fact that Minori is human no longer poses a problem, bringing him a sense of relief and clarity. Lizzie reaches out and takes Minori's hand, comforted by the knowledge that the samsara factor grants him the time he needs to stay by her side. As their bond strengthens, the world outside reacts to the monumental shift in power. News of the Demon Lord's defeat travels swiftly across the kingdom, and the name Ragnarok begins to echo as a symbol of hope and legend throughout the entire country. Time has moved forward significantly, 3 years after his initial encounter with the elves, Jin Flitz has reached the age of 20. The atmosphere is one of celebration and recognition, as Jin is officially honored and acknowledged as a hero. As the cheers and recognition for his heroic deeds echo behind him, Jin walks through the gate with Anastasia by his side. He glances back with a gentle smile, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his life as a celebrated hero. Time flows onward, and 52 years have passed since the previous events. Theo, now older and continuing his long journey, arrives at a quiet house. He reaches out to the door, turning the handle to step inside, marking another chapter in his enduring life. Time has marched on for 52 years, yet Lies remains unchanged. He stands at the threshold of a familiar house, his gaze calm and reflective as he steps inside to revisit the past. Time continues to flow, and 52 years have now passed since the events of his journey. Lee remains as youthful as ever, sitting quietly in a chair as the story enters its 26th chapter. The world continues to turn, and 52 years have quietly slipped by. A bird soars over the vibrant forest, carrying a package toward the familiar house, signaling that even as eras change, life in this peaceful corner remains constant. Inside the quiet house, Lise is greeted by the sound of a bird landing near the window. The bird drops off a rolled-up bundle, likely a newspaper or important correspondence, right in front of him, continuing the peaceful rhythm of his long life. Lias takes the delivered document and heads outside, closing the door behind him. He finds a peaceful place beneath the shade of a large tree, settling down to carefully examine the information contained within the pages. Lai sits peacefully under the shade of a tree, his attention captured by the document he just received. As he unfolds the paper, he reads the headline, "Special News," with a gentle and curious smile on his face. Lies examines the newspaper, his eyes scanning the headlines that celebrate the legendary feats of the hero party Laglag. The article highlights their historic Srank dungeon conquest and features the latest installment of Jin Flitz's heroic journey. Lizzie smiles faintly, reflecting on the hero's awakening, as he keeps pace with the world's evolving stories. As Lies rests under the shade of a tree, he contemplates the vast stretch of time that has elapsed. It has been 111 years since he was reincarnated as an elf, and 3 years have passed since the hero successfully defeated the Demon King. Looking at the news, he notes with a sense of familiarity that the world's attention is still entirely captured by the exploits of Jin Flitz and his group. The world has found a new balance. Gulgar has taken on the role of a gatekeeper in the demon realm, which has significantly reduced the number of magical beasts threatening the Kukur fortress. Meanwhile, in the great forest Vastara, Minori and her companion continue their quiet life, while the elderly Kuota finds comfort as her kind grandchildren return to visit her. Grillet Garlanda reviews the annual shipment of specialty products from Kuota village. He observes that the harvested goods still contain traces of miasma, but he remains optimistic, planning to teach Ganskun the necessary magic to purify them. He believes this effort could eventually serve as a vital bridge, connecting the human world and the demon realm. As Lai sits peacefully under the tree, reading the latest updates on the demon realm's reconstruction, he senses a presence. He looks up to find Rahab Lowry standing nearby, her arrival interrupting his quiet moment of reflection. Anastasia stands in a combat stance, focusing her energy as she prepares to unleash a powerful fire-based attack. She calls out the name of her technique, Heat Haze Sword, as she channels high-level fire attribute magic into her weapon. Anastasia unleashes the power of her Heat Haze Sword, the blade enveloped in intense magical energy. As the technique concludes, she pauses to assess the impact, seemingly pleased with the performance of her high-level fire magic. Anastasia beams with a bright smile, thanking Lies for his observation. Watches her, clearly impressed by her performance, noting that despite her cute demeanor, her sword techniques are remarkably beautiful and demonstrate a high level of skill. Anastasia turns away, blushing and covering her face in excitement after Liza's compliment. She thinks to herself about how she had hoped Jin and the others would join them. While cherishing the moment that Liza-sama praised her, Jin reaches out to Minori, earnestly asking her to reconsider and join their party. Anastasia, watching from a distance, reflects on the aftermath of the battle with the Demon King. She remembers being invited alongside Minori, but choosing to stay behind to finish her own tasks. As she watches the interaction, she feels a conflicted desire to stop Minori from going, yet remains hesitant. Anastasia smiles brightly, declaring that she has chosen to spend her life by Liza's side. Jin and the others look on as she explains that she will stay behind to cheer for her junior Diesel's success from their current location, effectively declining the invitation to join the party. Jin and his party wave goodbye as Minori makes her choice. Declaring that she has found something she wants to do, Minori chooses to stay by Liza's side. Anastasia reflects on how true to her word, Minori has remained with Liz ever since that day. As Lizzie sits quietly reading the evening paper, Minori suddenly leans in close to him, asking about the content of the article. Her unexpected proximity catches Lizzie off guard, causing him to blush deeply as he awkwardly acknowledges her presence. While taking a break under the shade of a tree, Minori and Lies catch up on the latest news. Minori notes that the information is once again focused on Jin's party, but she expresses gratitude toward Galyuskin for being thoughtful enough to send a carrier pigeon all the way to their remote mountain location. Lies and Minori's life is filled with quiet, shared moments, from having silly chats and eating meals together to cooking, reading grimoires, and sleeping side by side. They cherish the simple routines that have become the foundation of their time spent together. The quiet, trivial life that Lies and Minori have been enjoying continues in its gentle rhythm. However, the atmosphere shifts slightly as Minori approaches Lies outside their home, signaling that she has something important she wishes to discuss. Minori shares her serious intention with Lies, explaining that she wants to open a dojo. She feels a strong responsibility to ensure that the swordsmanship techniques she learned from Lies are passed down and do not fade away, leaving Lies to contemplate her heartfelt decision. Lizzie listens as Minori asks for his permission to teach the swordsmanship techniques he once shared with her. With a gentle smile, Lizzie reassures her that she doesn't need his formal approval to do so. Overjoyed by his support, Minori beams and excitedly shares that she has already found a vacant plot of land for the dojo, which was introduced to her by Gallius during a previous supply run. As Lies asks if she has a specific place in mind for the dojo, Minori beams with excitement and joyfully answers that she does, clearly eager to share the details of her plans. Lies reflects on the history of the location, noting that if Silpha were still around, she would surely be happy to see Minori using the space for her new endeavor. Minori, moved by the sentiment, declares her determination to create a dojo that she can be proud of, keeping Silpha's memory alive as she looks toward the future. Inside their home, Lise observes Minori knitting while he sits at his desk. He reflects on the passage of time, realizing that the pace of life is not the same for both of them. He acknowledges the bittersweet truth that the lifespan of the human race moves much faster than that of the elf race, highlighting the disparity in their journeys. Lai stares intently, his mind weighed down by the stark reality that while he still has nearly 900 years of life ahead of him, Minoru's time is far more limited. Desperate to bridge this gap, he searches his knowledge for a solution, his thoughts suddenly focusing on the mysterious reincarnation factor. Liza's mind races as he fixates on a potential solution to the inevitable passage of time for Minori. He realizes that if he can successfully analyze the power he previously stole from the Demon King, he might be able to transplant that essence into her, potentially bridging the gap between their lifespans. As Lise and Minori continue their daily routine, Lise poses a hypothetical question to her. He asks Minori what she would do if, like the Demon King, she were to be revived or born again in a future world. Minori pauses, considering the weight of his question as they work. Minori thoughtfully considers the prospect of being reborn, telling Lise that she would like to see the future world. She smiles, imagining that she might be able to meet him again and travel to various places together. However, expression turns somber as she realizes that such a future would require Lise to wait for her, and she leans against him, clearly conflicted by the idea. Minori gazes at Lise. With a soft, heartfelt expression, she realizes that rather than dwelling on the uncertainty of a future life, her priority is to fully cherish the time she can spend with him in the present, vowing to do so with all her might. Lise feels the warmth of Minoru's presence as they hold hands, a simple gesture that grounds him. His mind drifts back to his research, where he realizes that the mysterious factor is not merely a magical phenomenon, but something that requires an intense, unwavering desire to manifest. He reflects on how all those who have held such power were driven by extraordinary determination, deepening his understanding of the path ahead. Reflecting on the silence that followed Minoru's heartfelt words, time marches forward. 3 years have passed, and Lise, Minori, and Grillet Garlanda continue their journey together. Their bond strengthened by their shared efforts and Grillet Garlanda's ongoing cooperation. Following the passage of time, Minori has established a grand swordsmanship dojo within the castle town of Kukuri Fortress. The dojo quickly becomes a bustling center of activity, as the local soldiers spread the word of its quality, leading to its rapid prosperity. Lise reflects on the passage of time, noting how he dedicated his life to deep magic research while also tending to the minor injuries and illnesses of Minori and her students at the dojo. As the world settles into a period of peace, 25 years after the fall of the Demon King, the legendary hero party known as the Travelers of Hope has finally disbanded. Reflecting on the final days of the hero party, Lise recalls a poignant moment just before they disbanded. Jin and Anastasia visited his home, bringing along their young son to meet everyone. It was a bittersweet reunion, as it marked the last time the entire group excluding Rahab Lowry, would gather together before parting ways for good. Time continues to march forward. 38 years after the fall of the Demon King, the Lord of Kukura Fortress, Gallius-kun has passed away. He was a man and deeply respected for his role in protecting the Owl Empire alongside his father, Grillet Garlanda. A grand funeral procession is held to honor his memory. Following his passing, Weiss-kun succeeds him as the new lord, continuing the legacy of kindness and understanding that his predecessor had shown toward Lys and his friends. Despite the passage of 30 years, Minori remains steadfast in her commitment as the master of the swordsmanship dojo, continuing her daily commute regardless of the challenges she faces. Over time, a poignant tradition has formed where she, alongside Wiskun, visits the graves of Greletsson, Silfasan, and Galliuskin once a year to share sake and reminisce about the past. The swordsmanship style pioneered by Minori, which integrates magic into traditional combat, proves its effectiveness over time. It gains such widespread recognition that it eventually evolves into a formal adventurer profession called the Magic Swordsman. As this new discipline flourishes, Lysy remains dedicated to his role, using his own magical abilities to support others. As the years pass and the world remains at peace, Lyas and Minori find solace in their quiet life together, spending their days under the protective branches of the Yggdrasil tree. Time continues to march forward in the peaceful world. 52 years have now passed since the Demon King was subjugated, and Lys, still living his quiet life, realizes that a long-awaited day is finally about to arrive. Lys reaches out to Minori, calling her name softly. In a moment of quiet intimacy, they hold hands, finding strength in each other's presence as the long-awaited day finally arrives. In a tender moment of reflection, Minori gazes at Lys and softly asks if he remembers the day their paths first crossed. Her expression is filled with warmth and nostalgia, marking a poignant pause in their long journey together.